What's up, my sleepy friends? I'm sure today was super long, so why don't we gather close and let me tell you a story here. Tonight, we're travelling to the far northern reaches of Europe, where the sun disappears for months at a time and then refuses to set for months more. This is the story of the Sámi people, the original inhabitants of Sápmi, and it's a story that moves at the pace of reindeer migrating across tundra, steady, purposeful, and deeply connected to rhythms most of us have forgotten. Get comfortable. This journey requires patience, and that's precisely the point. If you're new here, as always, joining the community is super cool and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now find your sweet spot for sleeping and let's begin. Imagine standing at the edge of the world as most ancient peoples understood it. Not the dramatic cliffs where ocean meets sky, but something subtler and more profound. A place where the familiar rules of day and night begin to falter. This is Sápmi, the homeland of the Sámi people, stretching across what modern maps call northern Norway, Sweden, Finland and the Kola Peninsula of Russia. But maps are recent inventions, and borders are even more recent than that. Long before anyone drew lines across this landscape, before kingdoms claimed territories and nations divided sovereignty, this land simply was, and the people who lived here understood it not as separate countries but as one continuous world, shaped by relationships between mountains, rivers, winds, and the creatures who moved across it. The first thing you'd notice if you found yourself transported to ancient Sápmi would be the light, or rather, how light behaves differently here than anywhere else you've known. During winter months, the sun barely rises above the horizon before sliding back down, creating a perpetual twilight that painters have tried and failed to capture for centuries. The world becomes blue and silver, with snow reflecting whatever weak light manages to reach it, creating an atmosphere that feels suspended between sleep and waking. Then summer arrives, and the sun simply refuses to leave. It circles the sky like a persistent moth, never quite setting, casting long shadows that rotate slowly around the landscape. This is the midnight sun, and if you've only experienced normal days and nights, your entire sense of time begins to feel unreliable. Your body doesn't quite know what to do with 24 hours of daylight, and you start to understand why the people who evolved here developed such different relationships with time and seasons than those who lived further south. The landscape itself resists easy description. It's not the dramatic scenery of postcards and tourism brochures, though it has its moments of stark beauty. Instead, Sápmi is characterized by a kind of vast openness that makes you feel simultaneously insignificant and deeply present. Rolling tundra stretches to horizons so distant they seem like abstractions. Mountains rise not as jagged peaks, but as worn, ancient forms that have been shaped by ice and time into something almost gentle. Forests here grow slowly, their trees spaced apart as if respecting each other's need for resources in this harsh environment. Between the trees you find moss that grows in cushions so thick you could sleep on them, and people have for thousands of years. Lichens create patterns on rocks like natural art installations, and they're not just decorative but crucial food sources for the reindeer, who are as essential to this story as the people themselves. Water is everywhere in summer. Lakes, rivers, streams and marshes that make travel complicated, but create habitats for fish, birds and insects that form the foundation of the ecosystem. In winter, that same water freezes solid enough to walk on, transforming the landscape into something that looks simple, but requires deep knowledge to navigate safely. What appears as flat white emptiness to outsiders contains a wealth of information to those who know how to read it. The cold here isn't like winter in temperate climates. It's a presence, almost a personality, that demands respect and preparation. Temperatures can drop to levels that feel almost theoretical if you've never experienced them. The kind of cold where your breath freezes instantly, where exposed skin can be damaged in minutes, and where metal becomes dangerous to touch. Yet people have not just survived here but thrived. developing sophisticated technologies and cultural practices that turn this challenging environment into home. This is the world that shaped the Sámi people, and they in turn shaped it, creating a relationship with the landscape that went far beyond simple survival. They developed knowledge systems so complex that modern scientists are still discovering how much they understood about ecology, weather patterns, animal behaviour, and sustainable resource management. They created art, music, and spiritual practices that reflected the unique qualities of their homeland. As you settle deeper into your blanket tonight, try to imagine what it would be like to measure your year, not by months on a calendar, but by the movements of reindeer herds, the arrival of migrating birds, and the patterns of ice formation on lakes. The Sámi people developed an entirely different way of being human, one adapted to conditions that would seem impossible to most of us. And remarkably, their way of life persisted for thousands of years, which says something profound about both human adaptability and the deep wisdom that comes from truly knowing a place. To understand the Sámi people, you need to travel back to a time when most of Northern Europe was not a home for humans, but a massive sheet of ice, sometimes 2 miles thick, that had been slowly grinding across the landscape for tens of thousands of years. This was the last ice age, and if you could see it from space, Europe would have looked like a very different planet, with glaciers covering everything from Scandinavia down to where London now sits. But ice ages don't last forever, though they certainly take their time leaving. Around 11,700 years ago, something shifted in Earth's climate. Maybe it was changes in the planet's orbit, maybe it was variations in solar radiation, or maybe it was a combination of factors scientists are still debating. Whatever the cause, the ice began its slow retreat northward, revealing land that hadn't seen sunlight in millennia. Now here's where the story gets interesting in ways that might help you appreciate just how remarkable the Sámi people are. As the ice retreated, it didn't reveal a lush, welcoming landscape ready for human habitation. Instead, it exposed bare rock, gravel, and soil so disrupted by glacial movement that it was essentially sterile. The land was like a blank slate, except without any of the romantic connotations that phrase usually carries. More like a construction site after heavy machinery has torn everything up, yet life is extraordinarily persistent. Within a relatively short time, and by geological standards, a few thousand years is a blink, plants began colonizing this new land. First came the lichens and mosses, those same species you can still find in sap today, growing directly on rock and somehow extracting enough nutrients to survive. Then came dwarf birches and willows, tough little shrubs that could handle the cold and the poor soil. Eventually actual forests began to establish themselves, though they remained sparse and stunted compared to forests further south. Animals followed the plants. Reindeer, which had evolved to thrive in cold climates, found this new landscape perfect for their needs. The lichens that grew everywhere were exactly what their digestive systems were designed to process. Arctic foxes, wolves, wolverines, and various bird species also moved in, creating functioning ecosystems in places that had been frozen wastelands just centuries before. And then came humans. The question of when exactly people first arrived in Sámi is one of those historical puzzles that keeps archaeologists awake at night, though probably not in the soothing way this bedtime story should keep you awake. The earliest solid evidence of human presence dates back about 10,000 to 11,000 years, placing the first arrivals almost immediately after the ice retreated enough to make the land accessible. Think about what this means. These weren't people wandering into a landscape that previous generations had taught them how to navigate. They were pioneers moving into territory that no human had ever inhabited, learning through trial and error, and likely some tragic failures, how to survive in one of Earth's most challenging environments. They had to figure out which plants were edible, which animals could be hunted efficiently, how to stay warm when temperatures dropped to deadly levels, and how to navigate in conditions where darkness lasted for months. The archaeological evidence from these early periods is sparse, partly because organic materials don't preserve well even in cold climates, and partly because these people moved frequently. leaving behind minimal traces. What we do find are stone tools, the remains of temporary shelters, and occasionally the bones of animals they hunted and consumed. These fragments tell a story of people who were highly mobile, following resources seasonally, and gradually developing specialized knowledge about their environment. There's something almost meditative about imagining these early inhabitants of Sápmi learning to read a landscape that offered few obvious clues to outsiders. They would have discovered which direction reindeer herds moved with the seasons, which rivers had the best fishing, and which valleys offered shelter from the worst storms. Each generation added to this accumulated knowledge, creating what we might call a database of survival information, except it was stored entirely in human memory and passed down through observation and instruction. By around 8,000 years ago, the people living in Sápmi had developed distinctive cultural practices that mark them as the ancestors of the modern Sámi. They created a particular style of stone tools and weapons. They established patterns of seasonal movement that would continue for millennia, and they began developing the spiritual and cultural practices that would define Sámi identity. One fascinating aspect of this early period is that these people were not isolated from other human groups. Archaeological evidence shows connections and trade relationships with peoples living further south and east. They were exchanging goods, ideas, and probably intermarrying with neighbouring groups, yet they maintained distinct cultural practices shaped by their unique environment. The climate during these millennia wasn't stable. It fluctuated, sometimes warming enough that forests expanded significantly northward, sometimes cooling and forcing those forests back south. The people of Sápmi adapted to these changes, adjusting their subsistence strategies and movement patterns as needed. This flexibility, this ability to respond to changing conditions while maintaining cultural continuity, would become one of the defining characteristics of Sámi culture. As you doze off tonight, imagine what it would have taken to be among those first humans pushing north into lands still emerging from ice. The courage required, yes, but also the curiosity, the willingness to learn, and the capacity to observe carefully and remember precisely. These weren't reckless adventurers, but careful students of their environment, and their success laid the foundation for a culture that would persist longer than most civilizations we consider ancient. Now we come to one of those historical mysteries that's as much about what people wanted to believe as what actually happened. For a long time, and by long time we mean well into the 20th century, European scholars looked at the Sámi people and decided they must have come from somewhere else. Specifically, many claim they came from Asia, perhaps from Mongolia, migrating westward and northward until they reached Europe's Arctic regions. This theory became surprisingly popular despite having almost no evidence supporting it. You might wonder why educated people would cling to such an idea, and the answer tells us more about European attitudes than about Sámi history. Essentially, many Europeans in the 18th and 19th centuries had a hard time accepting that these northern people had been in Europe just as long as anyone else. The Sámi looked different enough from southern Europeans, had different cultural practices, and spoke languages that didn't sound like familiar European tongues, so surely they must be foreign arrivals. The Mongolian origin theory was based largely on superficial observations. Some scholars thought certain Sámi physical features resembled Asian populations. Others noted that Sámi languages belonged to the Uralic language family, which seemed exotic and Eastern to people whose linguistic knowledge didn't extend much beyond Indo-European languages. A few even pointed to reindeer herding as evidence of Asian origin, since reindeer are also found in Siberia. Here's the thing though, and this is where you should take a moment to appreciate how science gradually corrects misunderstandings. All of this was essentially wrong. Modern genetic studies, improved archaeological techniques, and better linguistic analysis have thoroughly demolished the migration from Mongolia theory. The actual story is both more complicated and more interesting. Genetic research shows that the Sámi people have been in northern Europe for thousands of years and are closely related to other European populations, though with some unique genetic markers that reflect their long adaptation to Arctic conditions. They didn't arrive from Mongolia any more than Norwegians arrived from China. They're as genuinely European as anyone else on the continent, just adapted to a different environment within Europe. But here's where things get genuinely fascinating in ways that might keep you pleasantly pondering as you drift towards sleep. While the Sámi aren't from Mongolia, their deep ancestry does show connections to populations that spread across northern Eurasia during the end of the Ice Age. Think of it like this. When the glaciers retreated, people didn't just move north from southern Europe. They also moved from various directions, including from eastern areas, gradually spreading across the newly accessible northern lands. So the Sámi people, like most populations, have a complex ancestry that includes contributions from multiple groups that mixed and merged over thousands of years. Some of their ancestors probably did come from eastern regions, but this happened so long ago, we're talking about the period right after the Ice Age, that it's meaningless to call them Asian in any modern sense. By the time anything resembling modern ethnic identities existed, the Sámi had been in Sápmi for millennia, developing their distinctive culture in response to their specific environment. The Uralic language family that includes Sámi languages is indeed also spoken by groups in Russia, and even as far as Hungary, which has led to speculation about ancient migrations. But languages can spread through cultural contact, trade, and intermarriage without requiring massive population movements. The linguistic connections between Finnish, Sámi, Hungarian, and various Siberian languages reflect ancient relationships between peoples across a vast northern zone, but they don't mean these groups are all recent migrants from some single homeland. What likely happened, and this is where modern scholarship has reached a rough consensus, is that after the Ice Age, people spread across northern Europe from multiple directions, mixing and developing distinct regional cultures. The groups that ended up in Sápmi adapted to Arctic conditions, developing reindeer herding, specialised hunting techniques, and all the other practices we associate with Sámi culture. Their languages evolved within the Uralic family but developed unique features. Their genetic makeup reflects this complex history of mixing and adaptation. The persistence of the Mongolian myth tells us something important about how historical narratives work. Once an idea becomes established, even a wrong idea, it takes considerable effort to dislodge it. People wrote textbooks, created museum exhibits, and taught generations of students about Sámi origins in ways that reflected European biases rather than evidence. It wasn't until genetic science became sophisticated enough to trace actual ancestry that these myths could be definitively challenged. There's a lesson here about being skeptical of tidy origin stories. Real history is messy, complicated, and full of mixing and blending that resists simple narratives about distinct peoples with pure origins. The Sámi aren't pure descendants of anyone. They're the result of thousands of years of human adaptation to a specific environment, during which various groups contributed to their genetic and cultural heritage. Modern Sámi people have had to deal with the legacy of these false theories, which were often used to justify treating them as somehow foreign to Europe, despite their presence in Sápmi for thousands of years. Reclaiming their actual history has been an important part of asserting their rights and identity in contemporary Nordic countries. As you settle deeper into your pillow, consider how long humans have been telling stories about where they came from, and how those stories often reveal more about present concerns than past realities. The Sámi people's true origins are less dramatic than migration myths, but more impressive. They're simply people who learned to thrive in one of the Earth's most challenging environments, and maintained their distinct culture through millennia of change. Languages are like rivers. They flow, branch, merge, and carry sediment from everything they touch along their journey. The Sámi languages, and yes, that's plural, because there are actually several related languages rather than a single Sámi tongue, offer a perfect example of how humans create intricate systems of meaning that reflect both their environment and their history. First, let's clear up that Uralic language family business, since we mentioned it earlier, and it probably sounds exotic and mysterious if you're not familiar with linguistic classifications. The Uralic languages include Finnish, Estonian, Hungarian, and several languages spoken by smaller groups across northern Russia, along with the Sámi languages. If you speak English, French, Spanish, or most other European languages, These will sound completely foreign to you because they're not part of the Indo-European family that dominates most of Europe. Uralic languages work differently in ways that might hurt your brain if you think about them too hard before sleep, so we'll keep this gentle. They use extensive case systems, meaning they change word endings to show grammatical relationships, rather than relying on word order like English does. They create compound words in ways that seem almost architectural, building complex concepts by stacking smaller pieces together. They have features that linguists find fascinating, but that don't really have equivalents in more familiar languages. The Sámi languages specifically are divided into several distinct forms. Northern Sámi is the largest, spoken by probably around 20,000 people across Norway, Sweden and Finland. Then you have Southern Sámi, Lula Sámi, Inari Sámi, Skolt Sámi, and several others that are much smaller, with some having only a few hundred speakers remaining. These aren't just dialects, they're distinct enough that speakers of one Sámi language can't necessarily understand speakers of another, like Spanish and Italian being related but not mutually intelligible. What makes Sámi languages particularly interesting is how precisely they've evolved to describe their environment. You know how English speakers like to claim that Inuit languages have dozens of words for snow? That claim is exaggerated and based on linguistic misunderstandings. But the underlying intuition isn't wrong. Languages do develop rich vocabularies for things that matter to their speakers. Sámi languages genuinely do have remarkably detailed terminology for natural phenomena that speakers need to distinguish. For instance, there are specific words for different types of snow based on how it falls, how old it is, what's underneath it, and how it affects travel. There are words for different stages of ice formation on lakes and rivers, crucial knowledge when your survival might depend on accurately judging whether ice is safe to cross. There are terms for describing landscape features in ways that combine geography, weather patterns, and seasonal changes into single concepts. Reindeer terminology is particularly elaborate. There are words for reindeer of different ages, different sexes, different coat colours and patterns, different behavioural characteristics, and different roles within the herd. A language where a single word can communicate. A 3-year-old female reindeer with a particular pattern of white markings who leads the herd during autumn migration might seem impossibly specific to outsiders, but it represents exactly the kind of precision you need when your entire livelihood depends on understanding individual animals within herds of hundreds or thousands. The verb systems in Sámi languages also reflect this environmental specificity. There are different verbs for types of movement across different terrains and conditions, travelling across fresh snow versus hard-packed snow, moving through forest versus across open tundra, and journeying in different seasons. This isn't just vocabulary richness, it's an entire way of thinking about and categorising experience that's fundamentally shaped by Arctic life. Sámi languages have traditionally been oral rather than written, which influenced how they work. Without written records, languages tend to develop features that make them easier to remember and transmit accurately. This often means more regular patterns, more systematic ways of forming new words, and more internal structure that helps speakers keep track of complex information without external aids. The introduction of written forms for Sámi languages is relatively recent, and has been complicated by the fact that multiple Sámi languages exist across 4 different countries, each with its own national language and writing system. Standardizing spelling and grammar for languages that previously existed only in spoken form is a delicate process that involves many linguistic and political decisions about whose dialect becomes the standard, which sounds get represented by which letters, and how to handle variations between regions. One fascinating aspect of Sámi linguistic culture is the joik. We'll come back to this later because it deserves its own attention. But it's worth noting here that Sámi languages have specialised vocabulary and grammatical structures specifically for this unique form of musical expression. The way you describe and discuss jokes in Sámi is itself a specialised linguistic domain, showing how language and culture are inseparable. Modern Sámi languages face challenges that many minority languages deal with. Most Sámi people today also speak the national language of their country, Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, or Russian. and many young people grow up speaking those majority languages more fluently than a Sámi. Education systems, mass media, and economic pressures all push toward dominant languages, making it increasingly difficult to maintain active use of Sámi languages. However, there's been a remarkable revitalization effort over the past few decades. Sámi language schools, media programming, literature, and even apps and digital resources have been developed to help preserve and promote these languages. Some children who didn't learn Sámi from their parents are now learning it in school, and there's growing recognition in Nordic countries that Sámi languages are valuable cultural treasures worth protecting. As you begin to drowse, imagine what it would be like to think in a language so precisely adapted to a specific landscape that the language itself embodies thousands of years of accumulated environmental knowledge. Every language shapes how its speakers perceive and categorize reality, but Sámi languages do this in ways that are particularly visible, because their vocabularies and structures so clearly reflect their origins in Arctic survival and reindeer herding culture. If you really want to understand Sámi culture, you need to understand reindeer, and not in the vague, romantic way that holiday decorations present them, but as real animals with specific behaviours, needs, and relationships to the landscape they inhabit. Reindeer, or caribou as they're called in North America, are the only deer species where both males and females grow antlers, which should immediately tell you these aren't just decorative elements of the northern landscape, but animals that have evolved elaborate social structures. Reindeer herding isn't farming in any sense that agricultural people would recognise. You're not confining animals to pastures, feeding them crops, or breeding them for specific traits. Instead, traditional Sámi reindeer herding involved following semi-wild herds as they moved across the landscape in seasonal patterns, protecting them from predators, occasionally hunting individuals for food and materials, and gradually developing a relationship with the animals that was somewhere between wildlife management and animal husbandry. Imagine spending your entire life moving with the rhythms of these herds. In winter, reindeer dig through snow to reach the lichens they eat, preferring different types of terrain depending on snow depth and lichen abundance. As spring approaches, they begin migrating toward traditional calving grounds, usually in areas that offer both grazing and protection from predators. Summer sees them move into higher elevations or more northern latitudes to escape insects. Mosquitoes and warbleflies that torment reindeer can drive entire herds into frenzied attempts to find relief. Autumn brings mating season, when males compete dramatically for females, clashing their elaborate antlers in contests that look choreographed but are deadly serious to the participants. Then, as temperatures drop and snow begins accumulating, the cycle continues with migration back to winter pastures. The entire year is structured around these movements, and for thousands of years the Sámi people structured their lives around the same patterns. This isn't passive following of animals. Traditional Sámi herders developed sophisticated knowledge systems about predicting herd movements, understanding reindeer behaviour, and managing their relationship with the animals. They knew which individuals in a herd were leaders that others would follow, how to separate out animals for various purposes without causing panic, and how to guide herds toward better grazing while making it seem like the reindeer's own idea. The materials provided by reindeer made this lifestyle possible. Reindeer meat is lean and nutritious, well adapted to cold climates. The hides, when properly prepared, create clothing and shelter materials that provide insulation superior to almost anything else available in Arctic environments. Sinews become thread for sewing, bones and antlers become tools, needles, and eventually decorative items. Even the milk, though reindeer are difficult to milk, is rich and nutritious. Sámi people developed clothing technologies that seem almost impossibly well adapted to their environment. The traditional gakti, a tunic-like garment with specific designs indicating the wearer's region and family, when made from reindeer hide and worn with other hide garments, provides protection from cold that synthetic materials still struggle to match. The secret is partly the material itself. Reindeer hair is hollow, providing exceptional insulation, and partly the knowledge of how to work it correctly. Living with reindeer herds meant living in temporary structures that could be moved as needed. The traditional lavu, somewhat similar to a teepee, could be erected quickly, and provided surprisingly effective shelter given its simple design. Later, Sámi people adopted other portable dwelling types, but the principle remained the same. Your home needed to be mobile because you were always following the herds. Not all Sámi people were reindeer herders, though this is often how they're portrayed. Coastal Sámi groups relied heavily on fishing and seal hunting, developing entirely different skill sets and cultural practices adapted to maritime environments. Forest Sámi hunted wild reindeer and other game, trapped fur-bearing animals, and gathered resources from the boreal forests. These different lifestyles shared certain cultural elements, but were distinct enough that speaking of the Sámi way of life as a single thing is misleading. However, reindeer herding became culturally significant beyond the communities that actually practiced it, partly because it was so visually distinctive, and partly because it represented a form of livelihood that required specific territorial knowledge and rights. As Nordic states expanded northward and began imposing their authority on Sápmi, reindeer herding became entangled with questions of land use, indigenous rights, and cultural identity in ways that continue to this day. Traditional herding required intimate knowledge of vast territories. Herders needed to know not just where reindeer would be at different times, but also where predators hunted, where weather patterns created dangerous conditions, where mushrooms and berries grew for human foraging, and how all these factors varied from year to year. This knowledge couldn't be gained from books or maps. It required years of direct experience and accumulated wisdom passed down through generations. The social organisation around herding was complex. Families and larger kin groups collaborated in managing herds, with intricate systems for determining ownership of individual animals within collectively managed herds. Reindeer earmarks, specific patterns of cuts and notches, functioned like brands or tags, allowing herders to identify which animals belonged to which families even within mixed herds of thousands. Decision-making about when to move, where to graze, and how to manage herds involved consultation and collective agreement. This wasn't a hierarchical system with single leaders issuing commands, but rather a consensus-based approach, where experienced herders would share observations and discuss options until general agreement emerged. It was a form of governance well adapted to mobile communities where cooperation was essential for survival. As sleep creeps closer, picture yourself moving across endless tundra in summer, following a herd of reindeer whose ancestors have made this same journey for thousands of years. You recognise individual animals by their markings and personalities. You know which valleys will have the best grazing, which streams are easiest to cross, and where to find shelter if storms develop. Your entire existence is synchronised with the natural world in ways that modern life has made almost unimaginable for most of us. Sámi spiritual traditions developed in a world where the boundaries between human and non-human, between physical and spiritual, were much more permeable than most modern people experience. This wasn't primitive superstition, as earlier European observers often characterised it, but rather a sophisticated system for understanding and relating to a complex environment that demanded constant attention and respect. At the centre of traditional Sámi spirituality was the Noidi, often translated as shaman, though that term comes from Siberian cultures and doesn't perfectly capture the Sámi concept. The Noidi served as intermediary between human communities and the various spirits that inhabited the landscape, animals, weather, and other natural phenomena. This role combined elements of what we might separately think of as priest, doctor, counsellor, and weather forecaster. The Noidi's primary tool was a special drum, elaborately decorated with symbols representing various spirits, animals, landmarks, and concepts. These drums weren't just musical instruments, but maps of spiritual geography, mnemonic devices encoding vast amounts of cultural and practical knowledge. When a Noidi performed ceremonies, they would beat the drum in specific rhythms while a small brass indicator moved across its surface, supposedly guided by spiritual forces to provide answers or guidance. Now, before you write this off as simple fortune-telling, consider what was actually happening. The Noidi was someone who had spent years learning about weather patterns, animal behaviour, seasonal changes and human psychology. The drum ceremony provided a framework for accessing this knowledge in ways that felt spiritually meaningful to the community. Whether you believe in literal spirits, or see this as an elaborate system for organising and accessing practical knowledge, it clearly worked as a decision-making tool for people facing real challenges. Semi-spiritual traditions recognise numerous categories of spirits and sacred beings. Natural features, particular mountains, lakes, rock formations or trees, were understood to have spiritual significance and required respectful treatment. Animals, especially bears and reindeer, were believed to have their own spiritual dimensions that humans needed to acknowledge. Even the Northern Lights, those spectacular displays that paint Arctic skies, were understood to have spiritual significance, though interpretations varied between regions. The relationship with these spiritual entities wasn't about worship in the way many organised religions understand it. Instead, it was more about maintaining proper relationships, offering respect, following certain protocols, and avoiding offence. If you needed to hunt in a particular area, you might leave an offering or perform a small ceremony, acknowledging the spirits of that place. If you had a successful hunt, you might perform rituals showing respect for the animals you'd killed and appreciation for their sacrifice. Bear ceremonies were particularly elaborate. Bears were seen as especially powerful and sacred beings, and killing one required extensive rituals before, during and after the hunt. The bear's spirit needed to be honoured and appeased so it wouldn't take offence and cause problems for the hunters. These ceremonies involved specific songs, offerings, and ways of handling the bear's remains. To outsiders this might seem superstitious, but it functioned as a conservation ethic, ensuring bears weren't killed casually, and that hunting them remained special and relatively rare. This brings us to joik, one of the most distinctive and beautiful aspects of Sámi culture. Joik isn't exactly singing in the way most Western music uses that term. It's more like a vocalised essence of a person, place, or thing, a musical encapsulation of its spiritual and emotional qualities. You don't joke about something, you joke about the thing itself. A joik of a particular mountain doesn't describe the mountain, but attempts to capture its essential nature in sound. Traditional jokes often use sounds that don't form words or mix vocables with occasional words in ways that prioritise sound and feeling over literal meaning. The melodic patterns can seem strange to ears accustomed to Western musical structures. They don't follow familiar chord progressions or rhythmic patterns, but instead create their own logic based on emotional and spiritual expression. Each person might have their own joke, created by someone who knows them well and attempts to capture their essence. These personal jokes weren't composed in the usual sense, but discovered. The joker would spend time with the person, observing and sensing their nature, until the appropriate joke emerged. You might also have joiks for particular reindeer, for significant places, for important events, or for abstract concepts like loneliness or joy. Joking was integral to spiritual practices, to storytelling, to personal expression, and to maintaining cultural memory. Certain jokes might be hundreds of years old, passed down through generations, carrying with them accumulated associations and meanings. Others might be created spontaneously in moments of strong emotion or spiritual experience. When Christian missionaries arrived in Sápmi, and we'll come to that difficult history, they specifically targeted drums and joiking as pagan practices that needed to be eliminated. Drums were confiscated and burned, Noedes were persecuted, and joiking was forbidden. This wasn't just religious conversion but cultural suppression, an attempt to eliminate spiritual practices that were inseparable from Sápmi identity and knowledge systems. Many drums were destroyed, though a few survive in museums today, mostly in Copenhagen and Stockholm, where they were taken as curiosities by collectors. These surviving drums are sacred objects to the Sámi people, and there have been ongoing efforts to have them returned to Sápmi. Looking at their intricate designs, you see encoded knowledge about cosmology, geography, seasons, and spiritual concepts. Entire libraries of information compressed into decorated reindeer hide. Traditional Sámi spirituality also involves sacred sites, particular mountains, caves, springs, or stones, where ceremonies were performed and offerings left. These sites often had natural features that made them feel numinous, unusual rock formations, echoes that seemed like voices, and springs with peculiar colours or temperatures. Archaeological excavations at these sites reveal layers of offerings spanning centuries, carefully arranged antlers, small figurines carved from wood or bone, and other items left by people seeking spiritual connection. As you drift towards sleep, imagine standing beneath the northern lights. Those ethereal curtains of green and sometimes red or purple light that ripple across the Arctic sky. To Sámi people, these weren't just atmospheric phenomena, but potentially dangerous spirits or energies that required respect. Children were warned not to wave, whistle, or make noise when the lights appeared, lest they attract unwanted attention. This caution wasn't irrational fear, but recognition that the world contains forces beyond human control, a wisdom that modern society sometimes forgets. For thousands of years, Sámi people lived in Sápmi without much interference from the kingdoms and nations that were forming further south. The Northern Territories were simply too remote, too harsh, and too difficult to control for southern rulers to bother with. But this isolation couldn't last forever, and when it ended, the consequences would reshape Sámi life in fundamental ways. The expansion of Scandinavian kingdoms northward was gradual, starting around the medieval period and accelerating over subsequent centuries. Initially, this expansion was more about extracting resources, furs, fish, and eventually minerals, than about direct governance. Southern traders would travel north, exchange goods with Sámi communities, and return with valuable products for European markets. These early contacts weren't necessarily hostile. Trade could be mutually beneficial, with Sápmi people gaining access to metal tools, grain and other goods not readily available in Arctic regions, while southern traders acquired furs and other northern products commanding high prices elsewhere. Some Sámi individuals became wealthy through participation in these trading networks, and certain families established positions as intermediaries between their communities and southern traders. However, as Scandinavian kingdoms grew more organised and powerful, they began asserting sovereignty over territories they had previously only visited for trade. This assertion of control created immediate problems because it conflicted with Sápmi concepts of land use and territoriality. Sámi people didn't own land in the way European legal systems understood ownership. Instead, they had traditional use rights to specific territories based on generations of custom, family relationships, and mutual agreements between communities. When Swedish, Norwegian, Danish, and eventually Russian authorities began claiming these territories and drawing borders, they were imposing alien concepts onto a landscape that had been organised completely differently. Reindeer migration routes suddenly crossed national boundaries that meant nothing to the reindeer, but everything to authorities collecting taxes and enforcing regulations. Traditional fishing and hunting territories were declared crown lands, requiring permissions and fees that Sámi people had never previously needed. Taxation was particularly problematic. Sámi people found themselves paying taxes to multiple kingdoms simultaneously. Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish-Norwegian authorities each claimed jurisdiction over parts of Sápmi, and Sámi people following reindeer herds might cross these borders multiple times in a year. The kingdoms generally tolerated this because Sámi taxes provided revenue, without requiring much administrative infrastructure, but it created hardships for people who suddenly owed obligations to multiple foreign powers. Christian missionaries arrived alongside, or sometimes ahead of, political expansion. The spread of Christianity into Sápmi was a complex process that varied by region and period, but it universally involved pressure to abandon traditional spiritual practices. The persecution of Noaidis, the destruction of drums, and the prohibition of joiking were all part of efforts to replace Sámi spirituality with Christianity. Some Sápmi people converted readily, perhaps recognizing political advantages or finding elements of Christianity appealing. Others maintained traditional practices in secret, or created syncretic beliefs that blended Christian and traditional elements. Many communities probably did both, outwardly conforming to Christian expectations while maintaining traditional practices privately. This created a divided spiritual landscape that still affects Sámi communities today. The establishment of churches in Sápmi brought other changes. Sámi people were required to attend services, which meant building permanent church towns where previously mobile populations would gather at certain times. These church towns became hubs for administration, trade and social interaction, gradually creating more settled patterns of life that conflicted with traditional mobility. Schools followed churches, and while education could provide benefits, Sámi children often found themselves in institutions designed to eliminate their language and culture. Children were forbidden to speak Sámi languages, punished for maintaining traditional practices, and taught that their heritage was inferior to dominant Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish or Russian culture. This pattern of forced assimilation through education continued well into the 20th century in all 4 countries. The discovery of valuable resources in Sápmi intensified outside interest and interference. Mining operations in northern Sweden and Norway, timber harvesting in Finland, and various resource extraction projects all encroached on traditional Sámi territories. These operations brought non-Sámi workers, created permanent settlements, and disrupted ecosystems that Sámi livelihoods depended on. Reindeer herding faced particular challenges from resource extraction and land use changes. Mining operations, dams for hydroelectric power, roads, and eventual tourist developments all fragmented traditional migration routes and grazing lands. Reindeer herders found themselves in increasing conflict with landowners, governments, and corporations who had different ideas about appropriate land use. Legal frameworks gradually emerged to regulate Sápmi rights, but these frameworks typically reflected Southern assumptions about property, economy and governance rather than traditional Sámi concepts. In some regions, rights to herd reindeer became contingent on proving historical family connections to herding, which created hierarchies within Sámi communities and excluded some people from traditional livelihoods. The expansion of nation-states also meant that Sámi people were increasingly identified by national citizenship. Norwegian Sámi, Swedish Sámi, Finnish Sámi, Russian Sámi, rather than as a unified people. These national identities affected language use, legal rights and cultural practices, creating divisions within what had previously been a more culturally unified region. Despite these pressures, Sámi communities demonstrated remarkable resilience. They adapted to new economic realities while maintaining core cultural practices, developed new strategies for preserving language and traditions, and eventually began organising politically to assert their rights and interests. This resistance wasn't always loud or dramatic. More often it involved the quiet persistence of speaking Sámi languages at home, teaching children traditional skills, and maintaining spiritual practices despite external pressure. As you grow drowsy, imagine what it must have been like to watch your way of life gradually hemmed in by borders, regulations and demands from distant capitals. To have strangers arrive and declare they now owned the land your family had used for generations, to see your spiritual practices condemned as devil worship, to watch your children return from school unable or unwilling to speak the language you raised them with. The survival of Sámi culture through this period represents extraordinary determination and adaptability. The 20th century brought both the greatest threats to Sámi culture and the beginning of organised efforts to preserve and revitalise it. This paradox, that the period of most intense pressure toward assimilation also saw the birth of modern Sámi political and cultural movements, tells us something important about how cultures respond to existential challenges. In the early decades of the 1900s, assimilation policies intensified across all 4 countries containing Sápmi. The logic, if it can be called that, was that indigenous populations would be better off abandoning their traditional cultures and fully integrating into dominant societies. This wasn't presented as cultural destruction, but as modernization and improvement, making it particularly insidious because it came wrapped in the language of progress and benevolence. Norwegian authorities were particularly aggressive in their assimilation efforts. Sámi children were sent to boarding schools designed explicitly to eliminate their language and culture. Teachers punished students for speaking Sámi, and curricula presented Norwegian culture as superior and Sámi traditions as backwards. Similar policies operated in Sweden, Finland and Soviet Russia, each with their own variations but sharing the fundamental goal of cultural elimination. Land rights conflicts escalated as Nordic countries developed their northern territories. The Alterdam controversy in Norway, beginning in the 1970s and continuing into the 1980s, became a watershed moment for Sámi political activism. The Norwegian government planned to dam the Alta River for hydroelectric power, which would flood traditional Sámi territories and disrupt reindeer herding. Sámi activists and their allies staged dramatic protests, including hunger strikes and civil disobedience, bringing international attention to Sámi issues. Though the dam was ultimately built, the controversy galvanised Sámi political consciousness and demonstrated that governments could no longer make decisions about Sámi without facing organised Sámi resistance. It also led to institutional changes, including the establishment of the Sámi Parliament in Norway in 1989, followed by similar institutions in Sweden and Finland. These Sámi parliaments aren't sovereign governing bodies but rather consultative assemblies with limited authority over certain cultural and language matters. They represent a compromise between Sámi demands for self-determination and Nordic states' unwillingness to cede substantial sovereignty. Their effectiveness is debated within Sámi communities. Some see them as important steps towards self-governance, others as inadequate tokens that provide the appearance of indigenous rights without real power. The late 20th century saw remarkable efforts to revitalise Sámi languages, particularly among younger generations. Sámi language schools, media programmes, books, and eventually digital resources were created. Young people who had grown up speaking only Norwegian, Swedish, or Finnish began learning their ancestral languages, sometimes becoming fluent enough to raise their own children as Sámi speakers. This language revitalisation wasn't just about preservation, but about reclaiming identity. Language carries culture in ways that translations can never fully capture. When people learn Sámi languages, they access ways of thinking about landscape, animals, seasons, and relationships that are encoded in the language's structure and vocabulary. Revitalizing language means revitalizing worldviews. Joking experienced a cultural renaissance after centuries of suppression. Musicians like Mary Boyne and Nils Aslak Valkeapää began incorporating traditional joik elements into contemporary music, creating fusion styles that honoured tradition while exploring new possibilities. This brought joiking to international audiences and demonstrated its artistic vitality beyond its traditional contexts. Modern Sámi artists, writers, filmmakers and musicians have created a vibrant contemporary culture that maintains connections to traditional practices while engaging with global artistic movements. Sámi literature in multiple languages has developed into a sophisticated body of work addressing everything from historical trauma to contemporary identity to science fiction. Sámi visual artists have gained international recognition while maintaining distinctively Sámi aesthetic sensibilities. The rise of digital technology and social media has created new opportunities for Sámi cultural expression and political organising. Sámi people across national borders can now connect, share resources, and coordinate advocacy in ways that would have been impossible in earlier eras. Young people can access Sámi language content online, participate in virtual communities, and encounter positive representations of Sámi identity that counteract negative stereotypes. However, significant challenges remain. Sámi languages are still endangered, with some varieties having very few fluent speakers left. Traditional livelihoods like reindeer herding face ongoing pressures from climate change, land use conflicts, and economic changes. Racism and discrimination continue, though they're now more subtle than in earlier periods. Many Sámi people, particularly those living in urban areas or with mixed heritage, struggle with questions of identity and belonging. Climate change poses particularly serious threats to traditional Sámi livelihoods and culture. Warming temperatures are altering snow patterns, ice formation, and vegetation in ways that affect reindeer herding. traditional ecological knowledge developed over thousands of years may become less reliable as the climate system shifts into new states. This isn't just an economic problem, but a cultural crisis, as traditional practices become harder to maintain. As sleep approaches, consider the resilience required to maintain cultural identity through a century of intense pressure toward assimilation. Sámi people didn't just passively receive whatever policies governments imposed. They resisted, adapted, and eventually organised effective political movements demanding recognition and rights. The survival of Sámi culture represents countless individual and collective decisions to maintain traditions, speak languages, teach children, and refuse to disappear. Today, somewhere between 80,000 and 100,000 people identify as Sámi, though exact numbers are difficult to determine because some countries don't officially track indigenous identity and because definitions of Sámi identity vary. This population is distributed across Norway, probably 40,000, 60,000, Sweden 15,000, 20,000, Finland 8,000, 10,000, and Russia 2,000, with these numbers representing rough estimates rather than precise counts. Modern Sámi people live in cities and rural areas, work in every imaginable profession, and participate fully in contemporary Nordic societies, while maintaining distinct cultural identities. The stereotypical image of Sámi people as reindeer herders in traditional dress is as misleading today as it would be to imagine all Irish people as rural farmers. Sámi doctors, teachers, artists, politicians, engineers, and professionals of every kind navigate between traditional culture and modern life in ways that are complex and individual. Only a minority of Sámi people, perhaps 10%, are actually involved in reindeer herding today, though this practice retains enormous cultural significance beyond its economic importance. Reindeer herding has become not just a livelihood, but a statement of cultural continuity, a living connection to traditions stretching back thousands of years. Even Sámi people who don't herd reindeer often maintain emotional and cultural connections to the practice. The gakti, traditional Sámi clothing, has become an important symbol of cultural identity and pride. While most Sámi people wear ordinary contemporary clothing in daily life, many own gakti for special occasions, weddings, confirmations, Sámi National Day celebrations, and cultural events. The specific design of someone's gakti indicates their family and regional origins, making these garments both beautiful and informative. Creating a gakti is a significant cultural practice involving specialised knowledge about traditional designs, construction techniques, and appropriate materials. Experience makers are respected culture bearers who teach younger generations not just sewing skills but entire complexes of cultural knowledge. When you see someone wearing a gakti, you're seeing the result of hundreds of hours of skilled work and the continuation of aesthetic traditions developed over centuries. Sámi National Day, celebrated on February 6th, commemorates the first Sámi Congress in 1917 and has become an important occasion for cultural celebration and political statement. On this day, Sámi people across Sápmi gather for ceremonies, performances, political speeches, and community events. Schools in Sámi areas teach about Sámi history and culture, and the Sámi flag, with its distinctive circle representing the sun and moon against red, blue, green and yellow, flies prominently. Education about Sámi history and culture has improved significantly in recent decades, though gaps remain. Nordic countries have begun acknowledging historical injustices, including forced assimilation policies and cultural suppression. Some schools now teach Sámi languages and history as part of regular curricula, and university programs in Sámi studies have been established. However, many challenges persist. The right to learn Sámi languages in school is often more theoretical than practical. In many areas, there aren't enough teachers or resources to provide adequate Sámi language education. Schools outside Sápmi often teach minimal or inaccurate information about Sámi people, perpetuating stereotypes and ignorance. Many non-Sámi citizens of Nordic countries remain largely unaware of Sámi culture and history despite sharing territory, land rights continue to be contentious issues. In Norway, a landmark 2005 court decision, the Svartskogen case, affirmed that Sámi communities could have property rights based on traditional use even without formal title, representing an important legal recognition of indigenous rights. However, disputes continue over mining, wind farms, and other development projects that affect traditional territories. The extractive industries that have long been sources of conflict are now joined by seemingly progressive environmental initiatives. Wind farms intended to reduce carbon emissions are being built on traditional reindeer grazing lands, creating new conflicts between climate action and indigenous rights. Solar panels and other renewable energy infrastructure also create environmental impacts that affect HMI livelihoods. These conflicts illustrate how even well-intentioned environmental policies can harm indigenous peoples when implemented without adequate consultation. Climate change affects SAHP in ways that combine local impacts with global implications. Warming temperatures are altering ecosystems, making traditional ecological knowledge less reliable. Snow patterns are changing, affecting reindeer grazing and traditional winter travel. Thawing permafrost is destabilizing landscapes and releasing greenhouse gases that accelerate warming. These changes threaten not just Sámi livelihoods, but entire ways of relating to and understanding the environment. Yet Sámi communities are contributing to climate science and environmental management through their traditional ecological knowledge. Scientists are increasingly recognizing that indigenous knowledge systems contain valuable information about long-term environmental patterns, species behavior, and ecosystem dynamics. Collaboration between scientific and traditional knowledge is producing insights neither could generate alone. Sámi cultural production continues to evolve. Contemporary Sámi music ranges from traditional joiking to electronic music to heavy metal, all sometimes incorporating Sámi language and themes. Films like The Pathfinder and Sámi Blood have brought Sámi stories to international audiences while reflecting Sámi perspectives on history and identity. Visual artists are creating work that engages with traditional aesthetics while exploring contemporary issues. The internet has enabled new forms of cultural expression and community building. Social media platforms host active Sámi language communities where people practice language skills, share cultural content, and discuss contemporary issues. YouTube hosts joik performances, language lessons, and cultural education. Apps teach Sámi languages to new generations. Digital technology, often seen as threatening to traditional cultures, has become a tool for cultural preservation and innovation. As you sink deeper into your pillow, imagine what it means to navigate between traditional and modern, between indigenous identity and national citizenship, and between ancestral lands and contemporary realities. Modern Sámi people live in this space of negotiation, maintaining connections to traditions while fully participating in 21st century life, creating something that is neither purely traditional nor simply modern, but uniquely their own. As our journey through Sámi history draws to a close, it's worth reflecting on what this story offers to those of us outside Sápmi. The Sámi people's experience contains lessons about resilience, adaptation, cultural survival, and the complex relationships between humans and environments. The most fundamental lesson might be about time, specifically about taking the long view. Sámi culture has persisted for thousands of years not through rigid adherence to unchanging traditions, but through flexible adaptation while maintaining core values and practices. This combination of continuity and change offers a model for cultural survival that other indigenous peoples and minority cultures can learn from. Sámi traditional ecological knowledge represents accumulated wisdom from thousands of years of careful observation and experimentation. This isn't romantic or mystical, it's empirical knowledge gained through generations of people whose survival depended on accurately understanding their environment. Modern environmental science is rediscovering what indigenous peoples have long known, that sustainable relationships with landscapes require deep, long-term knowledge that cannot be replaced by short-term technical assessments. The Sámi experience also illustrates how cultural destruction often comes wrapped in the language of improvement and progress. assimilation policies were justified as helping Sámi people by integrating them into modern societies, eliminating backward practices, and providing opportunities for advancement. This rhetoric of benevolent modernization has accompanied cultural destruction worldwide, making it particularly insidious because perpetrators can convince themselves they're helping. Recognizing this pattern helps us identify similar dynamics in contemporary contexts. When development projects promise to improve indigenous people's lives while requiring them to abandon traditional practices, when education systems present dominant cultures as inherently superior, when economic systems make traditional livelihoods increasingly difficult, these are continuations of patterns that nearly destroyed Sámi culture. The revitalization of Sámi languages and cultural practices demonstrates that cultural loss isn't always permanent. Even after generations of suppression, when languages seem nearly extinct and traditional practices have been largely abandoned, recovery is possible if communities commit resources and effort to revitalization. This offers hope for other endangered cultures, while also highlighting how much work such recovery requires. Sámi's political organising shows the importance of indigenous peoples having platforms to assert their own interests, rather than depending on majority populations' goodwill. The establishment of Sámi parliaments, while imperfect, created institutional recognition of Sámi people as distinct political entities with rights to consultation about matters affecting them. This represents progress from earlier eras, when governments simply imposed decisions without indigenous input. However, the limitations of these institutions also illustrate ongoing challenges. Consultative bodies without real power can become tokens that give the appearance of indigenous rights, without substantive self-determination. True decolonization requires not just acknowledgement, but meaningful transfer of decision-making authority over territories, resources, and cultural matters. The Sámi story reminds us that maps with clean borders represent political aspirations more than cultural realities. SHP doesn't respect national boundaries because it predates them by thousands of years. The idea that this landscape should be divided into Norwegian, Swedish, Finnish, and Russian territories makes sense only from state-centered perspectives that ignore deeper cultural and ecological relationships with land. This has implications beyond Sápmi. Indigenous territories worldwide are divided by colonial borders that ignore traditional use patterns and cultural relationships. Addressing indigenous rights requires rethinking sovereignty and territorial control in ways that acknowledge multiple overlapping relationships with land rather than exclusive state ownership. Climate change gives these issues new urgency. Indigenous peoples worldwide are often most immediately affected by environmental changes because their livelihoods remain closely connected to land and ecosystems. Yet they're also least responsible for causing climate change and typically have the least influence over policies addressing it. Climate justice requires centering indigenous voices and respecting indigenous rights as essential components of environmental responses. The Sámi experience also offers perspective on identity in the modern world. Many people today navigate multiple cultural identities, feel torn between traditional and modern, and struggle with questions of belonging and authenticity. Sámi people have been negotiating these tensions for generations, developing sophisticated approaches to maintaining cultural identity while fully participating in contemporary societies. There's no single answer to how this negotiation works. Some Sámi people maintain strong connections to traditional practices. Others engage primarily with cultural identity through language, art, or political activism. Still others feel Sámi identity more as heritage than active practice. All of these approaches are valid ways of being Sámi in the contemporary world, and the diversity of Sámi experiences mirrors the diversity found in all cultural groups. Perhaps most importantly, the Sámi story reminds us that indigenous peoples are not historical artifacts or romantic remnants of the past, but contemporary people dealing with current challenges while maintaining connections to deep histories. The tendency to view indigenous cultures as belonging to the past, interesting for what they can tell us about human history, but not really part of the modern world, is both inaccurate and harmful. Sámi people are active participants in contemporary Nordic societies, contributing to science, arts, politics, and every other field while maintaining distinct cultural identities. They're not asking for permission to continue existing, but asserting their rights to maintain their cultures, languages, and livelihoods on their own terms. This distinction matters. It's the difference between treating indigenous peoples as subjects of policy and recognising them as peoples with inherent rights to self-determination. As you drift towards sleep, imagine the northern lights painting the sky above the Arctic tundra, the same lights that the Sámi people have watched for thousands of years. Imagine reindeer moving across landscapes in patterns older than recorded history, guided by instincts and traditions that have sustained both animals and people through climatic shifts and human upheaval. Imagine languages that carry within them entire ways of knowing the world, passed from grandparents to grandchildren despite everything that tried to break that chain of transmission. The story of the Sámi people is ultimately a story about persistence. Not passive endurance, but active, creative survival that adapts to changing circumstances while maintaining core identity. It's a story about the human capacity to create meaning, community and culture even in challenging environments. It's a story about relationships between people and places that develop over thousands of years and create bonds that political boundaries cannot erase. And it's a story that continues. Tomorrow, Sámi children will wake up in Norway, Sweden, Finland and Russia. Some will speak Sámi languages and some won't. Some will participate in reindeer herding, most won't. Some will wear gakti and some will wear ordinary clothes. But all will be part of a cultural continuity that stretches back to the end of the Ice Age, and all will contribute to shaping what Sámi culture becomes in the future. That future is being written now in decisions about land use and climate policy, in schools teaching Sámi languages, in families passing down traditional knowledge, in artists creating new expressions of cultural identity, and in political activists demanding rights and recognition. The story we've traced tonight isn't finished. It's just the portion we can see from our present moment. Sleep well, knowing that human cultures are more resilient than we sometimes imagine, that connection to place and tradition can survive attempts at destruction, and that every culture's story contributes to the broader human narrative of adaptation, creativity, and survival. The Sámi people's journey from the end of the Ice Age to the present day is remarkable, not because they're exotic or different, but because they demonstrate human capacities we all share. To observe carefully, adapt creatively, remember deeply, and persist stubbornly in the face of whatever challenges arise. Picture this. It's 1911, and you've just landed what everyone calls a good job at the local textile mill. Your family's practically throwing a party because, hey, steady work is steady work, right? Little do you know, you have just committed to what feels like a very long, very loud and very dusty adventure filled with creative ways to dislike your life. Your first day starts at 5:30 a.m, which wouldn't be a problem if you were, say, a rooster. But you're not. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the mill whistle doesn't care about your beauty rest. That whistle becomes your new alarm clock, your lunch bell, and your freedom song all rolled into one ear-splitting package. It's like having a very punctual, furious metal bird living in your neighbourhood. Walking into the mill for the first time is like stepping into another world, if that world were designed by someone who really, really hated comfort. The noise hits you first. Imagine 1,000 typewriters having an argument with a brass band while someone runs a cheese grater over a chalkboard. That's your new soundtrack, 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The air inside feels thick enough to chew. Cotton dust floats everywhere like the world's most annoying snow, except this snow makes you cough and never melts. You'll spend your first week thinking you're coming down with something, until you realise that scratchy throat and those sneezing fits aren't temporary visitors, they're your new roommates. Your supervisor, a man whose smile disappeared sometime around 1897, explains your job with the enthusiasm of someone reading a grocery list. You'll be tending machines that look like they were built by someone who thought, you know what this device needs? More ways to catch fingers. These mechanical beasts consume cotton and expel thread. and their temperament is akin to that of a cat during a thunderstorm. The learning curve is steep, which is a polite way of saying you'll spend your first month feeling like you're trying to juggle while riding a unicycle in an earthquake. Every machine has its personality, and most of them have bad attitudes. There's the one that jams if you look at it wrong, the one that makes a weird clicking sound that means either everything's fine or run for your life, and the one that seems to wait until you're distracted to break something expensive. Your fellow workers welcome you with the kind of tired solidarity that comes from shared suffering. They will teach you important information, such as which water fountain actually works, where to hide when the floor supervisor is in a bad mood, and how to eat lunch in exactly 12 minutes, since that is all the time you're given. These people become your mill family, bonded together by cotton dust, and the mutual understanding that everyone's just trying to make it through another day without losing a finger. The pay sounds decent when they tell you about it, until you realise that decent is relative. Sure, you're making more than the guy who sweeps streets, but you're also working twice as hard and breathing air that's more cotton than oxygen. Your wages might cover rent, food, and maybe a small luxury like soap, but forget about those fancy things like saving money or buying clothes that don't smell permanently of machine oil. By the end of your first week, you've acquired what everyone refers to as a mill cough, a charming little ailment that will accompany you constantly. Your hands are already showing the signs of your new profession: small cuts from handling rough materials, calluses from gripping tools, and a general toughness that comes from shaking hands with machinery all day. Your mother would cry if she saw your hands, but then again, your mother isn't trying to feed a family on mill wages. The worst part, you're just getting started. Your typical day begins before the sun recalls its task. The mill whistle doesn't care if you went to bed late, if you're feeling under the weather, or if you'd rather spend the morning doing literally anything else. It screams at 5:30 a.m. sharp, and you'd better be screaming back, or at least stumbling toward the mill gates. Breakfast is whatever you can grab and stuff in your mouth while walking. Typically, breakfast consists of bread, perhaps accompanied by a smidgen of butter if you're indulging in luxury. Coffee is a luxury most days, which means you're facing 12 hours of machinery maintenance on whatever enthusiasm you can muster from stale bread and the fear of unemployment. The walk to work becomes a parade of the perpetually exhausted. You join a stream of fellow workers, all moving with the same determined shuffle of people who'd rather be anywhere else but know they can't afford to be. Everyone's carrying their lunch pail, a tin box that contains what optimists call a meal, and realists call food-shaped objects that might keep you alive until quitting time. Clocking in is an art form. You have to be there exactly on time, not early enough to seem eager, not late enough to get docked pay. The time clock doesn't forgive, and neither does your supervisor. Being 2 minutes late means losing half an hour's wages, which might not sound like much until you realise that half an hour's wages could mean the difference between having meat for dinner or making friends with potatoes again. Once you're officially on the clock, the machines demand your complete attention. They're like mechanical toddlers. They need constant watching and frequent fixing, and they'll hurt themselves the moment you look away. Your job is to keep the thread running smoothly, which sounds simple, until you realise that smoothly is apparently a foreign concept to most textile machinery. Threads break. They break a lot. When a thread snaps, everything stops until you can tie it back together. Your task might sound easy, but try doing it quickly while wearing thick work gloves, squinting through cotton dust, and knowing that every second of downtime is a second. Your supervisor is mentally calculating how much money you're costing the company. The noise never stops. Ever. You learn to communicate using gestures because shouting over the machinery makes your voice hoarse by noon. You develop your own sign language with your co-workers. Pointing means look out. Waving means help. And the universal gesture of clutching your throat means I need water before I pass out. Speaking of water, staying hydrated is like trying to fill a bucket with a hole in it. You sweat constantly from the heat of the machines and the physical work, but getting a drink means leaving your station, which means risking a lecture from your supervisor about productivity. You learn to gulp water like a marathon runner whenever you can sneak away for 30 seconds. Lunch break is exactly 30 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to find a clean spot to sit, unwrap your food, eat it, and get back to your machine. Most days, you consume cold sandwiches, oblivious to the fact that cotton dust and machine oil have covered your clean spot. Gourmet dining, it is not. The afternoon drags on endlessly in August. Your back aches from bending over machines, your feet throb from standing on concrete floors, and your hands are starting to feel like they belong to someone else. The clock on the wall moves with the speed of continental drift, and you find yourself checking it every few minutes, certain that it must be broken. By 6 p.m, when the final whistle blows, you've earned every penny of your wages and then some. Walking home is an excruciating experience, and the prospect of repeating the entire process tomorrow fills you with dread. However, at least you have Sunday off, a day you'll spend recuperating sufficiently to resent Monday morning once more. Working in a textile mill in 1911 is like playing a daily game called What's Going to Try to Hurt Me Today? The rules are straightforward. Every object in the mill carries the potential for danger. Other people's possessions serve as safety equipment, and your best defense is attentiveness and optimism. Let's start with the machines themselves, shall we? These mechanical marvels were designed by engineers who apparently thought safety features were for weaklings. Exposed gears spin happily at eye level, ready to grab loose clothing, hair, or any body part foolish enough to get too close. The spinning wheels and belts create a symphony of moving parts that look like they were inspired by medieval torture devices. Your fingers become precious commodities. Every textile worker has stories about someone who got too close to the picker or learned the hard way about the carding machine. You develop an almost supernatural awareness of where your hands are at all times, because losing a finger doesn't just hurt, it means you can't work, and if you can't work, you can't eat. Cotton dust poses a unique threat. It gets into everything. Your lungs, your eyes, your food, your clothes, and probably your dreams. You breathe it, you eat it, and you wear it home like the world's most persistent perfume. After a few months, you develop a condition that everyone politely refers to as mill cough, although cotton lung would be a more accurate description. It starts as a little tickle in your throat and grows into a reliable companion that accompanies you everywhere. Then there's the noise, not just loud, but the kind of loud that makes your ears ring for hours after you leave work. You find yourself shouting at home without realizing it, because your hearing has adjusted to compete with the constant roar of machinery. The constant roar of machinery encourages your family to speak up during dinner, making quiet conversations obsolete. The summer heat transforms the mill into a sauna-like environment, complete with cotton dust and a constant risk of mechanical injury. The large machines produce heat akin to tiny furnaces, and when combined with the intense summer sun on the tin roof, the working conditions escalate from discomfort to potential death. Heat exhaustion regularly causes workers to collapse, prompting a response akin to resolving a machine jam quickly and returning to work. Fire is another constant worry, though nobody likes to talk about it much. All that cotton dust hanging in the air is basically kindling, waiting for a spark. The wooden floors are soaked with machine oil, the electrical systems are what you might generously call experimental, and everyone smokes because, hey, what's one more risk? Fire drills consist mainly of hoping nothing catches fire and trusting that you can run faster than the flames. The chemical treatments used on the cotton create their own problems. Your skin develops a permanent relationship with various dyes and treating agents that would make a chemist nervous. Your hands acquire captivating hues that remain unwashable, and you acquire the ability to distinguish various chemical processes solely through scent, not a choice, but a necessity. Accidents happen with the regularity of sunrise. Someone gets their sleeve caught in a machine, another worker slips on the oil-slick floors, or somebody forgets just how hot those metal parts can get. The company's response to workplace injuries is usually some variation of "be more careful next time," accompanied by a lecture about personal responsibility. Your feet, encased in whatever boots you can afford, spend 12 hours a day on concrete floors that seem designed to cause maximum discomfort. By the end of each day, walking feels like balancing on two clubs, and you develop a deep appreciation for any opportunity to sit down. The worst part is that all these hazards are just part of the job. Nobody talks about making things safer. They talk about being tougher, more careful, and more aware. You adapt out of necessity, forming reflexes and habits that could potentially keep you alive long enough to earn your wages. And tomorrow, you get to do it all over again. Let's talk about money, because in 1911, your relationship with money as a textile worker is complicated. Like being married to someone who promises to love you but keeps forgetting to show up for dinner. Your weekly wages sound almost respectable when the supervisor mentions them during hiring. Maybe $8 or $9 a week if you're lucky and experienced. That's real money. At least it's real money until you start trying to spend it on real things like food, rent, and the occasional luxury of soap that doesn't smell like lye. Here's where things get interesting in that not actually interesting, more like depressing way. The company has mastered the art of giving generously while simultaneously taking advantage of you. Sure, they pay you weekly wages, but they've also created a beautiful system of fines, deductions, and company policies that ensure most of your money never actually makes it to your pocket. If you arrive late at work, you will incur penalties. That'll cost you. Does the machine break down because of normal wear and tear? Somehow that's your fault too, and it'll cost you. Need to buy work supplies? Conveniently, the company store is conveniently located, ready to sell you everything at prices that would make a highway robber blush. Your thread, your needles, even your machine oil, all come out of your wages at rates that make you wonder if the children of the company store owner are planning to attend Harvard. The company housing is another beautiful scam. They offer you a place to live, which sounds generous until you realise they're charging rent that eats up nearly half your wages for the privilege of living in what amounts to a wooden box with windows. The construction of these houses reflects the meticulous attention to detail and craftsmanship of someone attempting to complete a project before lunch. The walls are thin enough that you know everything about your neighbours' lives, the roof leaks with artistic creativity, and the plumbing works on the same principles as prayer. Food becomes a daily exercise in creative mathematics. You learn to make meals out of ingredients that cost almost nothing and fill you up just enough to keep working. Potatoes become your best friend, beans become your steady companion, and meat becomes that exciting acquaintance you see maybe once a week if you're lucky. You develop cooking skills that would impress a frontier pioneer. How to make filling soup out of bones and vegetables that other people might throw away. How to stretch a small piece of meat across 3 days of meals. And how to make bread last longer by eating less of it. Your work clothes are another expense that nobody mentions during hiring. The machines are hard on fabric, the dust and chemicals stain everything permanently, and you need at least 2 sets of work clothes so you can wash one while wearing the other. Buying new clothes means going without something else, so you learn to patch, mend, and wear things until they're more patched than the original fabric. Saving money is like trying to hold water in your hands, technically possible, but requiring perfect conditions and a lot of luck. Most weeks you're doing well if you break even. A good week means you have a few coins left over for something special, like better food or maybe a newspaper. A bad week means choosing between paying rent on time or eating properly. The really frustrating part is watching the mill owners drive past in their fancy carriages, wearing clothes that cost more than you make in a year, living in houses that could fit your entire neighbourhood. They talk about the dignity of work and the value of honest labour while paying wages that make dignity feel like an expensive luxury you can't afford. Medical expenses are particularly cruel. Get sick or injured and you lose wages for the days you can't work. Need to see a doctor? That costs money you don't have for treatment you can't afford. The company's solution is usually some variation of work through it. Or maybe you should have been more careful. Your financial planning consists mainly of hoping nothing unexpected happens, because unexpected things cost money you don't have. A broken shoe, a sick child, or a winter that's colder than usual, any of these can turn a tight budget into a financial disaster. But hey, at least you have steady work, right? That's what everyone keeps telling you anyway. Social life as a textile worker in 1911 is like trying to have a party in a library during an earthquake. Technically possible, but you're working with some serious limitations. Your social circle consists mainly of other people who understand why you smell permanently of cotton dust and machine oil. These are folks who don't judge you for falling asleep mid-conversation, or for having hands that look like you've been wrestling with mechanical equipment all day, because they've got the same problems. You bond over shared misery in a way that's both heartwarming and deeply depressing. The mill becomes its own little community, complete with all the drama, gossip and petty feuds you'd expect when you stick a bunch of tired, underpaid people together for 12 hours a day. You learn everyone's business whether you want to or not. Who's behind on rent, whose husband drinks too much, who's been sneaking extra breaks, and who's been getting cozy with the floor supervisor in hopes of easier assignments. Romance in the mill is complicated. Potential partners surround you, understanding your life because they share it. On the other hand, everyone's exhausted, stressed about money and covered in cotton dust. which doesn't exactly create ideal conditions for romantic relationships. Mill courtships tend to be practical affairs, finding someone who can help you survive rather than someone who makes your heart flutter. Your work schedule makes having a social life about as simple as juggling while blindfolded. You work 6 days a week, 12 hours a day, which leaves you Sunday to recover, do laundry, buy groceries, and maybe, if you're very lucky, have something resembling fun. Sunday becomes sacred, the one day when you can remember what it feels like to be a human being instead of a machine tender. The company town social hierarchy is fascinating in its own twisted way. At the top, you've got the mill owners and managers, living in their fancy houses on the hill, hosting garden parties, and complaining about the difficulty of finding good help. Below them are the skilled workers and supervisors, who get to look down on the regular mill hands while still being looked down on by management. At the bottom, you've got the newest workers, the ones who haven't figured out the system yet and still think things might get better. Entertainment options are limited but creative. There's usually a company store that doubles as a gathering place, where you can buy overpriced goods and catch up on gossip. Sometimes there's a church, which serves as both spiritual comfort and social club. The really exciting social events might include a company picnic once a year, where management makes speeches about the mill family while serving food that costs less per person than most workers make in an hour. Drinking is popular, which probably won't surprise anyone who's spent 12 hours a day tending temperamental machinery for wages that barely cover rent. The local taverns understand their clientele, working people who need to forget their problems for a few hours and don't have much money to spend doing it. These establishments serve drinks strong enough to cut through cotton dust, and cheap enough that you can afford to buy a round for your fellow sufferers. Your reputation in the community is directly linked to your work performance and your ability to remain silent about working conditions. Complain too much, and you're labelled a troublemaker. If you make infrequent complaints, people may perceive you as being unresponsive to management. There's a narrow path between being considered a good worker and being considered someone who's given up on life entirely. Letters from family members who don't work in mills become precious treasures, offering glimpses into a world where people have time for things like hobbies, where Sunday is actually a day of rest, and where conversations aren't conducted through gestures over the roar of machinery. These letters remind you that there's life beyond the mill walls, even if that life feels increasingly distant. The social pressure to appear grateful for your job is constant. Anyone who suggests that working conditions could be better is quickly reminded that jobs are scarce, and there are plenty of people who would love to have your position. This phenomenon creates a community of people who are simultaneously miserable and afraid to admit it, which makes for some very interesting social dynamics. However, it's comforting to share your misery with others. By now, your body has become a living testament to the joys of industrial labour. If bodies were books, yours would be titled, "Everything That Can Go Wrong in a Textile Mill, A Personal Journey." Your hands deserve their chapter in this sad story. They've transformed from whatever they used to be into something resembling leather gloves that have been through a war. The calluses have calluses, and your fingers have developed their own independent relationship with pain. You can identify different types of thread by feel alone, not because you're particularly skilled, but because your nerve endings have been educated by thousands of hours of handling rough materials. The constant vibration from the machines has given your hands a permanent slight tremor, like you're always cold or nervous. This condition makes simple tasks at home surprisingly difficult. Eating soup becomes an adventure, writing a letter turns into an exercise in patience, and trying to thread a needle for personal sewing projects is like performing surgery while riding a horse. Your hearing is being subjected to an intensity that would make a prizefighter sympathetic. The constant roar of machinery has left you with a permanent ringing in your ears that sounds like a very small, very persistent bell that never stops chiming. You find yourself asking people to repeat things, not because you're not paying attention, but because normal conversation has become surprisingly quiet compared to your workplace soundtrack. Your lungs have developed their own cotton processing facility. The mild cough that started as an occasional tickle has evolved into a reliable companion that wakes up with you every morning and stays with you throughout the day. You produce more cotton-coloured phlegm than any human should, and you've learned to time your coughing fits so they don't interfere with machine operation. Your back has aged about 20 years in the first few months of mill work. All that bending over machines, lifting materials and standing on concrete floors has given your spine the personality of an angry old man. You awaken with stiffness, endure escalating pain and retire to bed with a sense of resentment. Your feet have their complaints to file. 12 hours a day on concrete floors in whatever boots you can afford has given you an intimate relationship with foot pain. Your arches have fallen, your heels ache, and your toes have developed their own survival strategies. Each day, you walk home with the gait of someone who has hiked uphill in uncomfortable shoes, a situation that is not far from reality. The heat and humidity of the mill have done strange things to your skin. You've developed a permanent light sheen of perspiration mixed with cotton dust that gives you the appearance of someone who's been lightly breaded for frying. Your complexion has taken on the pale, slightly greyish tone of someone who spends most of their daylight hours indoors under artificial lighting. Your sleep patterns have been completely reorganised around exhaustion. You don't wake up so much as get dragged back to awareness by the mill whistle, and you don't so much go to sleep as collapse into unconsciousness. Your dreams, when you remember them, often feature the sound of machinery and the feel of cotton dust in your throat. Your appetite has changed too. The physical demands of the work make you hungry, but the dust and chemicals you breathe all day have given food a slightly metallic aftertaste. Everything you eat seems to have a faint cotton flavour, which is less appealing than it sounds. The worst part is that all these physical changes are considered normal, even expected. Nobody talks about preventing them. They talk about enduring them. Your body is depreciating like a piece of machinery, wearing out from constant use under difficult conditions, and the general attitude is that such degradation is simply the price of employment. Your mirror becomes less and less friendly over time. The person looking back at you has the appearance of someone who's been through something difficult and prolonged. Your posture has changed, your expression has developed a permanent, slightly tired look, and your hands are always slightly stained with dyes and oils that never quite wash clean. But hey, at least you're building character, right? That's what people who don't work in mills like to say anyway. After months or years of this lovely life, you may be asking, does it get better? Well, that depends on your definition of better and your relationship with reality. Eventually, some workers manage to break free from the mill life, although the term escape may be overly dramatic. A few workers manage to save enough money to start small businesses, usually in textiles since that is what they know. Others marry into slightly better circumstances or move to different towns where the mills pay marginally better wages. These success stories circulate throughout the mill community like enchanting tales, instilling in everyone a semblance of hope to continue attending work. The really optimistic workers talk about their children having better lives, getting educations, and learning trades that don't involve breathing cotton dust for 12 hours a day. This notion becomes your motivation on the worst days. The idea that your suffering might mean something if it gives the next generation a chance at something better. It's a beautiful thought, even if the mill owner's children are already getting those better chances, while yours are learning to patch clothes and stretch soup. You develop survival strategies that would impress a wilderness guide. You learn exactly how to pace yourself to last 12 hours without collapsing, how to eat meals that provide maximum energy for minimum cost, and how to sleep deeply enough in 6 hours to function the next day. You become an expert in the art of functioning while miserable, which is a skill nobody teaches but everyone in the mill somehow learns. The mill community develops its own support systems. Workers share food when someone's family is struggling, cover for each other when illness strikes, and pass along information about better jobs or safer machines. You learn that solidarity isn't just a fancy word. It's what keeps you alive when the company sees you as expendable equipment. Some days, you catch glimpses of the world outside the mill walls, and remember that there are people living entirely different lives. They wake up when they want to, work at jobs that don't slowly kill them, and have money left over after paying for basic necessities. These glimpses are both inspiring and deeply depressing, like looking through a window at a party you're not invited to. Slowly, the political landscape is beginning to change. Labour unions, workplace safety laws, and the radical idea that workers might deserve basic protections are being discussed. These conversations happen in whispers because mill owners don't appreciate employees who think too much about their rights. But the seeds of change are being planted, watered by the shared misery of thousands of workers who are starting to realise that grateful for any job might not be the best approach to employment. Your relationship with work itself becomes complicated in ways that are hard to explain to people who've never spent years of their lives tending machines that seem designed to break down at the worst possible moments. You develop a grudging respect for your toughness. a pride in your ability to survive conditions that would break softer people. At the same time, you're acutely aware that this toughness came at a cost: your health, your time, your dreams of doing something else with your life. Years later, if you're lucky enough to have those years, you will probably have mixed feelings when you look back on your mill experience. You will likely feel a mixture of pride in your survival, anger at the conditions you endured, and a deep appreciation for any work that allows you to breathe clean air and keep your fingers intact. You'll tell stories that sound almost unbelievable to people who've never worked in heavy industry, and you'll probably downplay just how bad it really was, because some experiences are too big and complicated to explain to people who weren't there. The mill whistle, that sound that dominated your life for so long, will always trigger memories. Years later, hearing a similar sound will transport you back to those early mornings, those long days, and that particular combination of exhaustion and determination that characterized mill life. But here's the thing about surviving difficult experiences. They teach you what you're capable of enduring, and that knowledge becomes part of who you are. You learn you're tougher, more resourceful, and more resilient than you thought. And sometimes, on quiet Sunday mornings when you're not rushing to answer a mill whistle, that knowledge feels almost worth the price you paid for it. Almost. Harry S. Truman's roots trace to the quiet farmlands of western Missouri worlds removed from the polished corridors of Washington he'd one day inhabit. Born on May 8, 1884 in the small town of Lamar, he was the first child of John Anderson Truman and Martha Ellen Young. Modest beginnings shaped his earliest sensibilities. The family moved frequently, chasing opportunities across hard-scrabble farmland and short-lived ventures. Even so, the young Truman absorbed a relentless work ethic from dawn to dusk chores and gleaned an unvarnished sense of people's struggles. Little about his childhood forecasted the presidency that would thrust him into global crises. His boyhood was peppered with a penchant for reading, a borrowed copy of Plutarch's Lives, or perhaps a Mark Twain novel capturing the spirit of Middle America. Unlike many peers, Harry devoured thick tomes about history and political philosophy. The spectacles perched on his nose earned him occasional teasing from schoolmates, but he shrugged it off. His father's farm demands forced him to develop stamina in a literal sense, wrangling mules or stacking hay, even as he contemplated the larger world beyond county lines. With no prestigious family name or wealth, further education was never assured. After finishing high school in the Independence College seemed an unreachable dream. Family finances and obligations rerouted him to an array of odd jobs: timekeeper for the Santa Fe Railroad bank clerk and farmhand. By his early 20s, Truman's curiosity about public affairs solidified. The world was chineping. Horse-drawn wagons met shiny new automobiles. The economy swelled and new technologies whispered of unstoppable progress. Yet southern Missouri's conservative climate rarely promised fast social or political transformation. Politically, a swirl of party machines, especially the Pendergast faction in Kansas City, state of Missouri, dominated local elections. Established dynasties overshadowed the notion that ordinary citizens could break into politics. Truman, while not outspoken about these realities, observed them closely. In the year 1905, the young man ventured to Kansas City, the state of Missouri. But his father's declining health compelled him to return to the Grandview farm due to family obligations. The life of a farmer was tough on body and spirit, especially in an era lacking modern machinery. But these years on the farm, some might argue, lay the foundation for Truman's later authenticity. He saw the cyclical nature of crops, the unpredictability of weather, and the straightforward handshake culture of small-town trades. The stoicism gleaned from failed harvests or broken equipment taught him resilience, a trait he'd lean on heavily decades later under unimaginably higher stakes. Then came 1917 and America's entry into World War I. Like many patriots, Truman enlisted. At 33, he wasn't a typical fresh-faced recruit, but his earnestness and unwavering sense of duty propelled him forward. Commissioned as an artillery officer, he found a surprising gift for leadership. Men who initially dismissed him as a four-eyed farm boy discovered a commanding presence. He enforced disciplines, but listened to grievances, forging an efficient battery that ultimately saw action in the muddy, shell-scarred fields of France. Under withering artillery, Truman kept his battery steady and morale intact. That success fueled a new self-confidence. If he could manage the emotional storm of war, maybe leading men, and later constituents, was not so implausible. Returning stateside in 1919, Truman married Bess Wallace, his longtime sweetheart from Independence. She was known for a steady temperament and a gentle reluctance for public life. Their union would provide her emotional grounding through the political turbulence ahead. At first, they tested civilian ventures. He tried opening a men's clothing store in Kansas City, but the post-war economy sank into recession. The store failed, leaving him in debt that took years to repay. Despite the financial strain, he refused to declare bankruptcy, demonstrating his adherence to the moral code of meeting obligations. Around this time, the Pendergast political machine offered a lifeline. Tom Pendergast, a powerful Democratic boss, recognized Truman's war hero reputation and unwavering loyalty. He suggested a run for county judge, a role more administrative than judicial in Jackson County. Truman, initially hesitant, realized politics could merge his sense of civic duty with a means to provide for his family. In 1922, he stepped onto the ballot. The campaign demanded he mingle with rural neighbours, chat in dusty general stores, and knock on thousands of doors. Over time, he honed an everyman approach. Direct, warm, unpretentious. Though overshadowed by bigger city names, Truman won. He soon discovered that politics demanded compromise. The press sniffed at him as a Pendergast puppet, but he set about improving county roads and public buildings, focusing on practical governance. It didn't make headlines in Washington, but local folks started trusting that Judge Truman might be the rare politician who balanced machine loyalty with genuine public benefit. This vantage from county-level duties, juggling budgets, awarding contracts, meeting local taxpayers, would form the bedrock of his pragmatic style, later defining how he navigated the halls of Congress and eventually the White House. Harry Truman's position as a Jackson County judge provided him with an intimate view of the political dynamics that shaped Kansas City and its surrounding areas. Contrary to modern assumptions, judge in that era didn't always require a law degree. The role resembled a county commissioner, managing budgets, overseeing infrastructure, and mediating local disputes. Truman's approach was straightforward: keep roads maintained, ensure budgets balanced, and minimize corruption where possible. Yet the Pendergast machine that backed him thrived on patronage, awarding contracts to friendly bidders. For Truman, the challenge was upholding integrity while not alienating the very network that had placed him in office. Throughout the 1920s, Truman earned a reputation for honesty that set him apart. He rarely indulged in the nepotism that others accepted as routine. Journalists covering local government perceived Judge Truman as a unique individual, a devoted member of the Pendergast team who genuinely aimed to promote the public welfare. He developed a method: maintain civil relationships with boss Tom Pendergast, but quietly push for efficient administration. This precarious balance drew occasional disapproval from reform-minded critics who felt he should break with the machine entirely. Truman reasoned that, from within, he could do more for constituents. In private, he admitted the tension gnawed at him, yet no obvious alternative route existed. The machine was the only ladder for local Democratic politicians. By the early 1930s, the Great Depression rattled every corner of America. Kansas City, state of Missouri, faced bank closures, mass unemployment, and breadlines. Truman, re-elected as a presiding judge in 1930, used New Deal funds to jumpstart local projects, bridges, public buildings, and new highways, attempting to pump lifeblood into the local economy. His sincere empathy for ordinary families, grounded in his experiences of economic hardship, coloured every decision. He oversaw a county relief program that, while not free of cronyism, often delivered real help to needy citizens. This bolstered Truman's standing as a conscientious official, though overshadowed by the iconic New Deal initiatives championed by President Franklin D. Roosevelt at the national level. The year 1934 brought a new opportunity. Pendergast decided to push Truman as the Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate. Though overshadowed by more prominent figures in state politics, Truman's quiet perseverance appealed to rural voters. On the campaign trail, wearing his trademark wide-brimmed hat and thick glasses, he visited farmhouses and small-town gatherings. He promised to back Roosevelt's programs, praising the impetus behind them. Meanwhile, suspicious voices hammered him as a Pendergast stooge. The boss's endorsement sealed the nomination, but winning the general election was no guarantee. Nonetheless, national frustration with the Republicans' handling of the Depression gave the Democrats a strong tailwind. Truman eked out a victory, heading to Washington at age 50. In the Senate, he was a small fish in a pond teeming with established whales like a Huey Long, Carter Glass, and Robert La Follette Jr., eager to prove his worth. Truman initially found himself overshadowed by Southern Democrats who dominated key committees. he stuck to the Commerce and Interstate Regulation Committees, quietly gleaning how legislative deals were forged. Mindful that he needed to rid himself of the Pendergast stigma, he tackled issues with a methodical zeal. One such moment arrived in 1939, when he chaired a subcommittee investigating railroad reorganisation, applying his county-level budgeting lessons to a national stage. Colleagues noticed his meticulous approach. He seldom boasted, rarely sought headlines, but delivered results. The mid-1930s to late 1930s also saw the unravelling of Pendergast's empire. Accusations of tax evasion and corruption soared. In 1939, Tom Pendergast was convicted of tax fraud and imprisoned. Headlines implicated him and his associates in a massive graft. Truman, facing re-election in 1940, braced for the blowback. His opponents painted him as the senator from Pendergast, but Truman countered that he too disapproved of corruption and that his record stood independent. Voters, evaluating his actual performance, decided to give him another term. The tight race confirmed that his margin of victory lay in trust built by actual service, overshadowing the old machine label. In his second term, Truman's name surfaced more often, especially as storm clouds gathered in Europe. World War II erupted in 1939. By 1941, America was edging closer to involvement. Roosevelt's Lend-Lease policies and the ramp-up of defense industries demanded close oversight. Truman, sensing billions of tax dollars swirling into new factories, spearheaded a Senate committee to monitor war profiteering. The Senate Special Committee to investigate the National Defense Program, more famously known as the Truman Committee, set out to ensure that war contracts were legitimate. Factories produced quality goods, and unscrupulous profiteers were exposed. This gave Truman a national spotlight. He visited defense plants incognito, scrutinizing paperwork. The committee earned praise for saving taxpayers giant sums. Press coverage portrayed him as a bulldog for accountability, not a grandstander but someone truly outraged by waste or exploitation. By 1943, the Truman Committee had propelled the senator from Missouri into the national consciousness. Pundits who once dismissed him as a backroom functionary now viewed him as a champion of good governance amid a massive global war. The White House noticed, too. Roosevelt, seeking to unify the Democratic Party for the 1944 election, faced the question of who should serve as vice president. His current VP, Henry Wallace, was viewed as too radical by party conservatives. Could Harry Truman, a moderate, pro-defense, corruption-fighting senator, be the compromise pick? The party bigwigs thought so. The stage was set for a twist in Truman's life, from being a steady second-term senator to possibly occupying the second highest office in the land, perched precariously near the centre of a global conflict. Harry Truman never aggressively pursued the vice presidency, but in the swirl of 1944 politics, he emerged as a near-consensus choice. Franklin D. Roosevelt, seeking an unprecedented fourth term, recognized that in a fractious Democratic Party, Henry Wallace polarized too many. Conservative Democrats demanded a replacement, and Truman's unassuming loyalty and his credibility in the war proved to be a suitable fit. When the Democratic National Convention convened that July in Chicago, backroom dealings sealed the arrangement. Truman famously claimed he woke up one morning as a senator and went to bed that night as the party's vice presidential nominee. Even then, he expressed reluctance, famously quipping that the role was largely ornamental, a spare tire on the automobile of government. The Roosevelt-Truman ticket triumphed in November 1944, riding on FDR's record as a wartime leader. The margin was narrower than earlier Roosevelt victories, reflecting war fatigue among Americans, but a victory was still a victory, and in January 1945, Truman took the oath as vice president. Within weeks, the Allies advanced on Nazi Germany, the Battle of the Bulge had ended, and the liberation of concentration camps approached. Meanwhile, the Pacific Theater raged on, with US forces inching closer to Japan. Truman found himself at the periphery of top-level discussions. Roosevelt, his health failing, still dominated the administration's strategic deliberations. Truman's main tasks involved presiding over the Senate and fulfilling ceremonial roles. He was rarely looped into the secrets of the Manhattan Project or the exact shape of post-war negotiations. Everything changed abruptly on April 12, 1945. Roosevelt died in Warm Springs, Georgia, after months of visibly declining vitality. A stunned Truman was summoned to the White House and took the oath of office as president in a small tent ceremony. He later recalled, I felt like the moon, the stars, and all the planets had fallen on me. The man who had been in the dark about critical aspects of the war, particularly the atomic program, now became commander-in-chief of a global superpower in waiting. Advisors scrambled to brief him on ongoing strategies, secret weapons research, and the complexities of Allied negotiations with Stalin and Churchill. Truman's earliest decisions revolved around ending World War II. In Europe, victory seemed imminent, with Hitler's regime collapsing. VE Day, Victory in Europe, arrived on May 8th, 1945, overshadowing the raw sense of Roosevelt's absence. Meanwhile, the Potsdam Conference in July saw Truman meet Winston Churchill, later replaced by Clement Attlee mid-conference, and Joseph Stalin. With the war in Europe settled, the conversation pivoted to dividing Germany into zones, shaping Eastern Europe's future, and extracting concessions from the Soviet Union about joining the war against Japan. Truman, a novice in the high-stakes diplomacy that Roosevelt had navigated, approached Stalin with caution. He gleaned that the Soviet leader had ambitions in Eastern Europe, a harbinger of post-war friction. Simultaneously, Truman faced a moral and strategic quandary in the Pacific. The Manhattan Project had succeeded, the atomic bomb was ready. Military planners estimated an invasion of Japan's home islands could cost a catastrophic number of Allied and Japanese lives. The question was whether dropping the bomb might force a swift surrender. Truman wrestled with the ethics, but ultimately authorized using atomic weapons, believing it would end the conflict more quickly. On August 6, 1945, a B-29 dropped the first bomb on Hiroshima. 3 days later, Nagasaki was hit. Japan announced surrender on August 15th. The effect was as unprecedented as it was terrifying. The world recognized a new era of nuclear capability. Truman justified his choice to the American public as a necessary evil, one that, in his view, saved more lives than it cost. Others debated the morality for generations to come, but the immediate aftermath was a wave of relief that the war was over. Emerging from the war's conclusion, Truman found an altered planet. The Soviet Union and the US stood as rival superpowers. Europe lay in ruins. Asia wrestled with new independence movements, and the nuclear age overshadowed all. Many Americans wanted a return to domestic normalcy, hoping to spend energy on economic revival. But the unravelling alliance with Stalin's USSR hinted at a new conflict in the making. A Cold War of ideologies, spies, and proxy battles. Truman, the accidental president, would have to craft policies that shaped this precarious world. In 1946, as the rest of the Allied powers demobilized, the Soviets entrenched in Eastern Europe. Winston Churchill, no longer Britain's Prime Minister, visited the US and declared an Iron Curtain had descended across the continent. Truman recognized the need for a doctrine to counter Soviet expansion, albeit short of direct warfare. The seeds of the containment strategy took shape, culminating in what would be known as the Truman Doctrine, pledging support to countries threatened by the communist subversion. With minimal foreign policy background, he relied on seasoned figures like George Marshall, Dean Acheson, and others to devise new frameworks for the global stability. Meanwhile, on the domestic front, the challenge of reconverting the economy from wartime production to peacetime soared. Labour strikes in Flecken and demands for civil rights tested Truman's leadership. As 1947 approached, Truman's tenure had only begun. The decisions about nuclear arms, the aid programs for war-ravaged allies, and the looming confrontation with Soviet policies in Europe and Asia, these would define not just his presidency, but the entire global order. Once a quiet senator overshadowed by Roosevelt's magnetism, Truman had stepped into the spotlight. He was about to introduce a new vocabulary to American statecraft, the Marshall Plan, the Berlin Airlift, and the seeds of NATO, forging an era where the United States embraced superpower responsibilities unthinkable a mere decade earlier. In the tumultuous post-war climate, Harry Truman found his presidency pivoting on two broad fronts: foreign policy crises and domestic upheaval. Fresh from the euphoria of victory over fascism, Americans soon recognized that a new tension with the Soviet Union dominated world affairs. Eastern Europe lay under communist influence, and Stalin's grip tightened across Poland, Hungary, and others. These developments spurred Truman's administration to articulate a more defined stance. In March 1947, he presented to Congress what became known as the Truman Doctrine. The United States would aid nations resisting subjugation by armed minorities or outside pressures. Though triggered by crises in Greece and Turkey, the doctrine signalled a broader commitment to containing communism. Skeptics worried about entangling America in endless foreign struggles, but Truman insisted that inaction would yield greater perils. Soon after, Secretary of State George Marshall proposed the European Recovery Programme, colloquially the Marshall Plan. War-ravaged Europe faced famine and economic collapse, conditions ripe for communist infiltration. Marshall's plan offered massive financial aid to rebuild infrastructure, revitalise industries, and stabilise currencies. Truman championed this approach as simultaneously humanitarian and strategic. Western Europe's swift reconstruction under the plan created an economic boom, forging stable democracies less vulnerable to Soviet influence. This bold initiative reshaped America's global role. No longer isolationist, it was now the engine of a nascent Western alliance. Domestically, Truman encountered an equally formidable challenge. Millions of veterans returned, seeking jobs and affordable housing. Labour unions, having postponed strikes during the war, now pressed for raises in an inflationary climate. The Republican resurgence in the 1946 midterms gave the GOP control of Congress, complicating Truman's legislative ambitions. He advanced what he dubbed the Fair Deal, a suite of proposals aiming to expand upon Roosevelt's New Deal, national health care, civil rights measures, aid to education, and a higher minimum wage. Yet these ran headlong into congressional opposition, with Republicans and conservative Southern Democrats blocking large segments. The result, incremental progress, overshadowed by persistent gridlock. Matters of race also percolated. Despite Roosevelt's colorblind rhetoric during the war, African Americans faced persistent discrimination. In 1948, Truman issued an executive order to desegregate the armed forces, a bold move that outraged many Southern politicians but signalled a new federal stance on civil rights. He also called for an end to poll taxes and for legislation banning lynching, though those proposals stalled in Congress. Civil rights leaders applauded him as the first modern president to make such a stand, though it carried political risks in the upcoming election. The 1948 presidential race shaped up as a daunting one for Truman. Many believed he was doomed to defeat. Even within his party, Southern Dixiecrats broke off, championing Strom Thurmond in the protest of civil rights, while Henry Wallace, a former vice president, led the Progressive Party from the left. The Republican nominee, Thomas Dewey, exuded confidence. Pollsters and newspapers predicted a sure Republican victory, but Truman embarked on a legendary whistle-stop campaign across the country by train, hitting small towns and big cities with fiery speeches. He hammered the Do-Nothing Congress for blocking his Fair Deal measures, championed the average Indian citizen's needs, and exuded an underdog energy that resonated with voters. On election night, the Chicago Tribune famously printed its "Dewey defeats Truman" headline prematurely. The actual result? A surprise Truman victory, securing his place in the White House for a full term. Historians still marvel at this upset, attributing it to Truman's relentless grassroots appeal and Americans' preference for continuity in uncertain times. Even after this triumph, the Cold War's drumbeat intensified. In 1949, the Soviets tested their first atomic bomb sooner than Western intelligence had anticipated. China's civil war ended with Mao Zedong's communist victory, another blow to US hopes of containing communism. Within the US, paranoia about Soviet infiltration soared, prompting investigations of alleged spies in government. Accusations by Senator Joseph McCarthy of communist sympathizers in the State Department gained traction, fueling an era of blacklists and loyalty oaths. Truman, initially dismissive of McCarthy's claims, found the climate overshadowing more moderate approaches to subversion. The so-called Red Scare impacted the national mood, making Americans suspicious of any perceived left-leaning activity. Simultaneously, the Berlin crisis escalated. In 1948 to 1949, Stalin blockaded West Berlin, hoping to force the Allies out. Truman answered with the Berlin Airlift, a logistical marvel ferrying supplies by air to 2 million Berliners. Round the clock, cargo planes soared over Soviet-occupied zones, bringing food and coal. The operation's success showcased Truman's willingness to stand firm without triggering direct war. By mid-1949, the blockade ended, proving Western unity triumphant. Yet Germany's formal partition into East and West underscored that the global divide was no fleeting spat. It crystallized an iron curtain across Europe. Truman's presidency thus served as the crucible forging NATO, established in 1949, to unify Western defence. By 1950, the stage was set for the next major conflict. In Korea, Communist North invaded the South, prompting UN-led intervention. Truman, fervent to stop aggression, but wary of another world war, authorised forces under General MacArthur. The Korean War would define his final years in office, intensifying domestic debates over how to contain communism without triggering nuclear catastrophe. So, from the vantage of the early 1950s, Harry Truman, once a relatively obscure senator, had become the architect of containment, the man behind the fair deal, and the figure bridging FDR's global legacy with a precarious new order. His next steps would further test both his presidency and the tolerance of a public increasingly fatigued by unending conflicts abroad. June 1950 jolted the Truman administration when North Korean forces, under Kim II-'s Sung, surged across the 38th parallel, overwhelming the ill-prepared South Korean army. Within days, Seoul fell. The UN Security Council swiftly condemned the aggression, a rare instance where the Soviet Union's absence from the Council, due to boycotting over China's seat, allowed a unanimous resolution to pass. Truman responded promptly. He committed US air and naval support, soon dispatching ground troops. Technically, the conflict was a police action rather than a declared war, but thousands of American servicemen found themselves in brutal combat across the Korean peninsula. General Douglas MacArthur, a decorated World War II figure, assumed command of UN forces. At first, the situation was dire. Allied lines shrank to a small defensive pocket around Pusan. Then came the bold Incheon landing in September 1950, a brilliant amphibious operation that outflanked North Korean supply lines. MacArthur's troops recaptured Seoul, reversing North Korea's gains. Buoyed by success, MacArthur pushed north, crossing the 38th parallel with Truman's tentative endorsement. The objective evolved from merely repelling the invasion to toppling the Kim regime entirely, or so the general believed. Yet a new threat loomed. Communist China warned it would not tolerate foreign armies on its border. Truman's advisors debated whether unifying Korea by force was feasible or wise. Crossing into the far north could lead to Chinese intervention, many warned. MacArthur, brash and confident, discounted such warnings. By late 1950, Chinese volunteers poured across the Yalu River, launching a massive counter-offensive. American and Allied forces reeled southward in a grim winter retreat. Public shock at this sudden reversal battered Truman's popularity. As casualties mounted, a rift yawned between MacArthur, who demanded expanded war, potentially bombing Chinese bases, and Truman, who insisted on avoiding a broader conflict. MacArthur, disregarding presidential directives, publicly criticised Washington's caution, effectively undermining Truman's authority. In April 1951, Truman made a fateful decision. He relieved MacArthur of command. The uproar was immediate. MacArthur was a national hero, welcomed home by throngs chanting his name. Meanwhile, critics accused Truman of weakening the war effort, but Truman, committed to civilian control of the military, stood firm. He believed that letting a general define foreign policy threatened the very core of democracy. Despite the controversy, the Korean War ground on. Armistice talks started in mid-1951 but dragged on for months, even as battles flared along entrenched lines near the 38th parallel. While US public support for the war waned, Truman's White House wrestled with spiralling defense costs, anxious to avoid overextension. Some saw parallels to the frustration in World War I trenches: minimal territorial gains, high casualties, and endless negotiations. By 1952, many Americans had grown disillusioned. The war overshadowed domestic progress on the fair deal. Political opponents hammered Truman for what they saw as a stalemate in Asia, tying it to claims of infiltration by communist sympathizers at home. Fed by these tensions, the 1952 presidential election shaped up. Truman, battered by criticism, decided not to run for another term. He had served nearly 8 years after Roosevelt's death, plus the partial term. Instead, the Democratic Party nominated Adlai Stevenson II, who faced Dwight D. Eisenhower, the popular general from World War II. Eisenhower's promise to go to Korea and end the war resonated deeply with a weary public. Truman, overshadowed, simply hoped the conflict might find resolution. In January 1953, he left office with approval ratings near historic lows, overshadowed by the drawn-out Korean struggle and the McCarthy-era's relentless accusations of communist infiltration in the government. Yet even as he vacated the White House, Truman insisted that the containment strategy was correct. He recognized that waiting passively would yield expansions of Soviet or Chinese communism, which he believed threatened global stability. The Berlin airlift, the Marshall Plan, the formation of NATO, and aid to Greece and Turkey stood as cornerstones of what he considered necessary steps. The Korean War, while painful, in his view had halted a potential chain reaction of communist conquests in Asia. The public and policy circles fiercely debated whether the high cost justified the war. Returning to Independence, Missouri, Truman embraced private life without many of the trappings modern presidents would later enjoy. He had minimal pension, no Secret Service detail initially, and took up everyday routines, morning walks, visits to his library, and lively discussions with passers-by. Over time, Americans softened toward him. The same man once reviled for MacArthur's firing and for the loss of China found belated appreciation as a symbol of plain-spoken decency. Journalists occasionally visited his modest home to chat about world events. He deflected speculation about regrets, typically remarking that under the same conditions, he'd do much the same. The aging man, in his signature fedora, projected an air of calm that belied the turmoil he once navigated. In the broader sense, the years following 1953 revealed that the Cold War strategies Truman helped pioneer would endure across presidencies, shaping US foreign policy for decades. The notion that America must lead alliances, prop up threatened governments, and maintain a robust military footprint owed much to the architecture he and his advisors sketched. Controversies over nuclear arms, covert interventions, and moral trade-offs would continue to swirl. Meanwhile, the so-called Truman Doctrine in simpler times evolved into myriad forms, from Vietnam to the Middle East. Whether favourable or unfavourable, the boundaries Truman established during the initial years of the Cold War established a superpower's worldwide stance. After leaving the presidency, Harry Truman quietly returned to the same unpretentious Independence neighbourhood he'd left behind. Reporters marvelled that, unlike many political figures who retreated into comfortable consultant gigs or lavish perks, Truman strolled about as though unchanged. He personally answered the phone at his home, penned his letters at a small writing desk, and took daily constitutionals through the neighbourhood. When neighbours encountered him, he was as likely to talk about local weather as global affairs. However, his historical decisions carried significant weight, despite the sense of normalcy. In 1953, the Korean War's armistice took effect, largely shaped by his successor, Eisenhower, who carried forward negotiations that Truman's administration had begun. Though the conflict remained technically unresolved, the ceasefire established the demilitarized zone, freezing the peninsula's division. Critics contended that a final peace was never achieved under Truman's watch, yet defenders argued that halting North Korean advances preserved South Korea's future. As years passed, the ongoing partition cemented a legacy of tension in East Asia, intimately linked to Truman's stand against communist aggression. In the realm of civil liberties, the McCarthy era's fervour gradually subsided. Senator McCarthy overreached and was eventually censured by his colleagues. Retrospective analyses revealed the climate of fear had led to blacklists and ruined careers with scant evidence of actual subversion. From his vantage point, Truman felt vindicated about firing MacArthur and resisting extremes. He had insisted that constitutional processes matter more than a general's personal convictions or a demagogue's accusations. Yet the climate had left scars on the Democratic Party. Truman's own brand of moderate liberalism, heavy on foreign policy hawkishness and domestic incremental reforms, had receded under the weight of political realignments. Truman's financial situation post-presidency was precarious. At that time, ex-presidents received no pension. Except for a small army pension from his service in World War I, he faced burdensome living costs. A modest book deal for his memoirs helped, but it was not extravagant. He refused to cash in on corporate lobbying or serve on boards he considered morally dubious. Eventually, Congress passed the Former President's Act in 1958, partly spurred by Truman's circumstance, providing a pension and resources for office staff. He disliked taking charity, but recognised the policy served future ex-presidents more than himself. Meanwhile, he poured energy into his presidential library, determined that the story of his administration, warts and all, be accessible to scholars. His memoirs, published in 2 volumes, 1955 and 1956, revealed a candid, plain-spoken narrative of events. He offered no apologies for the atomic bomb decisions, emphasizing that the abrupt end to the Pacific War saved countless Allied and Japanese lives. On the controversies surrounding recognition of Israel, Truman's swift acknowledgement of the new state in 19 was a watershed moment in Middle East politics. He insisted it was the moral path despite opposition from key advisors. Indeed, this quiet, steadfast approach characterized his recollections. He may have been overshadowed by FDR or disliked by flamboyant generals, but in times of crisis, he did what he believed was necessary. Over time, public perception of Truman shifted from unremarkable caretaker to gutsy decision-maker. Revisionist historians started praising the Truman Doctrine's clarity, the Marshall Plan's success in rebuilding Europe, and the pragmatic approach to containing Soviet influence. They noted how he integrated civil rights stances into mainstream democratic ideology, setting the stage for the more comprehensive reforms of the 1960s. Younger politicians, from John F. Kennedy onward, acknowledged a debt to Truman's legacy, that the presidency was about forging alliances, championing domestic fairness, and preserving a stable global order. Not all revered him. Some leftist critics hammered the extremes of anti-communist actions, while others on the right called the stalemate in Korea evidence of half-hearted war. Yet a nostalgic sentiment gradually emerged, painting Truman as a leader of a simpler, more honest era. Truman's personal life in his later years revolved around devotion to Bess, who remained reclusive, preferring not to appear in public. The couple's daily routine included quiet breakfasts, visits to the library, and an occasional drive. Grandchildren brought new joy. Sometimes foreign dignitaries or scholars would drop by, seeking the older man's perspective. He offered unvarnished answers, peppered with plain-spoken Missourian humour. There were no illusions or frills in his answers. Journalists noticed that he rarely exploited the spotlight, preferring to let official archives and librarians handle big historical queries. By the 1960s, the Cold War had escalated to new crises: the Berlin Wall, the Cuban Missile Crisis, and Vietnam's deepening conflict. Truman watched with concern. He occasionally wrote letters to current officials, carefully disclaiming that he was not meddling, merely offering the wisdom gleaned from the post-World War II crucible. Presidents of both parties recognized the significance of a living repository of post-war policy decisions, sometimes hosting him at White House gatherings. Though not an official advisor, Truman's moral authority soared. People perceived him as the final figure from a crucial period of transition: the establishment of the atomic age, the emergence of containment, and the delicate balance between social justice and political realism. In December 1972, at the age 88, Harry Truman passed away. The state funeral in Independence was modest, reflecting his personal style. Presidents, foreign dignitaries, and ordinary Americans paused to salute a man whose improbable journey took him from a Missouri farm to the White House's epicenter. Eulogies recalled him as the champion of the Marshall Plan, the father of containment, the unlikely victor of 1948, and the president who integrated the military. Over time, his name became shorthand for fortitude under pressure. Though buck stops here, in his own famous phrase, it stands as an emblem of personal accountability that, for better or worse, shaped the modern presidency and the free world's post-war order. Fast forward to the present, and Harry Truman's memory stands as a fascinating study in leadership. He was a product of small-town America, shaped by the unvarnished realities of farm labour and local politics. He lacked formal college degrees or aristocratic lineage, initially seeming an improbable figure to guide the world's most powerful nation. Yet guided by personal ethics and a knack for directness, he navigated global crises unmatched in scale. Historians often place him among the near-great presidents, an honour marking how significantly he steered the US in the aftermath of World War II. One of the most potent lessons gleaned from his presidency lies in how he approached big decisions. Truman rarely wallowed in indecision. Faced with the atomic bomb's moral quagmire, he concluded swiftly to use it. Faced with Soviet expansion, he launched the Truman Doctrine. Even the firing of General MacArthur, a national hero, illustrated a principle: no individual stands above civilian authority. Many leaders might waffle or fear public backlash, but Truman's style was to weigh advice, pick a course, and then bear the consequences. That unwavering approach still informs discussions about how leaders handle emergency powers. His era also cements the notion that personal authenticity can matter more than rhetorical polish. Unlike FDR's patrician confidence or JFK's glamour, Truman's persona was straightforward, sprinkled with folksy phrases. Critics at times derided his style as hickish or unrefined, but millions of Americans identified with it, seeing in him a mirror of their anxieties and aspirations. Political culture in the 21st century, saturated with scripted soundbites, often yearns for that raw sincerity, even if the complexities are far more complicated than a single personality trait can address. Another dimension of Truman's story pertains to the permanent changes in US governance. He presided over the creation of the National Security State, CIA, NSA, and the mushrooming Defense Department. He also oversaw the near-permanent mobilization of the economy to feed the Cold War's demands. This shift from a more isolated republic to a globally engaged superpower was not wholly his alone, but he carried forward the impetus. The ongoing debate about how much government surveillance or global policing is justified owes a debt to the structures built under Truman. His own personal discomfort with certain expansions, such as loyalty oaths, testifies to the moral dilemmas entwined with these transformations. Civil rights also saw impetus under his watch, though this took decades for the full effect to unfold. His desegregation of the armed forces in 1948 was one of the earliest executive acts dismantling institutional racism. Though overshadowed by the more dramatic battles of the 1950s and 60s, it laid a crucial precedent. Black veterans who served in integrated units carried new expectations for equal treatment, fueling the civil rights movement. This example underscores that incremental changes, championed even by leaders not known primarily as civil rights crusaders, can pivot historical momentum in ways invisible at the time. Modern presidents, from both parties, occasionally invoke Truman's name when justifying bold stances. They highlight his willingness to buck popularity for principle or highlight how, under crisis, he harnessed executive power to contain threats. Some hail him as the father of American internationalism, forging alliances and frameworks like NATO. Others cringe at the memory of the bombings and the loyalty purges. That duality, heroic to some, morally fraught to others, mirrors the complexity of the 20th century itself. For the typical American family, though, the memory of Truman might conjure images of that iconic 1948 photo with the newspaper headline, "Dewey defeats Truman," or the black and white footage of him announcing Japan's surrender. Libraries across the country preserve diaries from grandparents who felt uncertain about sending their sons to Korea, reading day-by-day news of the Truman War. The narrative resonates. A low-profile man confronted with outsized responsibilities, forging a path that was neither perfect nor doomed, but shaped by moral convictions and a refusal to shirk tough calls. In the end, Harry Truman's life serves as a testament to the unexpected emergence of leadership and the resilience and determination of common men in the face of extraordinary events. For a generation battered by depression and war, he was a reassuring presence. For modern society grappling with new global threats, from climate crises to cyber conflicts, his blueprint of strategic alliances, unwavering moral lines, and willingness to face unpopularity might hold valuable lessons. Indeed, his story stands as a testament to how the unassuming can transform into pivotal figures once fate thrusts them into the spotlight. As the decades roll on, the modest Missourian who saw himself simply as a public servant remains emblematic of how steadfast character can guide a nation through perilous times and reshape the very meaning of American leadership. From his earliest days, young Marcus sensed expectations clinging to him like a heavy mantle. He was not yet the philosophical emperor history would revere, merely a curious boy from a prominent Roman family. Marble halls and hushed political debates formed the backdrop of his childhood, each conversation reinforcing the idea that he was fated for a grand role. Even while tinkering with wax tablets and toying with styluses, the weight of the future loomed in every corner of his home. Despite his tender years, Marcus felt drawn to the Roman Forum's colossal columns and venerable statues. Each marble figure whispered tales of victory and downfall, reminding him how power shimmered, then vanished. He marvelled at the thought that these silent sentinels once watched over leaders who, like him, had walked these streets, shoulder to shoulder with fate. More than politics or pageantry, Marcus discovered his keen interest in philosophy. His mother, gentle but incisive, recited lines from Stoic texts on rainy afternoons, speaking of moral fortitude as the shield against life's unpredictable storm. In these verses, Marcus found a reassuring promise that wisdom could transcend the clamour of ambition. This fascination grew when he met Junius Rusticus, a revered tutor uncompromising in truth. Instead of coddling Marcus, Rusticus challenged him, igniting the fire of a questioning mind. Their lessons were forging an inner sanctuary, one guided by reason rather than impulse. While many children dreamed of feasts and fleeting distractions, Marcus quietly gravitated toward calmer pursuits. Evening hours found him practicing letters by lamplight, his stylus carving words about duty and virtue into smooth wax. Even at a young age, he sensed that an empire was not just a playground of wealth and power, but an arena where moral strength was tested at every turn. Politics, however, remained an unrelenting reality. Allies and adversaries shifted like desert sands. Whispered rumours ignited disputes in the Senate before the boy even finished his morning meal. The sheer chaos unsettled Marcus, reinforcing his belief that the world desperately needed unwavering ethical principles. In the orchard behind his family's estate, where lemon trees cast comforting shadows, the boy pondered the gap between noble intentions and the labyrinthine struggles for control. Could a leader maintain honour in a realm that seemed to thrive on cunning? One evening, he overheard a conversation between two young senators, speculating on the emperor's successor. They spoke of cunning, lineage, and ties that could tip the scales of power. The gravity of those words thrilled and sobered him. Soon, the emperor's choice would reshape the lives of thousands. Perhaps they would someday look to Marcus for leadership. The thought both exhilarated and weighed him down. He was fully aware that the opulent facade of Rome concealed genuine struggles for numerous individuals. However, a glimmer of determination glowed within him. If he could combine his moral convictions with practical governance, perhaps he could leave a lasting legacy for Rome, surpassing the monuments adorning its skyline. Within the hush of the orchard, lulled by the scent of citrus, Marcus would close his eyes and imagine a city where leaders governed with compassion and clarity, where a child's lessons in virtue could shine light into the darkest corners of public life. This was more than daydreaming. It was the formation of an inner compass. Over time, that compass would guide him through personal trials and political storms alike. The seeds of the greatness, once planted, sprout in quiet moments of introspection. Marcus Aurelius was still a boy, but those daily lessons, Stoic texts, moral debates, afternoons spent in wide-eyed awe at the forum's relics, were shaping him into something unexpected. He wanted to be more than a figurehead who wore the purple cloak of Rome. He aspired to be a leader who, through reason and resolve, could honour the empire's legacy while also moulding it into a place where virtue had not yet gone to die. Only time would reveal the magnitude of that promise. But in those early days, he nurtured it beneath the lemon trees, letting the steady Roman sun coax it into full bloom. Occasionally, he noticed the quiet fear in the eyes of servants, wondering if the next political shift would upend their lives. These silent observers became Marcus's secret teachers, revealing how the whims of the powerful sent ripples through every social stratum. Each nervous glance was a stark reminder that real lives rested on the emperor's decrees. For Marcus, the truest path forward lay in forging a principled heart, one that would not falter when confronted by the swirling winds of power. He did not yet know how he might achieve such steadiness, only that he must, lest he become the very thing he feared. The turning point came when Emperor Hadrian, aging and burdened by illness, cast his gaze upon the empire's future. In doing so, he settled upon Antoninus Pius as his immediate successor, but insisted that Antoninus adopt young Marcus alongside Lucius Verus. For Marcus, this was no mere ceremonial shift. Suddenly, every gesture was scrutinized, every uttered word weighed for hints of potential. However, while he felt destiny's grip tighten around him, he also discovered unexpected warmth in Antoninus, the man he would learn to call father. Antoninus Pius was neither a flamboyant conqueror nor a voracious politician. His nature leaned toward the steady and the dutiful. He managed affairs of state with consistent practicality, doing so in a manner that contrasted sharply with the tempestuous reigns Rome had witnessed before. Gradually, Marcus realized that the empire did not always hunger for breathtaking exploits. It sometimes needed the comforting hand of stability, and from Antoninus, he absorbed a set of quiet lessons, among them the value of patience, the virtue of measured decision-making, and the simple power of reliability. But not everyone supported this new arrangement. Some in the Senate murmured that Marcus was too young, too reflective, too predisposed toward philosophy to handle imperial responsibilities. They questioned whether the boy who spent hours with Stoic scrolls and moral treatises could ever become the commanding presence they believed Rome required. In response, Marcus met these doubts not with anger, but with a focused determination. If he was untested in governance, then he would devote himself even more deeply to studying its intricacies. He devoured treatises on law, pored over military histories, and conversed late into the night with advisors who had navigated the labyrinth of Roman politics. The more he learned, the more he recognized that governance was not a place for rash tempers or inflexible dogmas. Indeed, it demanded both compassion and detachment, an ability to stand firm for justice, while also understanding the fragility of human ambition. His bond with Lucius Verus added a twist to this evolving chapter. Lucius was his co-heir, a young man prone to revelry and spectacle, far less studious than Marcus but undeniably charismatic. The two could not have been more different. Yet they were tied together by destiny's decree. Even so, Marcus found that their differences enriched his perspective. Through Lucius, he glimpsed the appeal of festivity and lived experience, worlds that felt distant to his contemplative soul. He did not begrudge Lucius his extravagances, but he pledged to maintain a certain balance, steering clear of the pitfalls of mindless indulgence. Under Antoninus's watchful guidance, Marcus began attending meetings where Roman officials debated issues of provincial taxes and infrastructure. At first, he was a silent observer. He listened intently, noting how rhetorical skill could sway opinions, how alliances formed and dissolved. Gradually, Antoninus entrusted him with minor tasks, drafting letters to distant governors, reviewing small legal disputes, or overseeing the maintenance of an aqueduct. Despite the seemingly mundane details, each assignment revealed the hidden threads that held Rome together. An enlightening moment arrived when an official from a far-flung province complained about an unpaid legion. Though it seemed a trivial matter, an administrative oversight, it threatened the morale of hundreds of soldiers, men tasked with safeguarding Roman borders. Marcus tackled the crisis with empathy, ensuring funds were dispatched promptly and carefully, offering a few thoughtful words of gratitude for the troops' service. The gesture, though modest, resonated widely. Rumours spread of the young heir who was genuinely concerned for the well-being of people he had never met. For the first time, Marcus sensed that his inclination toward moral philosophy might, in fact, hold a practical value in the arena of power. Life under Antoninus's roof was both nurturing and demanding. The emperor expected discipline, but also allowed Marcus to cultivate intellectual pursuits. Debates with learned scholars and philosophers became as common as talk of grain shipments from Egypt. In these discussions, Marcus refined his belief that leadership was not about personal glory, it was about serving a greater whole. He saw in Antoninus a man who laboured daily for the good of Rome, not because it was glorious, but because it was right. Still, there were moments of doubt. The ghosts of the previous emperors, men such as Domitian and Nero, cast long shadows. Marcus knew well that absolute authority could corrupt a weak soul. Late at night, when Roman lamps flickered, he wrestled with questions that few dared to ask aloud. How could one wield power without compromising virtue? Was it possible to harmonize the Stoic ideals he revered with the demands of realpolitik? The path ahead was a precarious one, lined with expectations both from the Senate and the people. Yet each day, in small but significant ways, Marcus was learning that an emperor's duty was not just to conquer, but to care, not simply to command, but to comprehend. By internalizing these truths, he began shaping the course of his future reign. More importantly, he was becoming the steward of an empire that, under his guiding hand, might just find the soul it had long been missing. Years passed quietly, each sunrise an opportunity for Marcus to refine his understanding of both philosophy and government. Antoninus Pius, hale and cautious, presided over Rome without the military spectacles or outlandish feasts that had characterized some of his predecessors. In this environment, Marcus matured into a man who merged introspection with practical discipline. The empire, under Antoninus's measured hand, was relatively calm, but that calmness was not guaranteed to last. Everyone sensed the inevitable storms gathering on the horizon. Marcus spent his days balancing official duties with philosophical exploration. When he was not poring over scrolls of legislation or meeting envoys from distant provinces, he would lose himself in the works of Epictetus and Seneca. Far from an abstract exercise, these writings felt like maps, guiding him through the moral intricacies of leadership. He scribbled notes in the margins, pondering how to remain true to himself even when thrust into decisions affecting thousands of lives. Although he now enjoyed a status second only to Antoninus, Marcus remained approachable. He developed a habit of conversing with those at the fringes of power. Interpreters who facilitated talks with foreign delegations, stewards who oversaw the daily distribution of grain, even the librarians who cared for Rome's repositories of knowledge. Listening to their small but urgent stories, he saw more clearly the magnitude of responsibility that would soon rest upon his shoulders. Each conversation reminded him that the empire's success was anchored in everyday diligence, not just in grand proclamations. His personal life, though mostly tranquil, had its challenges. Encouraged by Antoninus, he entered a thoughtful marriage with Faustina, the emperor's daughter. Their union was not just a political arrangement, there was genuine affection between them. Faustina brought a spirited energy that balanced Marcus's more reflective nature. Yet, the intricacies of raising a family within the palace tested his composure in ways philosophy books rarely addressed. Their children's laughter filled the marble halls, but so did the strains of potential succession debates. Marcus tried to be an engaged father, but he often found himself juggling the empire's needs with the demands of parenthood. Meanwhile, Lucius Verus, his adoptive brother, grew increasingly restless. The lull under Antoninus's rule left Lucius craving excitement. He frequented gatherings that were rumoured to be lavishly hedonistic, drawing the curiosity of Rome's elite and the concern of its moralists. Despite their occasional friction, Marcus still cared for Lucius, who was, after all, part of the family. To reconcile their worlds, Marcus invited Lucius to more official functions, hoping to blend Lucius's charm with the seriousness of leadership. Sometimes it worked, other times it sparked tension. It was around this period that disturbing news began to trickle in from the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes tested the boundaries of the empire, small incursions hinting at bigger clashes to come. Rome had grown accustomed to relative peace, and these events rattled the comfortable illusions of eternal stability. Marcus became acutely aware that Stoic ideals would soon be tested on the battlefield as much as in the Senate. Responding to these threats required not just philosophical calm but strategic understanding, a skill he was only beginning to hone. In the midst of these concerns, Antoninus's health began its slow decline. The once vigorous emperor found it harder to manage day-to-day affairs. His breath grew laboured, and he often complained of fatigue. Though he did his best to hide this weakness from the public, it was clear that the reins of power would soon pass to Marcus. The Senate, aware of Antoninus's frailty, started looking to Marcus for guidance. The time of apprenticeship was ending. A new chapter beckoned. As the final months of Antoninus's life slipped away, Rome braced for another transition. Advisors, supplicants, and petitioners flocked to Marcus, seeking to gauge how he would wield authority. Their probing questions highlighted the complexity of the imperial mantle. He would have to be judge, general, administrator, and guardian of moral order. While Marcus's Stoic studies had long taught him to just detach from anxiety, he found it increasingly hard to remain unaffected by these growing burdens. In private moments, he confided in Faustina, admitting fears about war, about the intrigues lurking beneath Rome's placid surface, and about the simple possibility of failing those who depended on him. She, in turn, reminded him of his capacity for empathy and reason. Though the role of emperor seemed impossibly grand, Marcus had spent his entire life preparing, in subtle ways, for the very challenges that now loomed ahead. Finally, Antoninus Pius passed, gently and without drama, surrounded by those he loved. The city let out a measured sigh of sorrow, acknowledging the passing of an era defined by stability. However, beneath that grief lay a cautious optimism that Marcus Aurelius, thoughtful, unassuming, and thoroughly steeped in the empire's workings, might guide Rome with both virtue and pragmatism. Many whispered that a new golden age could be on the horizon. Others, recalling the cycles of history, reserved judgment until the events proved the substance of Marcus's character. With the emperor's seat now vacant, all eyes turned to Marcus. The hush that settled over the city was brief but profound. A quiet vow formed in his mind. He would carry forth the Stoic torch, letting reason define his reign and compassion temper his decisions. Unknown trials awaited him, from barbarian incursions to political betrayals, but he would meet them as a man dedicated to something greater than personal gain. Rome was poised to discover if a philosopher king could truly exist, a leader who could blend moral wisdom with the realities of ruling an empire that, though splendid, was also vulnerable and flawed. In the wake of Antoninus's passing, Marcus Aurelius ascended to the throne with a mixture of solemnity and resolve. By tradition, he shared authority with Lucius Verus, fulfilling the adoption arrangements that Hadrian had set in motion years before. It was a decision that simultaneously solidified Rome's governance and tested Marcus's patience. Despite their differing temperaments, one philosophical and measured, the other spirited and convivial, they now united in leadership. Their first challenge appeared swiftly. The Parthian Empire seized upon the perceived vulnerability of a transitioning Rome, threatening key eastern provinces. Roman legions prepared for battle, and Lucius Verus rushed to oversee military operations. Marcus stayed behind in the capital to manage the rest of the empire. Letters from the front revealed victories peppered with Lucius's flamboyant account of triumphs. Yet Marcus also sensed the strain on the troops. In addition to the clashing of swords, war also presented logistical challenges such as supply lines, desert conditions, and the imminent threat of disease. As if on cue, a devastating plague emerged, travelling with the legions back from the eastern campaigns. Called the Antonine Plague by future historians, it spread like wildfire, leaving panic in its wake. Citizens fled the densely populated quarters while rumours circulated that the gods were punishing Rome for its arrogance. In the midst of this horror, Marcus clung to his Stoic roots, advocating calm, reason, and measured steps to contain the devastation. Hospitals were organised, rations allocated. Despite scepticism from some corners, the emperor led by example, supporting sanitation measures and funding the medical efforts of Galen, the famed physician of the time. Yet the costs were severe. Cities grew somnolent from the high death toll, farmland lay untended, and the empire's morale dipped to a new low. The plague's merciless reach sharpened Marcus's sense of empathy. He realised that no matter one's station in life, suffering belonged to all. He worked tirelessly with local leaders to provide relief, draining personal funds to feed and heal those most affected. While some criticised these expenses as unsustainable, Marcus saw them as a moral imperative. An emperor, he believed, was beholden to the welfare of his subjects, not the other way around. Over time, the plague receded, though the scars it left on Rome, both physical and psychological, would linger for years. The war front also stabilised under Lucius's oversight, enabling the generals to secure treaties. Eventually, Lucius returned to the capital, bringing with him ornate spoils of victory. Yet Marcus noticed a new gravity in his brother's demeanour. The conflict and subsequent plague seemed to have tempered Lucius's thirst for diversions, at least for a while. For the time being, they presented a cohesive front, but the empire had little time for respite. Almost as soon as the eastern threat subsided, word arrived of renewed aggressions along the Danube. Germanic tribes, emboldened by Rome's vulnerabilities, pushed southward. This new confrontation demanded a robust military response. Rome prepared legions to defend its territory, and Marcus himself resolved to lead them. Though it was not typical for a philosopher to don military garb, he understood that a hands-on approach would galvanise soldiers and reassure a fearful populace. Packing up his scrolls and leaving behind the marble halls of the palace, Marcus journeyed north. Stationed in military camps, he observed firsthand the stark realities of war. There were no polite Senate debates here, only the raw tension of men preparing for battle. Surrounded by tents and the clang of metal, he composed sections of what would later be known as his Meditations, journaling thoughts on duty, mortality, and the interplay between fate and free will. This writing served as a kind of mental fortress, shielding him from the cynicism and despair that often accompanied the brutality of war. In these harsh environs, Marcus discovered a facet of leadership seldom addressed in philosophical texts: the delicate balance between mercy and force. When tribunes asked how to handle captured enemy combatants or how to deal with the defiant provinces, Marcus weighed each decision with painstaking care. He believed that any punishment must be morally justified, not simply enacted for vengeance or as a show of might. Yet he also knew Rome had to maintain its authority, or risk inviting further rebellions. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the household and represented the imperial family in public ceremonies. She wrote supportive letters to Marcus, sharing updates about domestic affairs. Their bond, forged in quieter times, proved resilient through these challenges. Despite the stress of separation, they found solace in one another's determination to keep Rome functioning and hopeful. Night after night, Marcus read letters from the capital, reflecting on how ephemeral life could be, how swiftly fortunes changed. He reminded himself that an emperor's responsibility was to act as a steward, not a despot, and that each decision would reverberate through the empire long after he was gone. And so he pressed on, consulting with generals, negotiating with tribal leaders, and continuing to record his private reflections about human nature. As war raged, the empire watched with a mixture of dread and admiration. Here was a ruler who seemed less concerned with personal glory and more intent on preserving Rome's values and stability. Veteran soldiers, once sceptical of a philosopher emperor, fought with a renewed fervour, encouraged by his willingness to share their burdens. In those windswept camps along the Danube, Marcus Aurelius began shaping a legacy unlike any other, one rooted in the conviction that wisdom and compassion, far from being weaknesses, were the empire's strongest defence. The savage winters on the Danubian frontier tested Rome's legions in ways few had anticipated. Snow whipped through the encampments, layering tents in white drifts. Horses whinnied at the bitter chill, and the men huddled around makeshift fires. Marcus Aurelius, never one to shield himself from hardship, felt the sting of frozen air each morning. For all the stoic counsel he'd absorbed, he still found it an unrelenting challenge to rise at dawn and address the concerns of his commanders. Yet the deeper the cold bit into his bones, the more he recognized that resolve was forged through shared trials. Messages arrived from Rome, some filled with trivialities of court life, others warning that the imperial treasury was dwindling under the twin demands of plague recovery and war expenses. Food prices rose, merchants hoarded grain, and unrest simmered in urban districts. In response, Marcus intensified efforts to maintain supply lines, ensuring that shipments of grain and other essentials could reach both the front line and the capital. It was a delicate balance, requiring deals with regional governors and the occasional stern reminder of imperial authority. Amid the logistics and strategizing, he found an unlikely companion in Claudius Pompeianus, a seasoned general known for his sharp wit. While Pompeianus thrived on military prowess, he was also open to philosophical musings. Many evenings, the two men would talk over steaming bowls of spelt porridge about the nature of fate and whether a just war could exist. These conversations, though brief, allowed Marcus moments of intellectual clarity. He saw in Pompeianus a fellow seeker, albeit one who channeled his convictions into martial discipline rather than written reflection. Though the war's burden weighed heavily, Marcus's popularity among the soldiers soared. In him, they saw not an aloof imperial figure but a leader who endured the same bitter chill, the same muddy camps, the same threat of sudden attack. During battle preparations, Marcus took care to visit injured soldiers, offering words of encouragement. His presence among them became a reassuring symbol that Rome's emperor understood sacrifice not from a gilded distance, but through personal experience. Yet the frontier's dangers were manifold. Rumours circulated of potential betrayal among allied tribes, and infiltration by spies working for the Germanic chieftains. Skirmishes erupted unexpectedly. Sometimes a wave of arrows would descend at night, leaving the camp reeling. Through it all, Marcus refused to let paranoia corrode his judgment. He tightened security, yes, but also dispatched diplomats to negotiate terms. If a measure of peace could be attained through reason rather than bloodshed, he was determined to find it. Back in Rome, Faustina managed the empire's public face as best she could. She visited temples, performed ritual offerings, and listened to the appeals of citizens who sought the emperor's ear. Though many admired her resilience, whispers of court intrigue continued to swirl. Some criticized Faustina for her independent demeanor, while others, eager for influence, tried to align themselves with her. She navigated these politics deftly, sending regular dispatches to Marcus so he was never uninformed. Letters also arrived from Lucius Verus, who split his time between the capital and lesser conflicts simmering in other territories. His initial flamboyance had softened, replaced by a pragmatic acceptance of imperial duty. Together, albeit from a distance, Marcus and Lucius worked to present a united front. They knew Rome's foes would seize upon any sign of discord. As the war stretched on, Marcus felt the strain in every facet of his life. He was the philosopher emperor, yet he frequently ordered troop movements that ended in bloodshed. At night, when the cold wind rattled the tent flaps, he wrestled with guilt. He reminded himself that stoicism was not about denying emotion, but understanding it. Power, he realized, did not give him the luxury of clean hands. Leaders often had to act in ways that chafed against their deeper ideals. Still, there were small mercies, brief truces brokered, a day of sunshine to melt the ice, a messenger bringing news that a troubled province had stabilized. In these fleeting moments, Marcus remembered why he had taken up this struggle in the first place, to safeguard a realm that, for all its imperfections, still held the potential for virtue. If Rome could remain strong yet morally grounded, the seeds of a more enlightened society might one day take root. Victory was not guaranteed, nor was an end to the constant trials. The barbarian tribes fought with desperation, determined to carve out territories in the empire's weakening landscape. But Marcus pressed on, forging alliances and marshalling legionary forces, always mindful that true victory would involve reconciliation as much as military success. His body bore the signs of fatigue, and a creeping illness sometimes left him feverish, but he maintained the outward composure expected of an emperor. As the harshest winter months receded, there glimmered the faint promise of progress. More tribes showed willingness to negotiate, to accept treaties that allowed them limited settlement in exchange for peace. Though some Roman senators were outraged by the concessions, Marcus stood firm. He believed that clinging to old illusions of absolute dominion would only compound the cycle of violence. Compassion, guided by children's reason, was his guiding star even in the theatre of war. After countless skirmishes and negotiations, the tide slowly began to turn in Rome's favour. Marcus Aurelius, weathered and weary, found himself overseeing a series of settlements that cautiously stabilised the Danubian frontier. Tribes once considered mortal enemies now sought peaceful coexistence, albeit with complex agreements involving tribute, migration rights, and mutual defence pacts. Some senators bemoaned the dilution of Roman purity, but Marcus saw a different future, a broader, more interconnected empire that could adapt and thrive. His determination to incorporate foreign peoples instead of vanquishing them outraged traditionalists. However, the emperor deemed it imprudent to presume that the empire's initial borders were unchangeable. Like a living organism, Rome had to evolve or wither. He recalled his Stoic maxims, all things change, and one must move in harmony with the nature's flow. For Marcus, that included welcoming new voices into the Roman fold, even if it defied entrenched notions of superiority. Physically, the years of hardship had taken a toll. The relentless cold of the frontier, the stress of command, and the sporadic fevers that plagued him during extended campaigns left Marcus frailer than before. Long days spent riding between outposts led to frequent aches, and a persistent cough hinted at something more serious. Nonetheless, he pushed forward, guided by a sense of duty that burned hotter than any physical ailment. The war itself was winding down, yet a fresh tragedy shook him. Word reached the emperor of Lucius Verus's sudden death from illness while returning to Rome. Marcus grieved deeply for his adoptive brother. Though they had often been at odds, Lucius's presence had been a stabilizing factor, a reminder that rulership could have more than one face. In the aftermath, Marcus bore the weight of the empire alone. Sleepless nights ensued, haunted by questions about legacy, mortality, and the shape of Rome's future. Returning to the capital, he found a society wounded, but not broken. The plague's scars remained visible in empty shops and thinner crowds, but daily life had regained some vibrancy. Senators who once criticised him with veiled scorn now offered subdued respect. Many recognised that he had led Rome through one of its darkest chapters, whether or not they agreed with every decision. Outside the Senate, artisans and farmers alike spoke of the emperor's empathy, a trait seldom celebrated in men of power. However, no sooner did Marcus settle back into Roman affairs than fresh rumours emerged. Whispers accused Faustina of conspiring against him, suggesting she had grown too close to certain members of the court. Marcus, pained by this gossip, tried to separate baseless slander from legitimate concern. He had learned from his years of governance that rumours often sprang from envy or manipulation. Still, the seeds of doubt were difficult to eradicate entirely. Faustina dismissed the accusations, and Marcus, trusting her loyalty, did not pursue them further. In these uneasy times, he also grappled with fatherly worries. His son, Commodus, was approaching manhood, eager to mould him into a successor who could uphold Rome's evolving ideals. Marcus introduced him to generals, legal experts, and philosophers. Yet Commodus seemed indifferent to the stoic virtues that had guided his father. He exhibited flashes of arrogance, a taste for spectacle, and a hunger for the luxuries of court life. Marcus prayed that exposure to genuine responsibility would temper those impulses, but he could not silence the disquiet that churned within him. Amid political intrigues and paternal anxieties, Marcus returned to his writings, adding new pages to the philosophical journal he kept close at hand. These reflections, composed in the hush of dawn or by lamplight late at night, served as a compass when external chaos threatened to overwhelm him. Quietly, he reaffirmed that temperance, justice, courage, and wisdom remained the pillars upon which a life of purpose was built. If he could not enforce these virtues on an empire, let alone on his child, he could at least embody them. Determined to leave Rome stronger than he found it, Marcus embarked on a series of legal and social reforms. He wanted to streamline bureaucratic processes, ensure that provincial governors were held accountable, and provide stable infrastructure for a population still reeling from war and disease. Funding was scarce, but he allocated what resources he could to the projects he deemed essential. Aqueducts were repaired, roads improved, and schools granted modest stipends to educate the next generation. Critics warned that such benevolence bordered on naivete, yet Marcus viewed these steps as vital investments in a more resilient Rome. Even in the hush of progress, he was not blind to the undercurrent of discontent. Powerful families plotted behind closed doors, believing that an emperor preoccupied with moral philosophy could be outmaneuvered. Soldiers, once loyal, grew restless in peacetime. The empire's old ghosts never fully vanished. Marcus braced himself for the next upheaval, aware that stability was always an interlude, never a permanent state. And so he carried on, leaning on the very principles he had studied as a child, navigating betrayal and forging alliances, contending with the willful nature of his offspring. He tried to remain steadfast. Each day brought a new puzzle, a shortage of funds, a border skirmish, a senator's duplicity. Yet through it all, Marcus Aurelius refused to relinquish his core belief that reason and compassion might still illuminate the darkest corridors of power. Time was a patient sculptor, etching its lines deeper into Marcus's features. Though he still attended to official duties with unwavering diligence, his health faltered. That persistent cough worsened, and his nights grew more restless. The physicians advised rest, but an emperor's life rarely granted such luxuries. Fears lingered too, the sense that the empire was but one rumour, one betrayal, or one uprising away from fragmentation. Marcus stood at the centre, exerting every effort to maintain unity through the combined power of rational governance and moral conviction. In the final campaigns against resurgent Germanic tribes, Marcus once again took to the field. Age had not diminished his resolve. From camp to camp, he travelled with a small retinue, offering encouragement to battle-weary troops. Yet this time the war-worn emperor appeared more ghostly than regal. The men spoke of his stoic endurance, how his eyes shimmered with fever even as he spoke of duty and fortitude. For all he had done to keep Rome intact, the ravages of illness would not yield to rhetorical skill. Commodus, summoned to his father's side, witnessed firsthand the empire's fringes, a harsh land shaped by conflict. Marcus hoped the sight would steel his son's character, prompting a sense of responsibility. But Commodus wore impatience like a second toga. He complained about the cold, about the humble rations, about the lack of pomp he believed befitted but an imperial heir. Marcus inwardly grieved, knowing the path ahead might splinter beneath Commodus's restless feet. Yet he also recognized that no father could impose virtue on a reluctant child. In quieter moments, Marcus confided in Claudius Pompeianus, who had remained a steadfast advisor. The emperor spoke of the contradictions inherent in rulership, how an aspiring philosopher must enforce harsh discipline to maintain the empire's cohesion. Pompeianus offered practical wisdom, while Marcus responded with meditative reflections. Their conversations formed a final tapestry of friendship, weaving threads of pragmatism and introspection together in the twilight of Marcus's reign. Eventually, the news spread that the emperor had taken gravely ill. Camp physicians tried every remedy they knew, from herbal concoctions to prayers at makeshift altars, but the decline accelerated. Marcus retreated to his tent, his body weakening, yet his mind still alert, summoning Commodus for a last conference. He emphasized a single theme: the virtues that guide a leader must not be mere ornament. In the hush between father and son, he uttered words about compassion for subjects, fairness in judgment, and the necessity to curb excess. Commodus, shifting uneasily, nodded but offered little reassurance. As the hours slipped by, the emperor returned to his meditations. There, in the fading glow of a lantern, he penned a few final lines in a journal that had been his companion through wars, plagues, and political strife. He wrote not of victories or conquests, but of how fleeting each moment is, and how each individual's duty is to act in accordance with the good of the whole. Rumour would have it that these last notes carried more serenity than sorrow, as though Marcus were already stepping into the realm beyond mortal worries. When his eyes closed for the final time, the camp fell into a sombre hush. Soldiers who had long admired his calm presence gathered around the tent, quietly paying their respects. Courtiers murmured that the empire had lost its crackle. Even those who once criticised Marcus found themselves longing for his steady hand. The commander of the guard ordered a gentle watch throughout the night, unwilling to break the solemn peace that followed his final breath. Yet life in the empire continued. The next day, Commodus assumed leadership, and Rome braced for another shift. Few doubted that change was inevitable. Marcus had known it himself, but he had also believed that his efforts, his stoic counsel and moral reforms, had planted seeds for a gentler, more reasoned empire. The question of whether those seeds would sprout or wither under Commodus's rule filled hearts with both anticipation and dread. In the days following his death, the body of Marcus Aurelius was prepared for a reverent return to Rome. Crowds lined the streets to catch a glimpse of the funeral procession. Rome did not always cherish its philosophers, but it seemed determined to honour this one, who had guided the empire through despair. Women wept openly, remembering how he had once funded relief in their neighbourhoods. Veterans stood in stoic salute, each recalling the winter nights he spent among them. Scholars carried small scraps of parchment filled with the emperor's wisdom, uncertain if the new era would appreciate such lessons. In the coming years, Rome's course would deviate sharply from the principles Marcus had championed. Commodus's reign brought spectacle over substance, extravagance over empathy. Yet long after the empire's fortunes rose and fell, the writings of Marcus Aurelius endured, quietly offering guidance to those who, like him, sought a life anchored by virtue and reason. He left behind no sweeping arcs of conquest, no grand self-aggrandizing monuments. His legacy was etched in the hearts and minds of those who witnessed how an emperor could sit by a soldier's bedside or grant clemency to a defeated foe. The marble might crumble, the gold might tarnish, but the ideals Marcus championed, integrity, humility, wisdom, would stand resilient. And so, in the annals of history, he would remain a guiding light, a testament that even within the highest seat of power, the human spirit could strive for something nobler than mere dominion. Picture yourself settling into your favourite reading chair on a foggy Edinburgh evening in 1886. The gas lamps flicker outside your window, casting dancing shadows on cobblestone streets that seem to whisper secrets. This exact atmosphere enveloped a young medical student named Arthur Conan Doyle, as he sat in his cramped flat staring at a blank piece of paper and questioning how he would manage to pay his rent. You know that feeling when you're desperately trying to come up with a brilliant idea and your brain feels like it's been stuffed with cotton wool? Well, that's precisely where Arthur found himself. He'd been scribbling away at various stories, trying to make a name for himself as a writer, but nothing seemed to stick. His medical practice was about as successful as a chocolate teapot, and his bank account was looking rather anemic. But here's where the story gets captivating. Arthur had been studying under a professor named Dr. Joseph Bell, and this man was absolutely extraordinary. Not in a flashy look-at-me sort of way, but in a quietly brilliant fashion that would make your jaw drop. Dr. Bell had this uncanny ability to look at a patient and deduce their entire life story just from observing the smallest details. He'd glance at someone's hands and tell them their profession, notice a particular type of mud on their boots, and know exactly which part of Edinburgh they'd walked through that morning. It was like watching a magician, except the tricks were real, and the magic was simply keen observation mixed with logical thinking. Arthur would sit in those medical lectures completely mesmerised, watching Dr. Bell work his deductive wizardry on unsuspecting patients. The excellent doctor would peer at a man's fingernails and announce, "Ah, I see you're a carpenter who's been working with oak recently, and judging by that slight stain on your thumb, you've been using a particular type of varnish that's only sold in 3 shops in the city." The patients would stare at him like he'd just read their minds, but Arthur began to understand that it wasn't mind reading at all. It was merely the skill of recognising what others missed, and linking seemingly unconnected elements. Dr. Bell wasn't performing magic tricks. He was demonstrating that the world is full of clues if you just know how to read them. As Arthur sat in his flat that foggy evening, the memory of Dr. Bell's methods began to percolate through his mind like a perfectly brewed cup of tea. What if, he thought, someone could solve crimes using these same techniques? What if a detective could see not just what happened at a crime scene, but how, who, and why? The idea began to take shape slowly, like a photograph developing in a dark room. Arthur imagined a tall, thin man with sharp features and even sharper intellect. He had the ability to enter a room and instantly identify the 17 details that others had overlooked. A person who found the ordinary world rather dull, but came alive when presented with a puzzle that needed solving. And so, in that small Edinburgh flat, with the fog pressing against the windows and the gas lamp flickering on his desk, Arthur Conan Doyle began to write about a consulting detective named Sherlock Holmes. He had no idea that he was about to create the most famous fictional detective in history, or that over a century later, people would still be arguing about whether Holmes was real or not. Dr. Bell's methods didn't just inspire the character Arthur created. He was a blend of Victorian anxieties, scientific optimism, and the growing belief that logic could solve any problem. Holmes represented everything the Victorian era wanted to believe about itself, that reason would triumph over chaos, that careful observation could reveal truth, and that even the most complex mysteries could be unravelled by a sufficiently clever mind. Little did Arthur know that his creation would outlive him, outgrow him, and eventually become more real to many people than the man who dreamed him up. Let's delve deeper into Dr. Joseph Bell, as comprehending him is akin to comprehending the hidden element in your grandmother's renowned recipe. Without him, there would be no Sherlock Holmes, and the world would be a significantly less interesting place. Dr. Bell wasn't your typical Victorian gentleman. While other doctors of his era were still debating whether washing hands between patients was really necessary, Bell was revolutionising the entire approach to medical diagnosis. He believed that a doctor's job wasn't just to treat symptoms, but to become a detective of the human body, piecing together clues to solve the mystery of what was actually wrong with a patient. Imagine walking into his classroom at the University of Edinburgh. The room would be thick with anticipation, as students waited to see what miracle of deduction their professor would perform that day. Bell would summon a volunteer patient, prompting a hapless individual to shuffle forward, likely pondering their current circumstances. Bell would meticulously circle around them, his keen eyes scrutinising every detail. "Ah," he might say, stroking his chin thoughtfully, "I see you've recently returned from the continent. Germany, I'd say, based on the particular type of clay under your fingernails. You're a gardener by profession, but you've been doing some carpentry work lately. Oak, judging by the wood shavings in your hair, and that slight limp suggests you injured your left leg about 3 weeks ago, probably from a fall." The patient would nod in amazement, confirming every detail while the students scribbled frantically in their notebooks trying to capture the magic. But Bell would always explain his reasoning. The clay was a specific type found only in certain German regions. The calluses on the man's hands showed the pattern of someone who worked with plants, but had recently been gripping different tools. The wood shavings were a clear indicator, and the man's preference for his right leg during walking revealed a recent injury. What made Bell truly extraordinary wasn't just his powers of observation, though those were remarkable, but his ability to teach others to see the world differently. He would tell his students that most people looked but didn't observe. They saw a man with dirty hands and thought, labourer, but they missed the specific type of dirt that could tell them exactly what kind of work he did and where he'd been doing it. Bell had this wonderful way of making the ordinary seem extraordinary. He'd pick up a walking stick left behind by a patient and turn it into a treasure trove of information. The wear patterns on the handle could tell him if the owner was left or right-handed. The type of wood and craftsmanship revealed their social class. Scratches and dents told stories of how it had been used. Even the height of the stick provided clues about the owner's stature and gait. Arthur Conan Doyle would sit in these demonstrations, absolutely captivated. Years later, he would write about Dr. Bell with obvious affection, describing him as a man who could diagnose not just diseases but entire life stories. Bell became Arthur's model for what a truly observant person could achieve, and those classroom demonstrations became the blueprint for countless Sherlock Holmes adventures. But here's something delightfully ironic about the whole situation. Dr. Bell, the man who inspired the world's most famous detective, was actually quite modest about his abilities. He insisted that his methods weren't magical or even particularly difficult. They just required patience, practice, and a willingness to pay attention to details that others ignored. Bell would often say that the key to his success was simply remembering that every person carries their story, written on their body, in their clothes, and in their mannerisms. Most people, he explained, are so focused on looking ahead that they never really look around. They miss the poetry written in calluses, the stories told by shoe leather, and the novels hidden in the way someone holds their shoulders. When Arthur finally created Sherlock Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what if someone took Dr. Bell's methods and applied them not to medicine, but to crime? What if that keen eye for detail and logical mind were turned towards solving mysteries instead of diagnosing illnesses? The result was a character who could walk into a room and immediately see things that would take ordinary people hours to notice, if they noticed them at all. Let's transport ourselves to Victorian London for a moment, because understanding the world that embraced Sherlock Holmes is like understanding why certain songs become hits. It's all about timing, atmosphere, and what people desperately need to hear at exactly the right moment. Picture London in the 1890s, and you'll find yourself in a city that was both magnificent and terrifying, often simultaneously. The Industrial Revolution had transformed it into this massive, sprawling beast of a metropolis, with over 4 million people crammed into spaces that had been designed for maybe a quarter of that number. The city was growing so fast that it seemed to be bursting at the seams, like a sausage that's been overstuffed. You'd walk down streets where magnificent Victorian mansions stood just a few blocks away from slums that would make your stomach turn. The contrast was jarring. One moment you might be strolling past elegant gaslit boulevards where well-dressed gentlemen tipped their hats to ladies in elaborate bustles, and the next you'd find yourself in narrow, fog-choked alleyways where the sun barely penetrated and danger lurked around every corner. This was the London of Jack the Ripper, after all. The very real terror of those unsolved murders had gripped the city just a few years before Holmes made his debut. People were genuinely frightened, and the police seemed completely baffled. The idea that someone could commit such horrible crimes and simply vanish into the urban maze was deeply unsettling to a society that prided itself on order and progress. But here's where it gets intriguing. This era was also the age of scientific optimism. People believed that rational thinking and careful observation could solve any problem. Darwin had shown them that even the mysteries of human existence could be unravelled through patient study. Electric lights were beginning to push back the darkness, and the telegraph was shrinking the world. There was this wonderful sense that humanity was on the verge of conquering all the great mysteries of existence. Into this mixture of fear and hope stepped Sherlock Holmes, and he was flawless for the moment. This character could make sense of the chaos of city life. He could walk into the most baffling situation and, through pure logic and observation, restore order to the world. He was like a lighthouse in a storm, cutting through the fog of uncertainty with the bright beam of reason. The timing couldn't have been better. People wanted stories that showed the world made sense, that every problem had a solution, and that good could win over evil through cleverness rather than luck or divine intervention. Holmes represented the Victorian dream of the rational man who could solve any puzzle if he just applied enough intelligence and careful observation. But there was another layer to London's readiness for Holmes. The city had transformed into a vibrant hub of individuals from diverse backgrounds. In a single day, you might encounter a Russian count, a Chinese merchant, an Irish dock worker, and a Scottish professor. Each person carried their own story, their own secrets, and their own mysteries. The city itself had become a kind of living, breathing puzzle, and people were fascinated by the idea that someone could read the clues hidden in plain sight. The police, bless their hearts, were doing their best, but they were essentially using medieval methods to solve modern crimes. They heavily relied on confessions, eyewitness testimony, and capturing criminals in the act. The idea of carefully examining a crime scene for clues, of using scientific methods to analyse evidence, of building a case through logical deduction. These were revolutionary concepts that most real detectives hadn't even considered. So when readers opened those early Holmes stories, they weren't just getting entertainment, they were getting a glimpse of what crime solving could be like if someone really smart was in charge. Holmes represented everything that Victorian readers wished their actual police force could be: observant, logical, incorruptible, and successful. The stories also tapped into something deeply satisfying about the Victorian belief in progress. Here was proof that human intelligence, properly applied, could triumph over any challenge. Holmes never solved crimes through luck or accident. He solved them through careful observation, logical thinking, and refusing to accept that any mystery was unsolvable. This was a society that was simultaneously proud of its achievements and worried about its problems. Crime was rising, the cities were becoming more complex and dangerous, and traditional solutions weren't working. Holmes offered hope that intelligence and method could restore order to a world that sometimes seemed to be spinning out of control. Now here's where our story takes a fascinating turn, because Arthur Conan Doyle didn't just create a character, he accidentally invented an entire literary genre. Before the arrival of Holmes, crime fiction lacked a crucial component. You see, crime stories existed before Holmes, but they were quite different creatures. Most of them were sensational tales focused on the gruesome details of murders or the dramatic capture of villains. They were less about solving puzzles and more about shocking readers with tales of urban horror. Think of them as the Victorian equivalent of those breathless newspaper headlines you see at the grocery store checkout, designed to grab attention rather than engage the mind. The few detective stories that did exist were often clumsy affairs, where the solution came out of nowhere, like a magician pulling a rabbit from a hat without showing it to you first. Readers were expected to sit back and be amazed rather than participate in the solving process. It was entertaining, but it wasn't particularly satisfying entertainment. Then along came Holmes, and suddenly everything changed. Arthur created what would become known as fair play detective fiction. Stories where the reader was given all the same clues as the detective and could, theoretically, solve the mystery themselves. Of course, most of us would miss the significance of tobacco ash patterns or the 17 different types of footprints, but the clues were there for anyone sharp enough to spot them. This innovation was revolutionary. Instead of just reading about crimes, people could now participate in solving them. Arthur had turned passive entertainment into an interactive experience. Readers would eagerly follow Holmes through his investigations, trying to spot the clues themselves, attempting to deduce the solution before the brilliant detective revealed it. It was akin to the difference between observing someone play a game and engaging in it yourself. But Arthur's innovation went deeper than just including clues. He devised an impeccable and gratifying framework for detective stories, which remains in use today. Every Holmes story follows a similar pattern. A baffling mystery is presented. Holmes observes details that others miss. He forms a theory based on logical deduction, and then he proves his theory through dramatic revelation. Once you've immersed yourself in this well-choreographed dance, other types of crime stories begin to feel incomplete. The genius of this structure is that it mirrors the way our minds work when we're trying to solve a problem. We gather information, we form hypotheses, we test them, and we reach conclusions. Holmes's stories felt natural because they followed the same thought processes that readers used in their own lives, just with much more dramatic stakes. Arthur also created something that hadn't existed before, the recurring detective character. Previous crime stories typically featured different protagonists in each tale, but Holmes was the same brilliant detective in every story, growing more familiar to readers with each adventure. People began to feel like they knew him personally, like he was a friend they could rely on to make sense of a confusing world. This familiarity allowed Arthur to develop Holmes's character in ways that wouldn't have been possible with one-off protagonists. Readers learned about his habits, his methods, his preferences, and even his weaknesses. Holmes became real to people in a way that few fictional characters ever achieve. He wasn't just a problem-solving machine. He was a person with quirks and flaws and a distinctive personality. The success of Holmes's stories also established the template for the detective's sidekick. Dr. Watson played a crucial role as the reader's representative in the story. He was intelligent enough to understand Holmes's explanations, but not so brilliant that he could solve the mysteries himself. He asked the questions that readers wanted to ask, and expressed the amazement that viewers felt when Holmes revealed his deductions. Arthur had stumbled upon something that would become one of the most enduring formulas in all of literature. The brilliant detective, the loyal companion, the baffling mystery, the careful investigation, the logical solution. These elements were so perfectly balanced that they created a template that countless writers would follow for the next century and beyond. What's particularly remarkable is that Arthur didn't set out to create a new genre. He was merely attempting to craft entertaining stories that would contribute to his financial stability. But in creating Holmes, he had tapped into something fundamental about how human minds work, and what kinds of stories satisfy us at the deepest level. The impact was immediate and lasting. Other writers began creating their own detective characters, but they all followed the Holmes model. The genre that Arthur had accidentally invented became one of the most popular forms of fiction, spawning thousands of books, plays, movies, and television shows. Here's where our story takes an ironic twist that would make Holmes himself smile wryly. Arthur Conan Doyle, having created the most beloved detective in literary history, began to view his creation with something approaching horror. It's like watching someone create a beautiful garden and then become frustrated when everyone wants to talk about the flowers instead of the vegetables. You see, Arthur had bigger ambitions than writing detective stories. He fancied himself a serious literary author, the kind who would write important historical novels that would be studied in universities for generations. He dreamed of crafting sweeping epics about medieval knights and noble causes, stories that would elevate the human spirit and earn him a place among the foremost literary masters. But every time he published a historical novel, readers would politely applaud and then immediately ask, "When's the next Holmes story coming out?" It was like being a chef who creates an elaborate 7-course meal, only to have everyone ignore the artistically arranged vegetables and ask for more of the simple bread rolls. The problem was that Holmes had become phenomenally successful. By the 1890s, Arthur was earning more money from his detective stories than he had ever dreamed possible. The Strand magazine was paying him handsomely for each new Holmes adventure, and readers couldn't get enough of them. However, Arthur realised that success could also be a form of isolation. He began to feel like Holmes was overshadowing everything else he wanted to accomplish. People introduced him as the creator of Sherlock Holmes, not as the author of historical novels about medieval England. His serious literary work was being treated as a side project, while his detective stories were considered his main achievement. It was deeply frustrating for a man who had worked so hard to establish himself as a serious writer. In 1893, Arthur made one of the most shocking decisions in literary history, bringing the situation to its peak. He decided to kill off Sherlock Holmes. He did not kill off Sherlock Holmes gradually, through old age, or in a subtle manner. Instead, he did so dramatically in a story called The Final Problem. He sent Holmes tumbling over the Reichenbach Falls in Switzerland, locked in mortal combat with his arch-nemesis, Professor Moriarty. Arthur believed he was liberating himself from the detective, whom he considered a burden. He imagined that with Holmes gone, readers would finally pay attention to his other work. He could write about historical subjects, explore spiritual themes, and create the kind of literature that would earn him lasting respect. But Arthur had seriously underestimated how much people loved Holmes. The reaction to The Final Problem was unlike anything the literary world had ever seen. Readers were devastated. The Strand magazine lost 20,000 subscribers overnight. People wore black armbands in mourning. Some readers wrote furious letters accusing Arthur of literary murder. Others simply refused to believe that Holmes was really dead. The outcry was so intense that it surprised even Arthur. He'd considered Holmes to be merely another character in yet another story, but to readers, Holmes had evolved into something far more significant. He was a symbol of rational thought triumphing over chaos, of justice prevailing over evil, of intelligence solving problems that seemed impossible. Killing Holmes felt like killing hope itself. For 8 years, Arthur held firm. He continued writing his historical novels, his spiritual explorations, and his serious literary works. But the ghost of Holmes haunted everything he did. Readers kept asking when the detective would return. Publishers kept offering him enormous sums for new Holmes stories, and Arthur kept insisting that the character was dead and buried. Finally, in 1901, Arthur gave in to the pressure. He wrote The Hound of the Baskervilles, which he positioned as a story from before Holmes's death. But readers weren't satisfied with a prequel. They wanted their detective back in the present, solving new mysteries. The demand was so intense that Arthur eventually had to perform literary resurrection surgery, bringing Holmes back to life in The Adventure of the Empty House in 1903. Arthur's explanation for how Holmes survived the fall was ingenious, but clearly written by someone who was trying to solve a problem he'd never intended to create. Holmes had faked his death, he explained, living in hiding for 3 years while tracking down the rest of Moriarty's organisation. It was a clever solution, but you could almost hear Arthur sighing as he wrote it. The whole episode reveals something fascinating about the relationship between authors and their creations. Arthur had intended Holmes to be a temporary character, a means to an end, a way to pay the bills while he worked on more important projects. But great fictional characters have a way of taking on lives of their own, becoming more real to readers than the people who created them. For the remainder of his life, Arthur continued to write Holmes stories, yet he never fully reconciled with the success of his creation. He was proud of the detective's popularity, but he was also frustrated that his serious work never received the same attention. It's one of literature's finest ironies that the work Arthur considered his lesser achievement turned out to be his greatest contribution to the world. Now let's dive into something that makes the Holmes stories particularly fascinating. The way Arthur wove real scientific advances into his fictional detective work. It's like watching someone build a bridge between the world of imagination and the world of scientific progress, creating something that was both entertaining and educational. Arthur wasn't just a writer. He was a trained physician who had studied the latest scientific methods of his time. When he created Holmes, he was essentially asking the question, what would crime solving look like if it were approached with the same scientific rigour that was revolutionising medicine and other fields? Consider Holmes's famous method of deducing someone's entire life story from tiny physical clues. This approach wasn't just literary fantasy, it was based on real scientific principles that Arthur had learned in medical school. Dr. Joseph Bell had shown that careful observation could reveal incredible amounts of information about a person's life and habits. Arthur took this concept and applied it to detective work, creating a character who could read people like books. Holmes's use of fingerprints is particularly intriguing because Arthur was actually ahead of his time. Police forces didn't widely use fingerprinting until the early 1900s, despite the publication of the first Holmes story in 1887. Arthur had read about the scientific work on fingerprints, and incorporated it into his fiction before most real detectives had even heard of it. In many ways, Holmes was using forensic techniques that wouldn't become standard police procedure for another decade or two. The same was true for many other scientific methods that Holmes employed. He analysed handwriting, studied different types of tobacco ash, examined footprints with scientific precision, and used chemical tests to detect bloodstains. These weren't just clever plot devices, they were based on real scientific techniques that were being developed in laboratories around the world. Arthur was particularly fascinated by the emerging field of toxicology, the study of poisons and their effects on the human body. Arthur's medical background and his interest in using science to solve crimes are evident in several Holmes stories that feature exotic poisons and their detection. He understood that poison was often a weapon of choice for clever criminals because it was difficult to detect with the crude methods available to most police forces. Holmes's laboratory at 221B Baker Street was filled with the kind of equipment that real scientists were using to make breakthrough discoveries. Any serious research facility of the time would have contained the chemical apparatus, microscopes, and reference books that Arthur described. He was showing readers that scientific methods could be applied to criminal investigation, turning detective work from a matter of luck and intuition into a systematic process. But Arthur's genius was in making these scientific methods accessible to ordinary readers. He didn't bog down his stories with technical details or lengthy explanations of scientific principles. Instead, He showed Holmes using these methods in action, solving crimes through careful observation and logical analysis. Readers could follow the detective's reasoning process without needing background in chemistry or biology. This approach had an unexpected educational effect. Many readers learned about scientific methods through Holmes's stories, often without realizing they were getting a science lesson, along with their entertainment. The stories helped popularize the idea that rational scientific thinking could solve complex problems, contributing to the growing public respect for scientific methods. The Victorian belief that human behavior followed logical patterns that were understandable and predictable also influenced Holmes's approach to crime solving. If you studied someone carefully enough, Holmes suggested, you could understand their motivations, predict their actions, and solve the puzzles they created. This was a reassuring message for readers who were living through a period of rapid social change and uncertainty. The scientific accuracy of Holmes's methods varied, of course. Some of his deductions were based on solid observational principles, while others were more fantastical. But Arthur was careful to ground even his most dramatic solutions in plausible scientific reasoning. He wanted readers to believe that Holmes's methods could actually work, even if they were sometimes exaggerated for dramatic effect. What's particularly remarkable is how many of Holmes's fictional forensic techniques eventually became standard police procedure. Arthur's imagination frequently foresaw real scientific advancements, proposing investigative techniques that would not gain widespread acceptance for years or decades. In many ways, the Holmes stories served as a kind of training manual for future detectives, showing them possibilities they might not have considered otherwise. The scientific foundation of Holmes's methods also helped establish the credibility of detective fiction as a genre. These weren't just wild adventure stories. They were logical puzzles that could be solved through careful reasoning. This intellectual respectability helped elevate crime fiction from mere sensational entertainment to a more sophisticated form of literature. As we reach the end of our cozy journey through the origins of Sherlock Holmes, it's worth pondering why this character has refused to stay buried in the Victorian era where he was born. Like a particularly persistent ghost, Holmes has haunted every generation since Arthur first dreamed him up, adapting to new times while somehow remaining eternally himself. The remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to transcend his original time and place. You can transplant him to modern-day London, give him a smartphone and access to the internet, and he's still fundamentally the same character. His methods change. He might use DNA analysis instead of tobacco ash identification, but his essential nature remains unchanged. He continues to be a brilliant outsider who perceives what others overlook, a man capable of bringing order to chaos through sheer intellect. This adaptability suggests that Arthur tapped into something deeper than just Victorian anxieties about crime and urban life. He created a character who represents timeless human desires, the wish to make sense of a confusing world, the hope that intelligence can triumph over evil, and the comfort of knowing that there's someone out there who can solve problems that seem impossible to the rest of us. Every generation has found its reasons to love Holmes. During the World Wars, he represented British resilience and the triumph of civilization over barbarism. In the 1960s, he became a counterculture hero, the ultimate individualist who refused to conform to social expectations. In our current age of information overload, he's the person who can cut through the noise and find the signal, who can separate truth from the overwhelming flood of data that surrounds us. The stories themselves have taken on a life that goes far beyond what Arthur ever imagined. There are more than 25,000 Holmes stories that have been written by other authors, creating a vast literary universe that continues to expand more than a century after the character's creation. Holmes has appeared in every medium imaginable: radio shows, television series, movies, video games, and even virtual reality experiences. But perhaps the most remarkable thing about Holmes is how he's managed to become more real than many actual people. You can visit 221B Baker Street in London, where there's a museum dedicated to the fictional detective. The Royal Mail issues stamps featuring Holmes. The British government has given him an official address. There are societies around the world dedicated to studying his methods and analysing his adventures, as if they were historical documents. This blurring of the line between fiction and reality would have amused Arthur, who spent so much of his later life trying to convince people that Holmes was just a character in stories he'd written. But the public's insistence on treating Holmes as a real person speaks to something profound about the power of outstanding fictional characters to capture our imaginations and become part of our shared cultural reality. The influence of Holmes on real-world detective work has been enormous. Police departments around the world have adopted methods that Holmes used in fiction decades before they became standard practice. The careful examination of crime scenes, the scientific analysis of evidence, and the psychological profiling of suspects. These techniques that seem obvious to us now were revolutionary when Arthur first wrote about them. Holmes has also influenced how we think about problem-solving in general. His method of careful observation, logical deduction, and systematic analysis has been applied to fields far beyond criminal investigation. Business leaders, scientists, and educators have all found ways to apply Holmesian thinking to their challenges. As you settle back into your comfortable chair, and perhaps close your eyes for a moment, consider this. Somewhere in the world right now, someone is discovering Sherlock Holmes for the first time. They're experiencing that same sense of wonder that readers felt more than a century ago when they first encountered the tall, thin detective with his piercing eyes and incredible deductive abilities. The character that Arthur Conan Doyle created in frustration, developed with reluctance and tried to kill off in exasperation, has become one of the most enduring figures in all of literature. Holmes represents our eternal hope that reason can triumph over chaos, that careful observation can reveal hidden truths, and that there's always a logical solution to even the most baffling mystery. In a world that often seems random and senseless, Holmes offers the comforting assurance that everything makes sense if you just know how to look at it properly. He's the friend we all wish we had, the mind we all wish we possessed, and the reassurance we all need that somewhere out there, someone is smart enough to solve the problems that baffle the rest of us. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine Wales before the mines came. Picture rolling green valleys carpeted with bracken and heather, where sheep wandered freely across hillsides that had known nothing but farming for thousands of years. Streams ran clear over grey stones, and the air smelled of rain and wild grass. The people who lived here spoke Welsh in lilting voices, tended small plots of land, and probably never imagined that beneath their feet lay enough coal to heat half of Britain and power an industrial revolution. The landscape of South Wales is the kind of place that poets write about when they're feeling particularly moved by nature's architecture. Steep-sided valleys carved by ancient rivers create natural corridors between mountains that aren't quite dramatic enough to be Alps, but are far more imposing than your average hill. The Welsh call these valleys Stubwy, and if you've never heard that word pronounced properly, you're missing out on one of the language's most satisfying sounds. It rhymes with boom, but starts with a soft, almost musical consonant that exists nowhere in English. In these valleys, the geology had been doing something interesting for about 300 million years. During the Carboniferous period, when the planet was busy growing enormous ferns and dragonflies the size of seagulls, layer upon layer of vegetation had grown, died, and been compressed under the weight of time and sediment into coal. Different types too, anthracite in some places, bituminous coal in others, each with its own properties and uses. It was like the Earth had been running a very slow bakery, turning organic matter into the fossil fuel that would eventually power steam engines, warm homes, and change the trajectory of human civilization. For centuries, people knew the coal was there. Small-scale mining had occurred since Roman times, when someone figured out that these black rocks burned longer and hotter than wood. Medieval monks worked shallow pits to heat their monasteries, and farmers occasionally dug coal from outcrops along riverbanks when they needed extra fuel for winter. But these were modest operations, a few people with picks and baskets, taking what they needed and nothing more. Then came the 18th century, and with it, the realization that coal wasn't just useful for keeping warm. It could power engines, it could smelt iron, it could drive machinery that would transform manufacturing from a cottage industry into an industrial juggernaut. Suddenly, everyone wanted coal, and Wales discovered it was sitting on one of the richest deposits in the world. The transformation happened gradually at first, like dawn creeping over those Welsh hillsides. A landowner would notice coal seams on his property and hire a few men to dig. Those men would need places to live, so cottages appeared. The cottages needed shops, which needed roads, which needed more workers. Success bred expansion. One small mine became 2, then 5, then 20. The peaceful farming valleys began to change, acquiring a new landscape written in industrial structures. pit heads with their distinctive wheel mechanisms, railroad tracks snaking along valley floors, and eventually the slag heaps that would become as much a part of Welsh identity as the mountains themselves. By the early 1800s, the mining industry was picking up serious momentum, attracting workers from across Wales and beyond. English labourers came seeking better wages than agriculture could provide. Irish families arrived during the potato famine, desperate for any work that would feed their children. The Welsh valleys became a melting pot of accents and traditions, all united by the common purpose of extracting coal from the reluctant earth. The coal owners, mostly English aristocrats and wealthy industrialists, saw the mines as investments that would make them staggeringly rich. And they were right. The workers saw them as opportunities for steady employment, which was more than most could expect from farming. Everyone else saw smoke rising from valleys that had been clear for millennia and wondered what all this change would mean. What it meant, ultimately, was that these valleys would become the engine room of the British Empire. The coal pulled from Welsh mines would fuel the ships of the Royal Navy, power the factories of the Industrial Revolution, and heat the homes of Victorian London. The men who extracted it would create communities with their own culture, their own struggles, and their own kind of dignity forged in conditions that would horrify modern safety inspectors. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, you need to understand what it actually meant to work in these mines. Not the romanticised version from period dramas, but the real, gritty, sometimes absurd reality of spending your days underground in pursuit of fossilised ferns. Imagine your morning commute involves getting into a metal cage with 20 other people and dropping into the earth at speeds that make your stomach float into your throat. That was a Welsh coal miner's typical Tuesday, and they did it before they'd had breakfast. Most miners lived within walking distance of their pit, usually because their houses had been built specifically for mine workers and couldn't really be described as located near the mine so much as arranged around it like reluctant satellites. The pit whistle would sound around 5 in the morning, a noise that neighbours described as somewhere between a train horn and a banshee having a particularly bad day. You'd pull on your work clothes, which never really got clean because coal dust has a way of becoming part of the fabric at a molecular level, and head to the pit head. The pit head was the mine's front door, though calling it that makes it sound much more welcoming than it actually was. Picture a tower structure supporting a massive wheel, called a winding wheel, that looked like a Ferris wheel designed by someone who hated fun. Steel cables wrapped around this wheel, connecting to the cage that would transport you and your colleagues down the shaft. Modern elevators have safety features, emergency brakes, and calming music. Mining cages had a gate and a rope. Before descending, you'd collect your lamp, initially candles, later oil lamps, and eventually the famous Davy lamp with its wire mesh safety screen designed to prevent methane explosions. The Davy lamp is celebrated as a brilliant invention that saved countless lives, which it did, though miners noted that it also gave off about as much light as a particularly ambitious firefly. Working by Davy lamp meant you could see approximately 2 feet in front of your face, which was just enough to appreciate the claustrophobia, but not enough to see what you might trip over. The descent into the mine was an experience that never became routine, no matter how many times you did it. The cage would lurch, then begin dropping at speeds that made plummeting feel like an accurate verb. Darkness swallowed you almost immediately as you left the surface world behind. The temperature changed first, the shaft bringing a damp coolness that contrasted sharply with whatever weather you'd left above. Then came the sounds, the creak and groan of cables, the rush of air, the occasional drip of water from shaft walls, and the breathing of the men packed around you, most of whom had learned that talking during descent was pointless because nobody could hear anything anyway. Depths varied depending on the mine and the coal seam being worked. Some mines went down a few hundred feet, others descended over 1,000 feet into the earth. To put that in perspective, that's deeper than the Eiffel Tower is tall, except you're going in the wrong direction, and there's significantly more chance of the ceiling falling on your head. When the cage finally stopped at the pit bottom, and miners appreciated the drivers who managed smooth stops rather than the ones who seemed to think they were competing in some kind of aggressive elevator Olympics, you'd step out into a different world. The pit bottom was usually the widest part of the underground network, a junction where multiple tunnels branched off toward different coal faces. Here, you might find stables for the pit ponies, storage areas for equipment, and the general organised chaos of men sorting themselves into work crews and heading off to their assigned sections. The walk from the pit bottom to your actual work area could take anywhere from a few minutes to over an hour, depending on how far the mine had expanded. These weren't pleasant strolls through well-maintained corridors. Mining tunnels, or roadways as they were called, were typically just tall enough for a man to walk stooped over, and just wide enough for coal trucks to pass through. Water dripped constantly from roofs, pooling in depressions and ensuring that your feet would be wet within the first 5 minutes of your shift. The air quality ranged from breathable but musty near the shaft to soup-like with coal dust, deeper in the workings. Props, wooden support beams, held up the roof at regular intervals, though regular is doing a lot of work in that sentence. The props were insurance against the millions of tons of rock that would very much like to obey gravity and fill in the space you'd created by removing coal. You learned to read the language of creaking wood and shifting stone, developing an almost supernatural sense for when a roof was feeling unstable. Miners would tap props with their hammers as they walked, listening for the solid thunk that meant the wood was still doing its job, versus the hollow sound that meant you should probably walk faster. Your destination was the coal face, the wall of coal where the actual mining happened. This was where the day's real work began, and where you'd spend the next 8 to 12 hours in conditions that would make a modern health and safety inspector weep into their clipboard. Coal doesn't give itself up willingly. It sits in seams, geological layers that might be anywhere from a few inches to several feet thick, surrounded by harder rock that has no intention of making your job easy. Getting the coal out required a combination of skill, strength, and a casual disregard for personal safety that would be remarkable if it wasn't so necessary. The coal face itself was typically a wall of black mineral gleaming dully in lamplight, running along the seam for as far as the mine had been worked. Seam heights varied dramatically. Some lucky miners worked seams tall enough to stand in, which must have felt like luxury. Others worked in seams as low as 18 inches, which meant spending your entire shift lying on your side, swinging a pickaxe in spaces that would make a sardine can feel spacious. The basic technique hadn't changed much since medieval times. You undercut the coal seam, weakening it, then brought it down in manageable chunks. Undercutting meant lying on your side or back at the very bottom of the seam, using a small pickaxe to hack away at the coal's base. This created a gap, usually about 3 feet deep, that undermined the coal above. It was exhausting, cramped work that left your shoulders screaming and your back promising to never forgive you. Once undercut, the coal needed to be brought down. In earlier periods, this meant using wedges and sledgehammers to crack the weakened coal and pry it loose in chunks. Later, explosives entered the picture, which was either a great innovation or a terrible idea depending on who you asked and whether the blast had just gone correctly. Controlled explosions in confined underground spaces surrounded by flammable gas and supported by wooden props. What could possibly go wrong? Actually, quite a lot, though miners became remarkably skilled at blast work. Shot firers, specialists in explosives, would drill holes in the coal face using hand-powered drills that required one man to hold the drill while another swung a sledgehammer to drive it forward. This was partnership work of the highest order, requiring trust that your colleague wouldn't miss and turn your hands into something resembling tenderized beef. Once the holes were drilled, they'd be packed with explosives and fuses. Everyone would retreat to a safe distance, and the shot firer would light the fuses and hope his calculations were correct. The blast would crack the coal, bringing it down in pieces that ranged from manageable chunks to slabs that required several men to shift. This coal then needed to be loaded into trucks, initially wooden carts pushed by hand, later metal trams pulled by ponies or small underground locomotives. The loading was done by the same men who'd cut the coal, using shovels and physical effort that would make modern gym workouts look gentle. Here's something that might surprise you. Miners were typically paid based on how much coal they produced, not how many hours they worked. This piecework system meant your earnings depended entirely on the amount you could cut, blast and load in a shift. It created intense motivation to work quickly, but also meant that difficult geological conditions, hard coal, wet faces, unstable roofs, directly affected your family's income. If you spent half your shift dealing with a roof fall instead of cutting coal, you made half the money. The physical toll of this work is hard to overstate from the comfort of your bed. Imagine swinging a pickaxe while lying on your side for hours at a time. Imagine breathing air thick with coal dust that turned your snot black. and made every cough sound like you were bringing up something solid. Imagine working in temperatures that could range from near freezing in wet sections to sweltering heat near the deeper faces, where the Earth's natural warmth combined with human exertion created conditions like a sauna designed by someone who hated you. Your body adapted, or it broke. Miners developed distinctive physiques, powerful shoulders and arms from swinging picks and shoveling coal, but often crooked backs from working stooped or kneeling. Their hands became calloused to the point where they could handle rough coal and splintered props without flinching. Their lungs accumulated coal dust with every shift, a process that would eventually catch up with them, but seemed acceptable when you had a family to feed. The danger was constant and varied. Roof falls could crush you instantly or trap you under tons of rock. Gas explosions could race through the mine faster than you could run, the flame front turning anyone in its path into a casualty before they even understood what was happening. Flooding from underground water sources could drown entire work crews, and then there were the smaller everyday hazards. Crushed fingers from mishandled tools, lacerations from sharp coal faces, burns from lamps, and the omnipresent risk of simply tripping over something in the dark and breaking a bone in a place where medical help was hundreds of feet above you. Yet the men kept going back, shift after shift, year after year. Partly because they had no choice. Mining was the only real employment available in these valleys. But also because there was a kind of pride in the work, a craftsman's satisfaction in cutting a clean face or setting props that would hold steady. You were part of a crew, and the bonds formed by shared danger and shared labour created communities underground that were, in their own way, as important as the ones above. The coalface was where the dramatic work happened, but a mine was really a complex ecosystem requiring dozens of specialised jobs to function. Walking through an active mine in its heyday was like touring a small underground city, complete with transportation networks, workforce hierarchies, and its own peculiar culture. Perhaps the most beloved members of this subterranean community were the pit ponies. These weren't your typical farm horses, they were compact, sturdy animals specifically bred or selected for underground work. Shetland ponies were favourites because their small size allowed them to work in lower passages, while their strength was remarkable for their stature. These ponies hauled coal trams from the face to the pit bottom, navigating the maze of tunnels with intelligence that regularly amazed the men who worked with them. The ponies lived underground, sometimes for months at a time. They had stables at the pit bottom, actual underground stables with stalls, hay and water. The horses knew the routes better than many human workers and would automatically stop at passing places when meeting oncoming traffic. Some miners swore the ponies could sense dangerous gas before the safety lamps detected it and would refuse to enter certain areas when conditions were risky. Whether this was true or simply the horses objecting to poor air quality is debatable, but miners learned to trust their pony's judgment. The bond between a miner and his pony was often closer than many human relationships. You spent hours every day working alongside this animal in darkness and danger. You depended on each other. The ponies received names, personalities, and a level of care that might have seemed excessive, except that your productivity and possibly your life depended on them. When ponies were brought to the surface, usually during the annual break when mines shut down for maintenance, they'd apparently be startled by daylight, having lived so long in lamplight that the sun seemed impossibly bright. Then there were the boys. Mining employed children as young as 5 or 6 in the early days, though reformers gradually raised minimum ages as the 19th century progressed. These weren't children doing light tasks. They had specific essential jobs in the mine's operation. The youngest boys often worked as trappers, sitting alone in the darkness operating ventilation doors. When a coal tram approached, the boy would open his door, let it pass, then close it again to maintain the mine's airflow. Hour after hour in darkness, broken only by a small lamp, usually sitting on a pile of coal or a makeshift seat, waiting for the next tram. Try to imagine being 7 years old, sitting alone in pitch darkness hundreds of feet underground, with only the occasional rumble of approaching coal trucks to break the silence. The isolation must have been profound and the darkness absolute when your lamp needed refilling. Some boys sang to themselves or talked to imaginary companions, or simply endured with the stoicism that poverty and necessity teach early. Older boys graduated to more active roles. They'd become door boys, who accompanied the ponies or helpers who assisted the coal cutters. By their early teens, they'd be learning the actual craft of mining, how to read coal, set props, and handle explosives. This was the education system in mining communities. You learned reading and arithmetic at Sunday school, and you learned your trade in the pit. The underground world also included specialists whose jobs required particular skills. Repairers maintained the roadways, replacing damaged props and keeping the tunnels safe. Shot firers handled the explosives work, a position of considerable responsibility and slightly better pay. Engineers maintained the machinery, keeping pumps running and ensuring ventilation fans operated correctly. Each person had their role in the complex choreography that was a working mine. Communication underground happened through a combination of shouting, signal systems, and pure intuition developed over years of working together. Before electrical signal systems, messages travelled through chains of workers shouting to each other through the darkness, information degrading like a particularly high-stakes game of telephone. Later, bell signals allowed communication between the surface and pit bottom. One bell might mean ready to descend, two bells ready to ascend, and various other combinations conveying different messages. Get the signals wrong, and you might send an empty cage up while leaving men waiting below, or worse. The mine had its own time sense, divorced from the surface world. Down in the darkness, you couldn't tell if it was morning or evening, summer or winter. Your shift was measured by the work done rather than the passage of hours. Some men claimed they could feel time passing through the quality of the air or the behaviour of the ponies, developing almost supernatural awareness of the shift's progress. Others simply worked until someone came to tell them it was time to head back to the cage. Meal breaks happened at the face, with men sitting on coal piles eating bread and cheese that had acquired a distinctive gritty texture from the coal dust that coated everything. Water tasted faintly of minerals and whatever the pipes had picked up on their journey underground. Some mines allowed tea cans that could be warmed on small fires, though open flames were prohibited in most sections due to gas risks. The food never tasted quite right. Coal dust got into everything, but it provided the calories needed for the extraordinary physical exertion. The culture that developed underground was distinctive and powerful. Men learned to trust each other completely because their lives literally depended on it. If someone called out a warning about a bad roof or dangerous gas, you didn't debate. You moved. This created bonds that extended beyond the pit, forming the foundation for the tight-knit mining communities above ground. The men who descended together, worked together, and survived together became brothers in ways that transcended normal friendship. When the cage finally brought you back to the surface at shift's end, you'd emerge into whatever weather Wales was offering that day. Usually rain, sometimes fog, occasionally actual sunshine that made everyone slightly suspicious. Your eyes would need several minutes to adjust to natural light after hours in the dimness. Your ears would ring with the sudden absence of the constant underground noise, and your lungs would appreciate air that didn't have a texture. The mining communities that grew up around the pits were unlike anything that had existed in Wales before. Previously, Welsh valleys had been places of scattered farms and small villages. Mining created industrial towns almost overnight, with rows of terraced houses marching up hillsides in neat lines that showed all the imagination of someone arranging dominoes. These weren't planned communities with parks and public spaces. They were housing solutions designed to pack maximum workers into minimum space, as close to the pit as physically possible. The houses themselves were remarkably similar across different mining valleys. 2 up, 2 down was the standard layout. 2 rooms downstairs, 2 bedrooms upstairs, a small yard out back, and walls thin enough that you knew entirely too much about your neighbours' personal lives. The front door opened directly onto the street, which meant coal dust, mud, and whatever the weather was doing came straight into your front room. No entrance halls, no mudrooms, just immediate domesticity. These houses were typically owned by the mining company and rented to workers, which created an interesting power dynamic where your employer was also your landlord. Get fired from the pit, and you'd lose both your income and your home simultaneously. This arrangement wasn't designed for worker welfare so much as company convenience, ensuring a captive workforce who couldn't easily move to seek better wages elsewhere. Life in these mining towns revolved around the pit's schedule. When the day shift ended, streets would suddenly fill with men in blackened work clothes heading home for a wash and dinner. The night shift would pass them going the opposite direction, creating a twice-daily tidal exchange of workers. Women timed their household tasks around these rhythms. Water needed to be heated for washing, meals needed to be ready when men returned, and laundry had to be done when it wouldn't be coated in fresh coal dust. the washing of a miner presented its own challenges. Before pithead baths became common in the early 20th century, men came home covered head to foot in coal dust and had to wash in the house. This typically meant a zinc tub placed in front of the kitchen fire filled with water heated on the stove. The miner would strip down and scrub away the day's accumulation, while family members politely ignored his nakedness or helped scrub his back. The water would turn black immediately, and the process would need multiple rinses to actually get clean. Some coal dust, however, never came out. It worked its way into skin pores, creating permanent blue scars called coal tattoos, where cuts had healed with dust embedded in them. Older miners accumulated these marks like some kind of industrial tribal scarification, each one a story of a particular accident or incident underground. Their hands remained perpetually stained in the creases, no amount of scrubbing able to remove coal that had become part of their flesh. Women in mining communities worked just as hard as the men, though their labour was unpaid and largely invisible to the historical record. Running a household on a miner's wages required skills that would impress a modern efficiency expert. You had to make limited money stretch to feed a family, keep everyone clothed despite the destructive nature of mining work, maintain a house that was under constant assault from coal dust, and somehow create a home environment that provided relief from the harsh conditions of pit work. Laundry was a particular challenge. Mining clothes needed to be washed constantly but never really got clean. The standard process involved soaking, boiling, scrubbing with lye soap that was harsh enough to remove coal but also skin, multiple rinses, and eventual acceptance that your husband's work clothes would always be slightly grey. Wash day typically happened once a week, involving enough physical effort to qualify as a serious workout, hauling water, heating it, lifting wet clothes, wringing, hanging and repeating. Food was practical and calorie-dense. Mining work burned enormous amounts of energy, so meals needed to be substantial. Breakfast might be porridge or bread with dripping. The main meal, taken after the shift, would typically involve potatoes, maybe some bacon or cheap cuts of meat, bread and strong tea. Vegetables came from the small garden plot behind the house, if you were lucky enough to have one, and the time to maintain it. The diet wasn't particularly varied, but it kept working men functional, which was the primary requirement. The town itself would have a few key institutions. The chapel or church stood at the centre of community life, providing not just religious services, but also social organisation, education, and a moral framework. Chapels were often the grandest buildings in mining towns, their architecture suggesting that while houses could be basic, places of worship deserved investment. The Welsh love of music found particular expression in chapel choirs, where miners who spent their days in industrial noise created harmonies that could raise the hair on your neck. Shops lined the main streets: grocers, butchers, bakers and general stores. Many operated on credit systems because miners were paid fortnightly, and families needed to eat in between. The shopkeeper's ledger was essentially the community's credit score, tracking who owed what and allowing families to survive the gap between wages. This credit came at a price, of course. Interest charges that meant buying on credit always cost more than paying cash. The pub served as the men's social space, the place where you could relax after a shift with a pint and companionship. Mining was hard on bodies and minds, and alcohol provided temporary relief from both physical pain and psychological stress. Some men drank moderately, others fell into patterns of heavy drinking that consumed wages and created family hardships. The temperance movement had strong support in mining areas, though it fought an uphill battle against the combination of physical pain, psychological stress, and social tradition that made the pub central to male community life. Education was valued but limited. Elementary schools taught basic literacy and numeracy, enough to read the Bible and do practical calculations. Beyond that, continued education required either exceptional talent that earned scholarships or family wealth that most miners didn't possess. Children typically left school at 12 or 13 to begin work, either in the pit or in other jobs that helped support the family economy. Now we come to the harder parts of this story, though we'll walk through them gently. Understanding what mining communities endured requires acknowledging both the spectacular disasters that made headlines and the grinding everyday hardships that broke people slowly rather than suddenly. Mining accidents were horrifyingly common. Small incidents happened constantly: crushed fingers, minor burns, cuts and bruises. These rarely made it into official records because men would typically bind up the injury and keep working. Losing a shift's pay was often more threatening than a damaged hand. More serious injuries meant time off work, which meant no income, which meant family hardship. Then there were the disasters. Mine explosions killed dozens or hundreds at once, usually caused by methane gas accumulating in poorly ventilated areas and igniting from a lamp, a spark, or the explosion itself, creating more explosions. These catastrophes would devastate entire communities overnight. One moment, men were working normally underground. The next, families were gathering at the pit head, waiting for news, knowing from the smoke and chaos that many wouldn't be coming home. Roof falls claimed lives regularly, suddenly and without warning. One minute you're working the coalface, the next, tons of rock have crushed you or trapped you in darkness, while the lamp burns down and air runs out. Rescue efforts were heroic but often futile. Moving the fallen rock required time and equipment, and trapped men rarely had enough of either. Water in rushes could flood entire sections of the mine in minutes. Underground water sources were unpredictable, and sometimes mining work would inadvertently breach barriers, holding back underground lakes or streams. The water would pour in with tremendous force, drowning anyone who couldn't reach higher ground or the shaft quickly enough. The aftermath of disasters followed predictable, tragic patterns. The company would express regret while denying responsibility. Funerals would be held for those whose bodies could be recovered. Families would be left without income, often without housing since they lived in company-owned homes. Inquests would be held, recommendations made, and usually nothing fundamental would change. But the slow disasters were equally devastating in their own way. Pneumoconiosis, called black lung, was the miner's disease, caused by decades of breathing coal dust that accumulated in lungs until breathing became increasingly difficult. There was no cure, no treatment, just a gradual decline where every breath became work, and the former strong man became a wheezing invalid who couldn't walk up the stairs without stopping to catch his breath. The progression was cruel in its predictability. First, you'd notice you couldn't quite keep up with younger men anymore. Then climbing hills became difficult. Eventually, breathing became the main activity of your day, each breath a conscious effort rather than an automatic background function. Men in their 50s looked 80, worn out from inside by the coal they'd spent their lives extracting. Injuries accumulated over careers, bad backs from years of working stooped, damaged knees from kneeling on hard coal and rock, shoulders that ached in wet weather from swinging picks thousands of times per shift, hearing loss from working in constant noise. These weren't dramatic injuries, but the physical cost of decades of doing brutally hard work in terrible conditions. The psychological toll is harder to document because mental health wasn't a concept that mining communities had language for, but it was real nonetheless. Men who'd survived disasters often showed what we'd now recognise as PTSD, nightmares, anxiety, and inability to return underground. The constant awareness of danger created stress that some managed and others didn't. The combination of dangerous work, financial insecurity, physical pain, and limited options for change weighed on people in ways that expressed themselves through irritability, depression, or drinking. Family life under these pressures required remarkable resilience. Women managed households, knowing their husbands might not come home from their shifts. Children grew up understanding that their fathers were constantly at risk. The communities developed coping mechanisms, neighbours helping each other, the chapel providing comfort, and shared experience creating understanding. But the stress was real and constant. Economic hardship was the backdrop to everything. Mining wages were better than farm work, but never enough to build security. A miner's widow often faced immediate poverty, unless she could find work or had grown children to support her. Illness or injury meant financial disaster. There were no safety nets, no insurance, no welfare state. Just charity that was never sufficient, and community support that was generous but limited. Yet through all this hardship, the communities endured. They created culture despite poverty, the male voice choirs that made Welsh mining famous, the brass bands that practiced in drafty halls, and the poetry and literature that emerged from these valleys. They built institutions, trade unions that fought for better conditions, cooperative societies that provided affordable goods, and educational institutes that offered learning opportunities. The perseverance wasn't some romantic quality to be admired from a distance. It was necessity given form, the stubborn refusal to be destroyed by circumstances that were genuinely destructive. You kept going because the alternative was unthinkable. You sent your children down the pit because they needed to eat. You went back underground after disasters because your family needed the income. You built a life in the cracks between hardship because humans are remarkably good at doing exactly that. The decline of Welsh coal mining didn't happen overnight. It was a slow process, like watching a sunset that takes decades instead of minutes, beautiful in its own way but marking the end of an era. The first hints came after World War I, when foreign competition began undercutting Welsh coal prices. Other countries had developed their own mining industries, and shipping coal across oceans became less economical than burning local supplies. The British market remained, but it was shrinking as oil began replacing coal for some purposes. Diesel locomotives were more efficient than steam. Oil heating was cleaner than coal. The world was changing its energy sources, and coal was slowly becoming yesterday's fuel. The Great Depression hit mining communities with particular brutality. When industries cut production, they needed less coal. Miners closed or reduced shifts. Men who'd worked their entire lives underground found themselves unemployed with no other skills and no other opportunities in towns built entirely around mining. The dole, unemployment benefit, kept families from starvation but not from poverty, and the psychological impact of idleness in communities where identity was built around work was devastating. World War II brought temporary revival. Coal was essential for the war effort, and mines operated at full capacity. Men too old for military service worked double shifts. The industry remembered its importance, and workers remembered steady employment. But it was a reprieve rather than a reversal, the economy running on wartime needs that would end with peace. Nationalisation in 1947 brought the mines under government control, creating the National Coal Board. Miners hoped this would mean better conditions and more secure employment. In some ways it did. Safety improved, wages became more standardised, and benefits were introduced. But nationalisation couldn't solve the fundamental problem. The world needed less coal, and Welsh coal was becoming expensive to extract compared to other sources. The 1950s and 60s saw systematic closures. Mines that had employed hundreds closed permanently, their pit wheels stopping for the last time. Communities that had existed for generations faced existential questions. What happens to a mining town when the mine closes? Where do people go when the only skill they have is extracting coal that nobody wants anymore? Some families moved to England, seeking work in factories or construction. Others stayed, clinging to familiar places even as employment vanished. The young left in disproportionate numbers, draining valleys of energy and future. Villages became places where old miners retired and died while their children built lives elsewhere. The strikes of the 1980s were a last desperate attempt to save an industry that economics had already condemned. The 1984 to 85 strike lasted a year, pitting miners against a government determined to reduce coal dependency. It was brutal, bitter, and ultimately unsuccessful. Communities tore themselves apart over whether to strike or work. Families survived on charity and determination, and in the end the mines closed anyway. Walking through a Welsh valley today, you can still read the history written in the landscape. The terraced houses remain, though many are now holiday cottages or have been renovated beyond recognition. Chapel buildings stand converted to apartments or community centres, their singing replaced by silence. The pitheads are gone, their sites reclaimed by grass and trees or marked by memorials. The slag heaps have been landscaped into gentle hills, their sharp angles softened by decades of erosion and deliberate reshaping. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008. Tower Colliery had been saved by workers who bought it themselves in the 1990s, operating it as a cooperative that proved mining could still work if workers controlled it. When coal quality declined and reserves depleted, they closed it voluntarily rather than waiting for economic forces to make the decision for them. It was an ending that somehow maintained dignity, with workers choosing to close their own mine rather than having it shut down by external decree. The end of coal mining in Wales marked the conclusion of an era that had lasted roughly 200 years. 2 centuries during which these valleys had been transformed from farming country to industrial powerhouses and back to something else entirely. Communities searching for new identities while honouring the extraordinary history that had shaped them. The transition wasn't smooth. Mining towns struggled with unemployment rates that would shock economists. Young people left because there were no jobs, creating ageing populations in communities built for young families. The social fabric that mining had created, the solidarity, the shared purpose, the tight-knit neighbourhoods, began to fray when the industry that had woven it together disappeared. Some valleys found new purposes. Tourism discovered that the industrial heritage people had lived with daily was actually fascinating to outsiders. Former mines became museums where guides, often former miners themselves, led visitors through preserved workings, explaining how the job was done and what life was like underground. There's something both touching and slightly odd about paying to experience a sample of work that people had once been paid to do and had desperately hoped their children wouldn't have to follow them into. Regeneration projects attempted to diversify local economies. Light industry, call centres, tourism and service jobs replaced heavy industry. The work was safer, cleaner and generally better for your health, but it paid less and lacked the identity and solidarity that mining had provided. You can work in a call centre for 20 years without developing the same sense of craft and community that 2 years underground created. The physical landscape underwent dramatic transformation. Those slag heaps that had dominated valley sides for generations were slowly removed or reshaped. Rivers that had run black with coal dust for a century started running clear again. Air quality improved to the point where you could hang white laundry outside without it turning grey. Nature reclaimed spaces that industry had dominated, and the valleys began to look more like they had before coal was discovered. But removing the physical traces of mining couldn't erase the cultural legacy. The communities that mining created had developed distinctive identities that persisted even after the industry vanished. The emphasis on education and self-improvement, the tradition of mutual aid and collective action, and the cultural institutions like choirs and brass bands. These survived the closure of the pits because they'd become embedded in community identity. As you lie there in comfort, warm and safe, it's worth reflecting on what those forgotten mines of Wales actually meant. Not just to the people who worked them, but to the modern world you inhabit. The coal pulled from Welsh valleys powered the Industrial Revolution that created modern civilization. The ships that connected the British Empire ran on Welsh coal. The factories that mass-produced goods, making them affordable for ordinary people for the first time in history, were powered by Welsh coal. The trains that revolutionised transportation, the heating systems that made homes comfortable, and the steel mills that provided material for bridges and buildings, all of these depended on coal, and much of that coal came from Wales. This means that Welsh miners, toiling in darkness and danger for wages that barely covered rent and food, were inadvertently building the modern world. Every technological advancement of the industrial age rested on a foundation of fossil fuel energy, and someone had to extract that energy from underground. The miners who did this work weren't thinking about historical significance. They were thinking about feeding their families, but their labour literally powered the transformation of human civilization. The labour movement that created workers' rights across the industrialised world found some of its strongest expression in Welsh mining communities. The unions that fought for safer conditions, better pay, reasonable hours, and basic dignity established precedents that benefited workers in every industry. When coal miners struck for better conditions, they were advancing causes that would eventually benefit office workers who'd never seen a mine. The concept that workers deserved protection from dangerous conditions, that employers had responsibility for workplace safety, and that communities deserved compensation when industry harmed them. These ideas were forged in mining communities, often in response to disasters that killed dozens. The regulations that protect modern workers exist partly because miners died when those regulations didn't exist, and their communities refused to accept that such deaths were inevitable. The cultural contributions of Welsh mining communities enriched British and world culture in ways often overlooked. The male voice choir tradition that spread globally had its strongest expression in mining valleys, where men who spent their days in industrial noise created beauty through harmony. The literature that emerged from these communities, poetry, memoir, fiction, provided working-class perspectives that challenged middle-class assumptions about what constituted worthy subjects for art. Welsh mining communities also demonstrated something important about human resilience and community solidarity. They showed that people could build meaningful lives under objectively terrible conditions, that communities could develop rich cultures despite poverty, and that dignity wasn't dependent on material comfort. This isn't to romanticize hardship. The conditions were genuinely awful, and nobody should have had to endure them. but rather to acknowledge the remarkable human capacity to create meaning and community, even in difficult circumstances. The environmental legacy is more complicated. Coal mining damaged the landscape extensively, polluted waterways, and contributed to air pollution that harmed health across industrial regions. The carbon emissions from burning Welsh coal contributed to climate change that we're now struggling to address. The environmental restoration of former mining areas has been expensive and ongoing, attempting to repair damage that accumulated over 2 centuries of intensive extraction. Yet the energy transition we're currently experiencing, moving from fossil fuels to renewable sources, builds on lessons learned from the coal era. We understand now that energy extraction has environmental costs that must be considered. We recognise that communities built around single industries are vulnerable when that industry declines. We know that workers displaced by economic change deserve support and retraining rather than abandonment. These lessons came partly from watching what happened when coal mining ended. The museums and heritage sites that preserve mining history serve an important function beyond tourism. They ensure that future generations understand where their comfortable, technological lives came from. It's easy to take electricity, heating and manufactured goods for granted without considering the human cost that made them possible. Seeing an actual coal face, understanding what working underground meant, and recognising the sacrifices made by people whose names are mostly forgotten. This provides perspective that pure prosperity can't teach. In Wales itself, mining identity remains powerful, even among people too young to have ever worked underground. The values that mining communities developed, solidarity, mutual support, education and cultural expression, continue to shape these regions. The political culture of Welsh valleys, with its strong support for collective action and social welfare, reflects lessons learned when communities discovered that individuals couldn't survive without community support. The descendants of miners live across the world now, carrying family histories of underground work to places far from Welsh valleys. These stories, passed down through generations, keep alive the memory of what previous generations endured. Your colleague whose grandfather was a Welsh miner, your friend whose great-aunt emigrated from a mining town, and the person you met who casually mentioned their family's mining background, they're carrying pieces of this history forward. Perhaps most importantly, the mining era teaches us about the human cost of the energy and materials that modern civilization requires. We still need energy. We still need raw materials. Someone somewhere is still doing difficult, dangerous work to extract what we consume casually. The working conditions have improved in developed nations, partly due to lessons learned from mining history, but the fundamental truth remains. Our comfortable lives rest on labour that most of us never see and rarely consider. History written in broad strokes can miss the texture of actual human experience. So let's slow down and consider what all this meant at the individual level, through the kinds of stories that former miners and their families shared when they talked about their lives. Imagine being 8 years old, starting work as a trapper boy. You'd wake before dawn, eat whatever breakfast your family could afford, and walk to the pit with your father or older brothers. The descent into darkness would terrify you initially. The dropping sensation, the blackness, and the damp smell of underground spaces. But children adapt, and within weeks this journey would become routine. Your job station would be a ventilation door somewhere in the mine's network. You'd sit on a small wooden seat or pile of coal, holding a string attached to the door. When you heard a coal tram approaching, and you learned to distinguish the sound of different trams, different ponies, and different drivers, you'd pull the string to open the door. The tram would pass through, and you'd close the door to maintain airflow. Then silence would return, and you'd sit alone in darkness lit only by your small lamp, waiting for the next tram. Hour after hour in silence broken only by distant sounds of mining work, dripping water, and the occasional scurrying of rats that lived underground. You couldn't read because the light was too poor, and you probably couldn't read anyway. You couldn't move around because you needed to stay at your station. You just sat and waited and tried not to think about the tons of rock above your head, or the darkness that pressed in from all sides. Some boys handled this solitude better than others. Some sang quietly to themselves, or talked to imaginary friends, or simply developed the capacity to sit with their own thoughts for 12 hours at a stretch. Others found it psychologically damaging, developing fears that would last their entire lives. But all of them did it because their families needed the income, and 8-year-olds didn't really get a choice about employment. Now imagine being a young woman married to a miner. Every time your husband descended into the pit, you'd have to make peace with the possibility that he might not return. You'd listen for the pit whistle that signalled accidents, knowing that its particular pattern would tell you whether to worry or to panic. When disaster struck other families, you'd attend funerals while thinking, that could have been us. Because it could have been, and the only thing separating your intact family from the grieving widow down the street was pure luck. Your daily work would be constant and exhausting. Washing, cooking, cleaning, and maintaining the house against the constant assault of coal dust. Managing the family budget with the precision of an accountant, making every penny count because there weren't any extra. Caring for children while also, in many cases, taking in lodgers, or doing laundry for other families to earn extra income. Running a mining household was a full-time job that paid nothing but was absolutely essential to family survival. You'd develop strategies and skills that would impress modern efficiency experts. You'd know how to make a small amount of meat feed 6 people by combining it with potatoes and vegetables. You'd master the art of repairing clothes so extensively that they could be passed down through multiple children. You'd create cleaning schedules that minimized dust accumulation and made the most of available water and fuel. You'd become an expert at reading your husband's mood and health, knowing when he was simply tired versus genuinely ill, and when he needed space versus comfort. Or imagine being a miner in your prime, say 35 years old with 20 years of underground experience. You'd have developed a sophisticated understanding of coal, rock, and mining engineering that was partly taught and partly intuitive. You'd know how to read subtle signs in the coalface that indicated what would happen when you undercut it. You'd understand roof stability from the sound of creaking props and the feel of air pressure changes. You'd have learned through experience where gas tended to accumulate and how to recognize danger before it became disaster. Your body would be a map of your career. Scars from various accidents, coal tattoos from healed cuts, and the distinctive miner's physique of powerful shoulders and arms, combined with a back that was starting to curve from years of stooped work. Your hands would be calloused to the point of being almost leather-like, able to handle rough coal and splintered wood without much discomfort. Your lungs would have started accumulating the coal dust that would eventually cause problems, though at 35 you probably wouldn't notice symptoms yet. You'd have a position in the underground social hierarchy based on skill, experience, and personality. The best coal cutters were respected for their craft. Shot firers who were reliable and safe earned trust. Men who panicked in emergencies or couldn't be counted on to pull their weight in difficult conditions would find themselves subtly marginalised. The underground world had its own social rules, and reputation mattered intensely in a place where lives depended on teamwork. Your relationship with the mine itself would be complex. You'd hate the danger, the discomfort, and the toll it took on your body. But you'd also feel a craftsman's pride in doing difficult work well. There was satisfaction in cutting a clean face, in setting props that would hold, and in knowing you could handle conditions that would defeat someone with less skill and experience. The mine was your adversary and your livelihood, the thing you struggled against daily and the thing that gave your life structure and purpose. As we near the end of our journey through Welsh mining history, it's time to draw together the threads and understand how this vanished world still touches the present in ways both obvious and subtle. The physical landscape of Wales still bears mining's signature, even where active restoration has occurred. Those valley towns with their terraced houses remain, adapted to new purposes but unmistakable in their origins. The chapels, often the most beautiful buildings in these communities, stand as reminders of the spiritual life that sustained people through industrial hardship. The rivers run clear now, but their banks still sometimes reveal coal fragments that escaped from works closed decades ago. Walk through a former mining valley on a quiet day, and you might notice something interesting about the topography. The hillsides have a particular slope where slag heaps once stood, now softened by grass and thyme but still distinctively not quite natural. The flat areas near valley floors show where railway sidings once ran, their tracks long removed but the ground still bearing the compressed memory of heavy use. The landscape remembers, even when casual observers wouldn't recognise what they're seeing. The museums deserve particular mention because they're fighting against historical amnesia. Big Pit National Coal Museum in Blaenavon takes visitors down an actual mine, equipped with helmet and lamp, experiencing a tiny fraction of what working underground meant. The guides are often former miners who can explain from personal experience what each section was for and how the work was done. They make the history immediate and real in ways that no amount of reading can match. These museums serve an important function beyond education. They validate the experiences of people whose working lives were often dismissed as unimportant by those who benefited from their labour. By preserving mining history and treating it as worthy of museum-quality presentation, they're making a statement that these lives mattered, that this work had dignity, and that the sacrifices made by mining communities deserve recognition and remembrance. The cultural legacy persists in ways that surprise people unfamiliar with Welsh history. The male voice choirs that remain active in Welsh valleys still sing with harmonies, perfected by miners who found beauty in music after spending days in industrial noise. The brass bands that compete in national competitions maintain traditions established when musical instruments provided one of the few sources of entertainment and cultural expression available to working-class communities. Welsh literature and poetry carry mining's influence in their DNA. Poets who grew up in mining households, even if they never worked underground themselves, write with awareness of hardship, solidarity, and the dignity of manual labour. The working-class voice in British literature owes much to writers who emerged from mining communities and brought their experiences and perspectives to audiences who'd never considered such lives worthy of literary attention. The political culture of Wales reflects mining's legacy in tangible ways. The strong support for trade unions, the emphasis on collective action, and the suspicion of unchecked corporate power. These attitudes were forged in mining communities that learned through bitter experience that individual workers had no power against large organisations, but collective action could force change. The Labour Party's historic dominance in Welsh valleys stems directly from mining communities' political awakening during industrial struggles. More subtly, the values that sustained mining communities, mutual support, community solidarity, emphasis on education as a path to advancement, continue to influence Welsh culture, even as economic circumstances have changed entirely. The tradition of neighbours helping neighbours during hardship, of communities rallying around families facing difficulties, of viewing education as communally valuable, rather than just individually beneficial, these reflect lessons learned when survival depended on community cohesion. For individuals with mining heritage, the connection to this history often runs deep, even when separated by generations. People whose grandparents were miners carry stories passed down through families, creating personal connections to a vanished world. These aren't abstract historical facts, but family memory, kept alive through photographs, remembered conversations, and the occasional piece of mining equipment kept as a family heirloom. The contemporary energy transition, the shift from fossil fuels to renewable sources, has brought unexpected resonance to mining history. Wales is now investing in wind farms, tidal power, and solar installations, transitioning from extracting energy from the ground to harvesting it from natural forces. Some former mining communities are becoming centres for renewable energy, finding new purpose in energy production, even as the energy sources change completely. This transition carries echoes of mining's lessons, the importance of planning for workers displaced by industrial change, the need to support communities economically dependent on single industries, the recognition that energy extraction has costs, environmental, social and human, that must be considered alongside economic benefits. These lessons, learned painfully through mining's rise and fall, inform current policy in ways that might have prevented some of the hardship mining communities experienced if they'd been applied earlier. Climate change discussions often position coal mining as a purely historical problem, the source of emissions that created our current crisis. This is true, but incomplete. The people who mined coal weren't causing climate change through malice or ignorance. They were providing energy that civilization demanded, working jobs that were available to them, and feeding families the only way they knew how. Holding them responsible for climate change makes no more sense than blaming oil workers for petroleum dependence. The responsibility lies with economic and political systems that created demand without considering long-term consequences. Understanding this distinction matters because we're still creating new industries and new dependencies without fully considering their long-term impacts. We're still asking workers to accept dangerous or harmful employment because alternatives don't exist. We're still building communities around single industries that might vanish within a generation. The patterns that created and destroyed coal mining continue in new forms, suggesting we haven't fully learned the lessons that history offers. As you prepare for sleep, comfortable in your warm bed with electric light available at the touch of a switch, it's worth holding one final thought about what those forgotten mines of Wales actually represent. They represent human ingenuity applied to solving energy needs, even when the solution came at tremendous cost. They represent working-class communities creating culture, dignity, and solidarity under conditions that were objectively terrible. They represent the environmental and human price of industrialization, paid by people who had little choice about the work they did but maintained their humanity, despite circumstances designed to reduce them to mere labour. The miners themselves, the men who descended into darkness day after day, the women who maintained households and communities, and the children who started work before they'd finished growing. These weren't extraordinary people in the sense of being unusual. They were ordinary humans doing what humans do, adapting to circumstances, building lives in available spaces, creating meaning despite hardship, and persevering because the alternative was unacceptable. Their ordinariness is precisely what makes their history important. They demonstrate that normal people, faced with difficult circumstances, are capable of remarkable endurance and achievement. The mining communities didn't just survive, they thrived culturally, creating music, literature, and social institutions that enriched the broader culture. They didn't just endure exploitation, they organised collectively and fought for better conditions, establishing precedents that benefited workers everywhere. The forgetting of this history, and make no mistake, it is being forgotten outside of Wales, represents a kind of cultural amnesia that impoverishes us. When we lose connection to the labour that created modern comfort, we lose understanding of what that comfort actually cost. When we forget the human price of energy and material goods, we're more likely to treat them as cheap and disposable, rather than recognising their true cost. Remembering doesn't mean romanticising. Mining was brutal, dangerous work that nobody should have had to do in the conditions that existed. The hardships mining communities endured weren't character-building challenges, but unnecessary suffering caused by economic systems that valued profit over human welfare. Progress meant improving conditions until they became acceptable, and eventually transitioning away from coal entirely. But remembering does mean recognising that the lives lived in those valleys, the work done in those mines, the communities built in those towns, the struggles fought in those strikes. These things mattered. They shaped the modern world. They established precedents for workers' rights. They demonstrated human capacity for endurance and community solidarity. They created a culture that enriches us still. The last deep mine in Wales closed in 2008, but the history didn't end there. It continues in the landscapes shaped by mining, in the communities still adapting to post-industrial reality, and in the cultural traditions maintained by people who never worked underground but inherited mining's legacy. It continues in the museums that preserve this history, in the stories passed down through families, and in the values that mining communities developed and their descendants maintain. And it continues in moments like this, when someone comfortable and safe takes time to consider what life was like for people who had neither comfort nor safety, but built meaningful lives anyway. By remembering their story, you're honouring their experience and keeping alive a history that matters more than it might initially appear. The darkness beneath Welsh hills is empty now, the coal face is silent, the pit wheels still. But the darkness gave us something beyond fuel and profit. It gave us examples of human resilience, lessons about the cost of progress, warnings about building communities around single industries, and demonstrations of what people can achieve through collective action and mutual support. These are gifts worth receiving, even as we're grateful that the particular conditions that created them have passed into history. Sleep well, knowing that the warmth and comfort you enjoy tonight comes partly from energy sources that people risked everything to extract. Remember them with gratitude, honour their struggles by learning from them, and carry forward the values they developed in darkness. Solidarity, perseverance, dignity and hope. The mines are forgotten by many, but they need not be forgotten by you. Nikola Tesla's boyhood in the small village of Smiljan, nestled in the rural reaches of the Austrian Empire, now Croatia, was as far removed from the noise of modern contraptions as one might imagine. Yet even amid this pastoral backdrop, Tesla found ways to indulge his curiosity. His father, Milutin, was an Orthodox priest often occupied by religious duties, but he also possessed a serious library where young Nikola snuck away to read. In fact, Tesla frequently credited these secretive explorations for sparking his fascination with science. Meanwhile, his mother, Juka, a resourceful and gifted woman, crafted household tools with her hands, granting Tesla a first-hand look at the interplay between imagination and utility. One story that rarely gets retold, overshadowed perhaps by grander anecdotes, involved a small wooden water wheel he built at age 9. Determined to harness the churning stream that ran behind his home, Tesla carved rough paddles from scavenged driftwood and improvised an axle from a broken cart part. While the contrivance was crude, it worked, sort of. It sputtered and jammed more often than it spun, but this half-success taught him the power of redirecting natural forces. Even as a child, he recognized that nature housed tremendous energy, just waiting to be tapped. It was also during these early years that Tesla started experiencing acute visualizations. Later, he described how bright flashes before his eyes would conjure vivid images of objects he hadn't even witnessed before. This phenomenon, which he called his mind's eye, sometimes unsettled people around him, but it had a silver lining. Whenever an idea flickered through his consciousness, he could examine its details in these mental pictures, rotating and refining them before he ever set pen to paper. This unique ability, often minimized in popular accounts, shaped his inventive process. Of course, not all was idyllic. As a schoolboy, Tesla nursed a rebellious streak and loathed rote memorization. His teacher once scolded him for insisting that the Earth was a giant magnet, telling the class that Tesla was letting his imagination run wild. The teacher was unaware of how close Tesla was to the truth, nor how that minor humiliation inspired him to study magnetism more thoroughly. Some say the seeds of his future AC motor began here, in the tension between authority and Tesla's unwavering self-belief. In spare moments, the young Tesla found camaraderie with friends who joined in his experiments, like building hand-cranked contraptions or trying to talk through tin can telephones. Yet, if a contraption failed, Tesla vanished into introspection, recalculating every step in his mind. In those hours, no one could pry him away from his reflections. It was as if he was lost in that luminous inner workshop. Despite bouts of quiet withdrawal, Tesla still lived in a household that valued performance, especially rhetorical flair. His father believed in the power of eloquence and would often deliver stirring orations. Perhaps this is how Tesla learned to present radical ideas with poise. He also gleaned from his mother the virtue of patient tinkering, an aspect overshadowed by stories of his brilliant flashes of insight. Though untrained formally, Juka's improvisational skill showed him that great inventions need not come from grand laboratories. They could begin at a humble table or by the riverside, as long as one had the drive to see them through. By the time he reached adolescence, Tesla had devoured nearly every science book in his father's library. He immersed himself in electricity, magnetism, and mechanical wonders, his fascination growing with each page. Late at night, when the household slept and a single kerosene lamp flickered in the corridor, Tesla mulled over new concepts, making mental notes on how to apply them. He never just read, he scouted for clues, each bit of knowledge layering onto his mental designs. These experiences in Smiljan formed the bedrock of a lifetime of invention. While the world would one day witness Tesla's theatrical experiments and transformative discoveries, it all began beside a murmuring creek and within the hush of a modest library. There, free from urban clamour, Tesla learned the value of curiosity, observation, and sustained determination. It was in this unassuming domain, where wooden water wheels sputtered and a boy's imagination soared, that the seeds of an extraordinary destiny first took root. Perhaps most telling, these formative years cemented in Tesla a lifelong pattern of introspection and experimentation. The young inventor not only absorbed knowledge, he reinvented it in his imagination. For him, Smiljan was not a backwater. It was a secluded incubator for unexplored possibilities. Tesla's departure from home was spurred by academic pursuits that beckoned him to larger arenas, eventually landing him at the Austrian Polytechnic in Graz. The environment there demanded rigour, which suited Tesla's capacity for total immersion. He sank his teeth into mathematics, physics, and mechanics with a feverish intensity. Professors noted his uncanny ability to answer complex theoretical questions without referencing textbooks, a result of his extraordinary mental visualization. However, The spark that truly lit his imagination was the direct current, DC, electrical machinery in the school's labs. Conventional wisdom suggested DC was the future of power, but Tesla found its inefficiencies maddening. Observing how DC motors generated sparks and wasted energy, he questioned how nobody noticed a better pathway. When one professor pronounced that harnessing alternating current, AC, at scale was an impossibility, Tesla resisted the urge to argue. Instead, he spent late nights in his boarding room, sketching out rotating magnetic fields in his head. If he dozed off at all, it was with diagrams dancing across his eyelids. Despite his academic prowess, Tesla's stint in Graz did not end smoothly. Exhaustion, and perhaps an underlying rebellious streak, contributed to friction with university administrators. He once rigged an experiment to demonstrate a refined method for measuring electric resistance. When the apparatus short-circuited, Tesla found himself facing the wrath of a professor outraged by unorthodox experimentation. Feeling unwelcome, Tesla walked out, leaving conventional academia behind. From Graz, Tesla moved to other opportunities, including a brief and often overlooked period in Marburg, now Maribor, Slovenia. There, a shadow seemed to fall over him. Separated from the camaraderie of classmates, he grappled with bouts of anxiety. Without structured lab access, Tesla turned to solitary experiments, tinkering with leftover scraps of metal and wire. Yet the gloom of isolation gnawed at him, and he eventually returned home for a spell. His confidence rattled, but not shattered. It was in Budapest, while working at the Budapest Telephone Exchange, that Tesla began to regain his footing. In that frenetic workspace, he was tasked with improving the nascent telephone system's design. One lesser circulated story details how Tesla once clambered onto a rooftop to adjust overhead lines, the lightning flashes giving him new ideas about high-frequency current. Colleagues regarded him as eccentric competent. Crucially, it was during a routine walk through Budapest's city park that the notion of the rotating magnetic field crystallized in his mind. Inspired by a poem he recited aloud, Tesla abruptly stopped, drew a stick from the ground, and began tracing swirling diagrams in the dirt. He explained to his companion how two or more alternating currents, out of phase, could induce a rotating field capable of spinning a motor. That eureka moment set the course for his next inventions. It was an unveiling of practical AC concepts in the most unassuming of settings, far from any official laboratory. Shortly after, Tesla found himself with an opportunity in Paris, working for the Continental Edison Company. His tasks involved troubleshooting installations of Edison's DC systems, the very technology that had vexed him back at Graz. Even so, the job introduced him to real-world engineering challenges, from power outages to generator malfunctions. By day, Tesla tackled these issues, becoming something of a specialist in diagnosing electrical breakdowns. By night, he refined sketches of his AC motor, desperately wishing for the chance to build a prototype. The interplay between the daily grind of DC hardware maintenance and the nightly pursuit of AC innovation lent Tesla's life a peculiar duality, an unresolved tension between the present and what he believed the future should be, although overshadowed by the high drama of later years. These formative experiences taught Tesla resilience. He learned how to negotiate limited resources, how to observe the smallest anomalies in mechanical performance, and how to coax visions from his mind into workable sketches. More importantly, his confidence in the feasibility of AC power solidified, even as he undertook the tedium of DC-based assignments. The world around him might have regarded AC as a flight of fancy, but in his eyes it was the rightful heir to the electrical throne, waiting for its moment to shine. Tesla's fateful journey to the United States in 1884 has often been romanticized, yet a host of lesser-known details enrich that narrative. He arrived in New York with next to nothing, carrying a letter of introduction to Thomas Edison from his former employer in Paris. The letter supposedly claimed Tesla was an exceptional engineer who would produce wonders. In popular retellings, this encounter frames Tesla and Edison as instant rivals. But in truth, their relationship began with cautious respect. Edison recognized Tesla's competence right away and put him to work on projects deemed too intricate or menial for others. There's a story, one not widely circulated, that Tesla fixed a defective shipboard lighting system, saving Edison's company from contract penalties. Tesla never used it as leverage. Still, Edison noticed. Intrigued by Tesla's meticulous approach, he assigned him to redesign DC generators. Tesla toiled day and night, confident his improvements would prove their worth. And they did, but when he sought remuneration, misunderstandings piled up. It wasn't a single dispute over a massive bonus, more a pattern of unkept promises and blurred expectations. By early 1885, the veneer of cordiality evaporated, and Tesla left Edison's employ. That was the genesis of a rivalry later amplified by newspapers, driven more by conflicting technologies than personal hatred. Financial troubles beset Tesla almost immediately. With few acquaintances in New York, he found himself digging ditches for $2 a day. Yet it might have been that physical labour, under a harsh sun, that sharpened his resolve. He told a friend that while his body dug ditches, his mind was far away, describing elliptical arcs of thought. Where some might have fallen into despair, Tesla saw an interval to refine his intended path. That path led to the formation of Tesla Electric Light and Manufacturing, his first entrepreneurial venture in America. He secured backers who, at first, promised to let him develop arc lighting systems and eventually his prized AC motors. However, once Tesla delivered an efficient arc lighting solution, those investors showed no interest in AC. Capital wanted quick returns, not imaginative leaps. Frustrated, Tesla found himself pushed out of the very company bearing his name. This episode left him wary of business partnerships and taught him that investors valued immediate profit over long-term vision. Undeterred, Tesla began to demonstrate his AC motor concept in small lecture halls around the city. One venue, the back room of a modest Manhattan building, had an audience of barely 20 people. But among them was Alfred S. Brown, a Western Union superintendent who recognized Tesla's potential. Another backer, Charles Peck, also attended. Together, they formed a partnership with Tesla, pledging to support his AC technology. These unglamorous sessions laid vital groundwork for Tesla's next breakthrough. Soon, with newfound supporters, Tesla established a laboratory at 89 Liberty Street, Manhattan. Amid coils of wire and improvised setups, he tinkered relentlessly. The space was cramped but offered freedom. He constructed prototypes of the polyphase AC motor, painstakingly refining them until they could run smoothly under load. Maintaining a consistent rotating magnetic field was one challenge. Ensuring it didn't damage the apparatus over time was another. Tesla tackled each obstacle systematically, relying on mental simulations before any real-world tests. One anecdote from this period recounts Tesla experimenting with high-speed turbines that let out unnerving whines. Passers-by grew wary, prompting multiple visits from the local fire brigade after neighbours complained of sparks. Tesla, oblivious to the fuss, would apologise earnestly, then resume his adjustments the moment they left. Such episodes highlight his tendency to live almost entirely in his realm of ideas, paying little heed to outside alarm. While public fascination with electricity was on the rise, spurred by the novelty of electric lights, most industrialists still viewed AC with caution. Tesla's goal was not simply to make AC motors feasible, but to persuade key players that this technology was reliable, safe, and profitable. Each small success in his lab bolstered his resolve, inching him closer to a grand future shaped by alternating current, truly unstoppable. By 1888, Tesla was ready to unveil his AC motor to the world, and the venue was the American Institute of Electrical Engineers. While typical accounts highlight the significance of this event, few explore the hushed excitement that filled that lecture hall. Attendees included professors, journalists, and industrial titans, all abuzz with talk of a new era in electrical distribution. Some were openly skeptical, others arrived hoping to witness the demise of what they considered an impossible dream. Tesla walked onto the stage with a calm demeanour, unveiling his motor and discussing its principles with methodical precision. Crucially in the audience sat George Westinghouse, who had embraced AC for power transmission. Impressed by Tesla's clarity and the elegant simplicity of his motor, Westinghouse quickly reached out. In negotiations, he purchased Tesla's patents for a substantial sum and promised royalties for every horsepower generated by his inventions. While mainstream retellings mention the deal, the nuance of their discussions, shaped by Tesla's vision for future expansions of AC, often remains overlooked. With Westinghouse's backing, Tesla moved into a well-resourced facility in Pittsburgh to refine his designs for commercial production. The cultural shift from his Liberty Street lab to an industrial setting was stark. Tesla sought perfect synergy of frequency and voltage, while corporate engineers focused on the standardized parts. Despite tension, seeing his motors mass-produced thrilled him. He was elated when AC Systems lit parts of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, showcasing a cityscape aglow with alternating current, courtesy of Westinghouse and Tesla. A lesser-known interlude occurred when Tesla visited Niagara Falls to survey the planned hydroelectric station. Standing at the brink of the thundering cascade, he reportedly mused that harnessing such power would reflect humanity's harmony with nature. When it went online, delivering electricity as far as Buffalo, it proved AC's potency. Yet the war of the currents, fueled by Edison's campaign labelling AC dangerous, cast shadows on these achievements. Edison's allies staged gruesome demonstrations, electrocuting animals to highlight AC's hazards. Tesla, though offended, avoided direct public attacks. Instead, he showcased AC's safety in flamboyant ways, passing high-frequency currents through himself to light lamps. Newspapers seized on these spectacles. Tesla disliked theatrics for mere hype, but saw them as necessary to shift perception. Tesla's finances briefly soared. His arrangement with Westinghouse promised substantial gains as AC spread. However, Westinghouse soon faced financial strain from the Niagara project and market fluctuations. When bankers threatened the Westinghouse company, Tesla made a dramatic choice. He released Westinghouse from the heavy royalty agreement. Some see it as altruism. Others suspect that he believed broader AC adoption would bring even greater wealth down the line. Either way, this decision cost him millions. That shift altered Tesla's partnership with Westinghouse. Meanwhile, his growing celebrity pushed him to chase new ideas. Fascinated by high-frequency currents and wireless power, he figured out that AC power distribution was only a starting point. His pivot from engineer to visionary signaled the dawn of a new phase. Yet the transition was uneasy. Industry leaders wanted market-ready products, not grand experiments. Tesla, ever the dreamer, yearned to break boundaries. This clash set the stage for his most audacious projects, some of which risked isolating him from commercial backers. Even so, as AC quietly became the worldwide standard, Tesla's decisive role could not be denied. He had toppled the seemingly immovable DC regime and paved the road for an era defined by alternating current, a feat that left him eager to explore even more uncharted terrain. These wins fueled Tesla's restless imagination, propelling further innovation. By the mid-1890s, Tesla had garnered a reputation as an inventor who might rewrite the laws of nature with each new contrivance. In truth, his methods combined meticulous trial and error with nights of solitary reflection. He fashioned advanced coils to produce high-voltage, high-frequency alternating currents, creating dramatic arcs of artificial lightning. While crowds flocked to watch his public lectures in Manhattan, Tesla was growing restless, longing for a place where he could attempt even bigger experiments unencumbered by city constraints. That desire took him to Colorado Springs in 1899, perched at a higher altitude where thinner air helped facilitate certain high-voltage tests. The remote location was an ideal laboratory. He set up shop at the edge of town, building a structure equipped with a tall mast jutting above the roofline. Locals spoke in hushed tones about lightning machines and eerie after-dark glows. Some worried about potential catastrophe, while others were simply curious about the lanky figure who wandered fields at odd hours, studying the interplay of natural lightning. Inside that workshop, Tesla probed frontiers that mainstream scientists had scarcely imagined. He fixated on the resonance of Earth's ionosphere, believing signals could be beamed wirelessly across vast distances if properly tuned. According to diary entries, he meticulously recorded every spark, every flash, every ear-splitting crack of artificial thunder. On occasion, he produced such intense discharges that the crackle could be heard for miles. One account claims that he caused the local power station's generator to overheat, prompting a short-lived blackout. Ever the polite guest, Tesla apologized, then resumed tinkering. In Colorado, Tesla crystallized his grand vision, a system of global wireless communication and power distribution. The townspeople, hearing rumors of free electricity, speculated he might supply power at no cost. Tesla's goals, however, were subtler. He pictured networks of towers resonating with the Earth's natural electrical charge, carrying voice or energy anywhere. This concept was a precursor to technologies that would surface decades later, from radio transmissions to radar and beyond. Yet life in Colorado was more than just experiments and thunderous arcs. Tesla occasionally mingled with the locals, regaling them with tales of Europe and his earlier exploits in New York. Despite his eccentric schedule, he possessed impeccable manners. One story recounts how he gave a personal demo of wireless lamps to a bewildered blacksmith, who later insisted Tesla was pulling electricity from thin air. Such encounters spurred legends of Tesla as a wizard, blending science with something like sorcery. Still, financing these colossal tests drained Tesla's resources. His main backer, J.P. Morgan, had initially supported the wireless project, likely anticipating a monopoly on global information. But once Morgan realized Tesla's schemes were far more ambitious and riskier than mere wireless telegraphy, his enthusiasm cooled. Tesla pressed on, convinced one decisive demonstration would open funding floodgates. That breakthrough, however, remained elusive. Newspapers amplified rumors about Tesla's activities, some claiming he was attempting to signal distant planets. Though Tesla did speculate about extraterrestrial intelligence, his real focus lay on terrestrial wireless. The lurid headlines, while fueling his legend, did little to alleviate his financial pressures. Eventually, funds ran low, forcing Tesla to close the Colorado lab in 1900. He left with crates of notes and undiminished zeal, convinced he could still bring wireless power to the masses. For townspeople left behind, the memory of glowing skies and roiling static lingered, a testament to the spectacular possibilities that science could conjure. For Tesla, Colorado Springs became a pivotal chapter, a proving ground that fortified his belief in the limitless potential of electrical resonance. It was there he most clearly foresaw a connected world, bound less by wires than by the atmospheric and earth-circling energies he aimed to harness. In hindsight, Colorado was the overture to his next attempt at global electrification, an attempt that would manifest in the towering outline of Wardenclyffe on Long Island's shores. Upon returning to New York, Tesla consolidated his findings from Colorado Springs into an audacious new venture, the Wardenclyffe Tower Project. With financing from J.P. Morgan initially obtained under the premise of groundbreaking wireless telegraphy, Tesla purchased land in Shoreham, Long Island, overlooking the Atlantic. Construction began in 1901. The looming structure stood nearly 187 feet high, topped by a bulbous metal dome, and extended deep below ground through a network of iron rods. Many observers had no idea what to make of it. Tesla, ever enigmatic, preferred sweeping claims about sending both signals and energy across continents. What often goes unappreciated is how deeply Tesla believed in the underlying physics. His notes show that Wardenclyffe wasn't limited to broadcasting telegraph signals. He intended it as the first of many transmitters, all resonating with Earth's natural electrical cavities to convey messages or even power to any matching receiver worldwide. In his mind, it wasn't fantasy. It was a logical leap from the high-voltage experiments he had run in Colorado Springs. However, the timing was not in his favour. In the same year that Wardenclyffe's skeletal form emerged from the treetops, Guglielmo Marconi successfully conducted the first transatlantic radio transmission. Reporters hailed Marconi as a giant in wireless communication. Tesla, outraged, pointed out that his own patents on alternating current and related technologies predated Marconi's work. Nevertheless, the public and financiers were smitten with Marconi's simpler, more immediately marketable setup. Morgan's patience wore thin. Why bankroll Tesla's massive tower if Marconi's apparatus sufficed for long-distance signalling? Wardenclyffe, still incomplete, hemorrhaged money. The crew building it dwindled, salaries went unpaid, and Tesla found himself pleading for fresh capital. Each conversation with Morgan ended in terse demands for tangible proof, which Tesla couldn't produce fast enough. Desperate for funds, Tesla tried licensing auxiliary inventions, turbines, pumps, and even a plan to harness geothermal heat. But investors questioned his broader intentions, wary he might pivot their money into the tower. As financial constraints tightened, Wardenclyffe remained a half-realised vision. By 1905, the site was effectively deserted, the tower a silent monument to Tesla's ambitions and the shifting tides of investor faith. During these bleak years, Tesla's public persona grew more eccentric. Journalists occasionally interviewed him, only to hear about proposals for death rays or atmospheric power. Rumours circulated that he was becoming a recluse. Yet his mind stayed agile. continuing to churn out possibilities. He foresaw solar energy as a future mainstay, though few listened. The industrial world seemed enthralled by oil and coal, while Tesla's musings about sun-powered engines drew smirks. Wardenclyffe was never fully operational, and the newspapers offered little sympathy. Some newspapers ridiculed him, portraying him as an unrealistic idealist. Others barely mentioned his name, focusing instead on Marconi's ongoing successes. The sting of being overshadowed was palpable. Tesla clung to the belief that one day the world would recognize the practicality of wireless power. Indeed, later generations would adapt many of his principles for radio and beyond. But in his time, the tower's failure left him saddled with debt and weighed down by public skepticism. Even so, Tesla didn't abandon optimism. He often spoke as if Wardenclyffe had simply been delayed, not cancelled. In private, he refined sketches of improved transmitters, reimagined the tower's design, and kept dreaming of a worldwide grid of resonant stations. He believed that the planet itself, with its vast electrical potential, could be turned into a conduit of universal energy. The fact that society wasn't ready did little to dampen his conviction. Despite setbacks, fragments of Tesla's vision crept into later technological revolutions. Wireless communication would evolve in leaps and bounds, though powered by the more conventional means. Concepts like global connectivity and broadcast energy, dismissed in Tesla's day, surfaced decades afterward in varying forms. Yet at the dawn of the 20th century, Tesla faced only mounting bills, evaporating capital, and a tower rusting away on Long Island. The heartbreak of Wardenclyffe marked a turning point, leaving Tesla to operate mostly on the margins of an industry he had once revolutionized. As the 20th century marched on, the world Tesla had done so much to illuminate surged ahead. The AC systems he championed became the backbone of modern infrastructure, yet Tesla himself slipped from the spotlight. He moved between New York hotels, sometimes leaving unpaid bills behind. Public interviews grew sparse. When he did speak, he mentioned theories of beam weapons, weather manipulation, and advanced propulsion, sowing intrigue even as some questioned his grasp on reality. But his notebooks, to the extent they survive, reveal how these ideas built on earlier experiments rather than mere whimsy. A lesser-known facet of Tesla's later life was his nightly ritual of feeding pigeons in Bryant Park. Observers saw a solitary figure scattering seeds by lamplight. But Tesla found solace in caring for those birds, claiming a special bond with one white pigeon in particular. It may have seemed an odd pastime for a renowned inventor, yet it reflected a familiar pattern. Tesla's deep empathy for natural phenomena, creatures included. Meanwhile, patent disputes raged over the origins of radio. Tesla had filed patents before Marconi's breakthroughs, yet Marconi was lauded for bringing wireless transmission into the mainstream. The legal entanglements dragged on for years. In 1943, the US Supreme Court finally recognized Tesla's priority for paying certain critical radio patents, though this vindication arrived too late to alter his financial straits. He was never able to capitalize on the official ruling, nor did it quell the public's association of radio primarily with Marconi. Tesla spent his final stretch of life at the New Yorker hotel. Though short on funds, he still scrawled ideas on scraps of paper, proposing cosmic ray engines and new power methods. Visitors who managed to see him might find him animated and eloquent, speaking in polished tones about harnessing the energy of the sun or channeling power from the Earth's magnetic field. He believed that a teleforce beam could end war by making national borders impenetrable. To many, these notions sounded impossible, yet Tesla's track record left room to wonder. When he passed away on January 7, 1943, in room 3327, he left behind boxes of documents that soon became the subject of intense scrutiny. Authorities seized some of his papers, fueling rumours of hidden innovations or weapons too dangerous for public consumption. Conspiracy theories flourished. While the reality likely involved routine security concerns, the secrecy lent mystique to Tesla's legacy. It became hard to disentangle fact from folklore. Over the decades, Tesla's standing in popular consciousness swung wildly. Edison's name overshadowed his for a time, especially in school textbooks. Only later did movements rise to credit Tesla for his revolutionary contributions to AC power, radio technology, and more. Modern engineers, scientists, and curious laypeople uncovered his patents and writings, marvelling at how he'd anticipated entire fields of inquiry, from robotics to wireless communication. His pioneering theories on resonance and frequency also informed aspects of modern electronics, though that debt was seldom acknowledged until much later, in daily life. Tesla's true genius shines in the simplest of ways. Flick a light switch, and you reap the benefits of alternating current. Use wireless devices, and you operate on a principle Tesla believed could reach across the planet. The synergy he envisioned, between inventor, nature, and the unstoppable march of progress, remains a potent reminder of how one brilliant mind can shape whole eras. Tesla's story is, above all, a study in perseverance and paradox. He shunned the pursuit of wealth yet needed capital to materialize his dreams. He relished public demonstrations yet often worked alone, lost in interior worlds. He was both lauded and dismissed, recognized as a key figure in electrifying the modern world, yet branded at times as an eccentric on the fringes of acceptable science. Even so, he left an imprint rivaled by few. Long after his death, the hum of AC power lines, the glow of electric lamps, and the chirp of wireless signals echo Tesla's influence. He never saw the breadth of his triumph in person, yet the future he glimpsed was not mere fantasy. It was an inevitable extension of the forces he harnessed so elegantly. And though the man himself passed in relative obscurity, his ideas still crackle with a vitality that defies the boundaries of time and imagination. When you're sleeping on what passes for a Celtic mattress, basically a pile of sheep's wool packed into a leather sack that has seen better decades, waking up before the sun does isn't exactly a hardship. In ancient Britain, where central heating won't be developed for another 1,000 years or so, the morning air has that special bite that comes only from sleeping outside. You roll out of your makeshift shelter and walk barefoot across grass that has been soaked with dew in the direction of the Holy Grove. After years of this routine, your feet have long since hardened to leather, but you still flinch when you step on a sharp stone. Like a curious cat, the mist clings to everything, encircling the old oaks and giving the impression that the world is smaller and more personal. As a Druid, your day starts with what you could call meditation, but it's more about standing among trees that were old when your great-grandfather was young and listening than it is about sitting cross-legged and humming Om. Paying attention, you are drawn to your own breathing in the silence, to the distant call of a curlew, and to the rustle of leaves that resembles whispered secrets. The Oak Grove house is your outdoor office, library and temple. There are no walls, no roof apart from the canopy above, and no expensive furnishings, just you, the trees, and whatever knowledge you can extract from them. Feeling the deep grooves and recalling the innumerable dawns you have welcomed here, you run your hand along the bark of your favourite oak. Over the years, this tree has taken on the role of a kind of co-worker, a silent observer of your thoughts and prayers, checking on the different plants and herbs you've been growing nearby as part of your morning routine. Although it may not resemble a modern garden, there are carefully arranged plantings in small clearings and among the roots. You must be patient, sometimes waiting years for mistletoe to appear, because it doesn't grow on every oak. When it happens, it's similar to discovering a £20 note in your coat pocket, but this note has the power to heal the sick and establish a connection with the divine. Even the most pragmatic person gets a little mystical from the golden way. The early morning light filters through the leaves. You collect a few special herbs, such as meadowsweet for its sweet aroma and therapeutic qualities, vervain for purification, and some hawthorn bark for later use. These treasures are stored in your leather pouch, which has been softened by years of use and resembles an ancient pharmacy. You hear the sounds of the settlement starting to awaken as the sun rises higher. The familiar sounds of everyday life, such as children laughing, cattle lowing, and someone presumably arguing over who gets to milk the goats, drift through the trees as smoke rises from cooking fires. But for now, you are caught between the eternal and the earthly in these final moments of dawn silence. When you close your eyes, you can feel the earth's slow, steady heartbeat, the pulse of the land beneath your feet. The ability to perceive the deeper rhythms of the natural world is a sensation that developed over years. You know better than to call it fanciful. You've discovered that the world speaks to those who can listen after 20 years of training, memorizing thousands of lines of poetry and lore, and researching the motions of stars and the characteristics of plants. A simple acknowledgement, which is in between a prayer and a greeting, marks the end of the morning ritual. One last time, You press your palm against the oak's trunk and mutter something in the ancient tongue that your teacher taught you when you were just a young child. Naturally, the tree never responds, but you always feel heard. It's time to confront the day and all of its human-related issues and complications. You must eat something first, though. When their blood sugar falls, even Druids become irritable. You practice what may be the most spectacular party trick in all of ancient Europe as you make your way back toward the settlement, but it's deadly serious, and there are no parties. Genealogies, court rulings, and religious tales that need to be memorized verbatim are being recited. There were no crib notes, no written books, and no let me Google that choices. Just your brain, which has been conditioned to function as a living library since childhood. The intricate inheritance laws governing cattle disputes are the subject of this morning's mental exercise. The content is truly exciting. You silently discuss the appropriate course of action in the event that a neighbour's grain field is damaged by someone's prize ball, going over different scenarios and the solutions that are suggested. It's similar to being a walking Wikipedia, except that you can't use Ctrl F to find what you're looking for, and real people suffer real consequences if you forget something crucial. A growl from your stomach, likely audible in the valley beyond, interrupts this legal recitation. In Iron Age Britain, breakfast is defined as anything that didn't go bad overnight and won't kill you right away. You walk over to the communal kitchen, where a number of big pots bubble over well-maintained fires. Porridge, not the simple instant variety you can microwave, but real porridge made from barley, oats, or whatever grain survived the weather, the birds, and the general unpredictability of prehistoric agriculture, is the breakfast food. It's flavoured with whatever herbs or dried fruits happen to be on hand, and stirred with wooden spoons that have been worn smooth by innumerable hands. Occasionally honey is used when the bears aren't feeling hungry, and the bees are feeling generous. With your hands warmed by the cool morning air, you take a seat on a wooden stump that doubles as your breakfast chair. What does the porridge taste like? I like porridge, actually. But by ancient standards, it's a huge success because it's hot, filling, and doesn't cause food poisoning. You enjoy the crunch of the hazelnuts against the smooth grain as you add a handful that you've been saving. You go over your mental notes from yesterday's consultation with a farmer whose sheep had been acting strangely while you're eating. Even though it was the right season, 2 rams had refused to mate, and 3 ewes had been moving in circles. It was most likely ergot poisoning from contaminated grass, you decided after looking at the animals and weighing the many possibilities. Disease, poisoning, supernatural interference, or just plain sheep stubbornness. Your advice had been sensible. Relocate the flock to new pasture, provide them with lots of clean water, and make sacrifices to make sure there were no residual spiritual issues. It's the type of diagnosis that neatly blends agricultural science, veterinary medicine, and religious practice. Your success rate keeps people coming back, but modern doctors would likely question your methods. The toddler is clinging to the young mother's leg like a resolute barnacle as she approaches. She explains that the child has been experiencing night terrors and is unable to sleep through the night. After you finish your porridge, you think about the issue. Sometimes the remedy is herbal, such as a gentle chamomile or lavender tea. Checking for drafts in their sleeping area, or implying that the child may be old enough to have a separate sleeping area from his parents, are examples of practical applications. Sometimes, though, you suspect it's simply the fact that 2-year-olds are inherently scary beings who don't receive enough sleep until they're around 30. Naturally, you don't say this to the mother. Instead, you propose creating a mild herbal remedy and suggest a simple bedtime routine that may help the child feel more secure. Your work revolves around these consultations, which are the everyday reality that differs greatly from the enigmatic, unearthly perception that people frequently hold of Druids. You have elements of a lawyer, a doctor, a therapist, and an agricultural consultant. The mystical elements, though woven through pragmatic concerns like a golden thread through rough wool, are sufficiently real. Your day has officially begun when you finish your breakfast and notice that the sun has risen well above the tree line. It's time to review your many ongoing projects and determine who else might benefit from your unique combination of common sense and age-old wisdom. It's a 3-walled building with a thatched roof that only leaks when it rains a lot, which is usually the case. Your makeshift dispensary is located in a corner of what could be kindly referred to as a workshop. To receive any sunlight that Britain's consistently overcast skies may provide, the open side faces south. Clay pots line wooden shelves that have been smoothed by years of use, and bundles of dried herbs hang from the rafters like an aromatic chandelier. Checking on a batch of willow bark tea that has been steeping overnight is the first task for today's pharmaceutical work. Kind words and gentle stretching are insufficient for the middle-aged blacksmith patient, whose joints are so stiff that he can hardly lift his hammer. You test the strength of the dark liquid with a cautious sip after straining it through a piece of linen. It's probably about right, because I'm as bitter as a disgruntled tax collector. Your medicine cabinet would confuse a modern pharmacist, but any respectable herbalist would be impressed. For headaches, feverfew is collected at dawn, when its potency is at its highest. The country people refer to comfrey as knitbone for good reason. It helps with wounds and broken bones. St. John's wort is used to treat depression, but you may also think of it as a way to drive out evil spirits that descend on the heart like mist in a valley. A woman shows up looking ashamed, accompanied by her teenage son. The boy's face resembles a battlefield of red pimples and angry spots, commonly referred to as acne, but you recognise it as the unfortunate consequence of maturing into manhood in a world lacking face wash or dermatologists. It's not incorrect for his mother to worry that the condition could hinder his ability to locate a wife, but you don't bring up the possibility that his personality could be a greater barrier. Herbal remedies and practical advice are part of your treatment. Applications of honey and crushed mint leaves on the outside for their antibacterial qualities. This tea blend, which contains burdock root, nettle, and a little yellow dock, is meant to balance what you think of as internal heat. Above all, there are strong warnings not to pick at the spots, but you know that teens will disregard these warnings with the same tenacity that has been displayed throughout history. Mental and emotional disorders present the true obstacle. After losing her baby daughter 6 months ago, a merchant's wife has been describing what she calls melancholy of the spirit, likely what we would recognise as depression. You have plants that can help with the physical pain and insomnia that come with deep sadness, but no herb can cure it. You make a mild concoction: passion flower to promote relaxation, lemon balm for its energising qualities, and a tiny bit of lavender for its soothing aroma. More significantly, though, you allow her space to talk about her daughter and acknowledge the truth of her loss without downplaying it or pressuring her to accept it. A significant portion of your practice consists of this emotional labour. People seek you out not only for physical cures, but also for someone who will listen to them without passing judgment, and who could help them understand why they are suffering. You're a priest, a counsellor, and a friend all at once, but you've learned to keep your distance so that you don't get caught up in other people's suffering. A more unusual case arrives in your afternoon. A farmer who believes a rival has cursed his prize bull. The animal no longer serves the cows and has turned violent and erratic, charging at shadows. Examining the beast from a safe distance, you observe its irregular behaviour and dilated pupils. After careful interrogation, you learn that the bull has been grazing in a field where ergot-infected grain grows wild. The curse treatment includes moving the bull to a clean pasture, providing him with plenty of fresh water, and performing a ceremonial cleansing to help him feel that the spiritual threat has been removed, all due to the farmer's strong and genuine belief in curses. As you think about your evening meal, you mutter impressive-sounding incantations, burn some purifying herbs, and sprinkle blessed water around the bull's pen. This is not exactly a deception. Instead of making the farmer feel helpless and afraid, the ritual actually helps them feel empowered and hopeful. The bull's recuperation will be impacted by his mental state, which will also affect how he treats the animal. Medicine that treats both the patient and their human caregivers can sometimes be the best. You tidy up your equipment and arrange your supplies for the next day as night falls. The work for the day has been successful, a number of people are feeling better, and your treatments haven't killed anyone, which is always a win in prehistoric medicine. Approximately 2 miles from the settlement, the stone circle is situated on a rise where, generations before your grandfather's grandfather was born, your ancestors dragged enormous blocks of local granite into a perfect ring. You follow a path that has been smoothed by innumerable feet, Druids, petitioners, and inquisitive kids who have been told not to play among the sacred stones but still do so, as you stroll there in the late afternoon light. Each stone, roughly twice your height, is a weathered grey monument that has endured for centuries. They aren't the enormous trilithons you might picture from Stonehenge. Those megaliths are from a more ambitious, earlier era. Despite being smaller and more personal, these stones are just as potent. Small offerings left by guests clump together around their bases like vibrant prayers made tangible, and Lycan paints them in patches of green and silver. In your world, spirituality and astronomy are never completely distinct, but today's purpose is more astronomical. For months, you've been monitoring the moon's movement and its position in relation to the background stars in anticipation of a specific alignment that happens once every 19 years. If your calculations are accurate, the moon will rise through the space between two particular stones tonight, signalling a significant event in the astronomical calendar. Years of stargazing were part of your training, which taught you to read the sky like a huge, slowly turning book. Understanding celestial cycles helps you time everything from plantings to religious festivals to court cases, not because you think the stars dictate human fate. That's more of a Roman notion. The phases of the moon dictate when it is best to gather specific herbs, when rituals are most effective, and when it is fortunate to start significant projects. You set up a basic meal consisting of bread, cheese, and dried apples as your observation point. Patience is necessary for astronomical work, and patience necessitates nourishment. The grain used to make the dense, dark bread was ground between two stones that morning. Because it was aged in clay pots buried in cool earth, the cheese has a sharp tang. Simple food tastes better when enjoyed in the company of old stones and under the open sky. You start the evening's actual task as dusk falls, teaching your apprentice the intricate craft of memory. As you recite the family tree of the local chieftain, young Calum sits cross-legged next to you, his expression solemn and focused. The meticulously structured verse chronicles 15 generations worth of marriages, feuds, births, and deaths, which helps readers retain the information. The genealogy serves as legal documentation in addition to family history. Who is entitled to inherit property? Due to long-standing blood feuds, which families are prohibited from getting married to one another? In tribal councils, who is empowered to speak? Your mind contains all of this knowledge, which you need to impart flawlessly to the following generation. A single error could render a property claim void or unintentionally approve a union that would spark a new conflict. Calum repeats the verses back to you, occasionally stumbling over the more complex relationships. Although he is intelligent enough, memory work necessitates constant practice and perfect accuracy. You recall the frustration of knowing that a single incorrect word could have major repercussions for actual people in the real world, as well as your struggles with the same material at his age. You point out constellations rising in the darkening sky in between genealogical lessons. The Great Bear is circling the North Star indefinitely. With his belt of 3 brilliant stars, Orion the Hunter strode across the winter sky. There are tales associated with each constellation, not merely lovely myths, but useful knowledge contained in enduring tales. For example, the Seven Sisters story tells you when to plant barley. The story of the swan's flight across the summer sky marks the time to gather some medicinal plants. These aren't just tales your people share over fire on chilly evenings. They're an intricate system of oral tradition that preserves and passes along important seasonal knowledge. You see the moon, fat and almost full, rising precisely where your calculations indicated it would as complete darkness descends. It first manifests as a glow behind the stones, then as a curved edge, and lastly as a full silver disc that is precisely framed in the space between 2 granite monoliths. You're always moved by this sight, which demonstrates that the age-old wisdom preserved in stone and tale is still true, accurate and trustworthy. Calum lets out a quiet gasp at what he sees, and you recall the first time you saw such accuracy. Learning about astronomical alignments in theory is one thing, but witnessing them in action with perfect precision is quite another. The stones appear to be a sophisticated instrument, a calendar written in granite and starlight, rather than just random rocks. For the next hour, you teach Calum how to use the stone circle as a giant clock and calendar, demonstrating to him how various risings and settings indicate the changing of the seasons, when festivals should be held, and when the boundaries between worlds become increasingly blurred. The special energy that precedes any meeting where significant decisions will be made fills the great hall of the settlement. A boundary dispute between nearby farms, the conditions for throwing a wedding feast that will bring together 2 powerful families, and the delicate case of a young man accused of stealing cattle from his cousin, are just a few of the urgent issues that will be discussed at tonight's council meeting. As the sun rises, you arrive wearing formal robes that symbolize your position as an arbiter, an upholder of traditional law. Nobody is impressed by the hall itself. It's just a big wooden barn with more smoke holes and better decorations. The air is filled with the mixed smells of leather, wet wool, wood smoke, and too many people in one location, while rushlights flicker in the background. Your seat is in a prominent location close to the main fire. close enough to the clan chief to offer advice, but far enough away to speak to the group as a whole. The arrangement takes into account your dual responsibilities as an independent authority and counsellor. Since that would require a formal court system that does not yet exist, you are not quite a judge in the contemporary sense. Rather, you're a sort of legal scholar, mediator, and precedent repository. In the first instance, two brothers quarrel about where their property line is. Although they both inherited parts of their father's land, spring ploughing and winter floods have shifted the original boundary markers, which were a line of standing stones. Every brother maintains that his version of events is accurate, and each has witnesses to back up his claims, asking thoughtful questions concerning the original positioning of the stones, the intentions stated in their father's will, and the testimonies of neighbours who recall the land prior to the boundary being disturbed. You listen to both sides. In order to piece together physical evidence and human memory and reconstruct the truth, the solution calls for more detective work than legal scholarship. Following much deliberation, you suggest a compromise that gives each brother approximately equal acreage, while drawing a new border that traces natural features, a line of oak trees and a stream bed, that will be more difficult to contest later. The fact that neither brother is completely satisfied with the solution suggests that it is likely fair. The charge of cattle theft turns out to be more complicated. Dara, a cousin, accuses young Brannock of stealing 2 priceless heifers. The evidence is circumstantial but concerning. Dara recently purchased cattle that look strikingly similar to Brannock, who was spotted close to his herd the night before the animals vanished. Although he is unable to provide the merchant or any witnesses to the transaction, Brannock asserts that he bought the animals from a travelling merchant. Claims of theft must be supported by either unambiguous evidence or an ordeal trial under your legal system. Since no one witnessed Brannock actually taking the cattle, the first option is not feasible. The second option entails making unpleasant decisions, such as fighting a duel, submerging an arm in boiling water, or holding a red-hot iron bar. Although you've noticed that divine justice occasionally has a peculiar sense of humour, the theory holds that it will protect the innocent and punish the guilty. You suggest a third option, a formal oath-taking ceremony in which Brannock is required to publicly declare his innocence, while touching a holy object and pleading with the gods to hear him. The oath will ultimately result in divine retribution if he is lying. His public statement should clear his name and put an end to the accusation if he is speaking the truth. Although it's not perfect justice, it avoids the possibility of injuring an innocent person while still formally resolving the conflict. Brannock readily agrees, indicating either his innocence or his extraordinary faith in his ability to deceive the gods. Even though you've been mistaken before, you suspect the former. The last issue, planning the wedding feast, calls for completely different abilities. You have to make sure that the seating arrangements don't unintentionally offend anyone, that the appropriate customs are followed, and that the two families' contractual duties are understood and observed. It's similar to juggling the roles of lawyer, diplomat, and wedding planner. The groom's family must provide certain items, such as a certain number of cattle, multiple bronze ornaments, and enough grain to brew ale for the celebration, while the bride's family will provide the main feast. Using your understanding of comparable arrangements and what each family can afford, you assist in negotiating these specifics. As the evening goes on and the different issues are settled, you experience the well-known joy of witnessing your training in action. In these situations, the laws you've learned by heart, the precedents you've researched, and the diplomatic abilities you've honed all come together to make your community run more smoothly. However, you're also worn out. Even when things go well, navigating complex social dynamics, mediating conflicts, and speaking authoritatively for hours on end is exhausting work. You look forward to the quieter parts of your evening routine, but your back hurts from sitting up straight and attentive, and your throat is dry from talking. With that special relief that comes from settling disputes without anyone brandishing a sword or hurling a punch, the council scatters into the cool night air. After spending hours in the smoky hall, you wrap your formal robes around yourself and go outside, thankful for the fresh air. Above, each point of light stands out against the black sky with a brilliant clarity that can only be achieved in a world free from light pollution. You're not quite done with your evening. In addition to the quiet personal practices that keep you going through the rigours of public life, there are rituals to perform and observations to document. You make your way slowly to your private space, a simple roundhouse that doubles as a home, study, and haven. Years of meticulous arrangement are evident in the interior. Warm, consistent light is produced by clay lamps. One section serves as your sleeping space, It is basic but cozy, with furs and thick wool blankets for the coldest nights. Your most valuable belongings are kept on shelves, not gold or jewels, but ceramic jars filled with exotic herbs, engraved wooden tablets bearing astronomical formulas, and tiny bronze clocks and celestial angle gauges. The first task for tonight is to update your lunar calendar by recording the precise location of the moon and when it rises through the stone circle. You track patterns over several years using a system of marks and symbols that anyone else would find confusing. Future ceremonies, tide predictions for coastal communities, and the upkeep of the intricate festival calendar that organises your people's religious and agricultural year will all benefit from this knowledge. Charcoal for drawing on specially prepared clay surfaces, sharp flint blades for carving marks into wood, and a clever counting device made from knotted strings to keep track of longer cycles are your basic yet efficient record-keeping tools. Since written language exists but isn't used for long-term information storage, everything must be done from memory. Writing something down weakens the mental muscles that Druids rely on because it makes forgetting easier. You update your records and get ready for the spiritual observances that will take place that evening. These are private, quiet rituals that help you stay connected to the forces you serve, rather than large, public ceremonies. Using particular woods selected for their symbolic qualities, oak for strength and endurance, ash for protection, and hawthorn for purification, you light a small fire in a bronze bowl. Your silent prayers for the day's accomplishments and requests for direction in the challenges of tomorrow are carried by the smoke as it rises in a thin column. After the day's events, you sit quietly and allow your thoughts to calm down. You feel the tension leave your shoulders and the stress that has built up from mediating conflicts evaporate like water. The structured mindfulness practice that modern people may be familiar with is not what this meditation is. Rather, it's a slow awakening to the subtle currents that run beneath the surface of ordinary reality. You hear the sounds of the night, the whisper of the wind through thatch, the distant lowing of cattle settling for sleep, and the owl's call from the oak grove. You gradually start to notice less evident sensations. The earth itself seems to be pulsing slowly with energy. The subtle grain of the landscape, like wood, that makes some directions feel different from others. The feeling that every prayer that has been said and every fire that has burned there are preserved in the stones of your hearth. To a modern ear, these perceptions may seem mystical, but to you, they are as natural as checking the weather or listening for approaching footsteps. Your senses have been trained for decades to pick up on rhythms and patterns that most people miss. The fact that these perceptions enable you to better serve your community is more important than whether they are the result of true supernatural awareness or simply highly developed intuition. Reviewing the day's events and thinking about what they reveal about broader patterns and trends is your final ritual as the fire burns down to glowing coals. The boundary dispute implies that the amount of available land is being strained by population growth. The charge of cattle theft may be a reflection of larger economic tensions, as young men find it difficult to make a name for themselves. The intricate network of alliances that binds your society together is exposed during the wedding negotiations. These observations will help you foresee future issues before they become crises, and will guide your advice to the clan leadership. It is a type of strategic thinking that uses both logical analysis and the deeper wisdom that comes from years of reading human nature's currents. It also blends practical analysis with intuitive insights. You finally bank the fire and get ready for sleep as genuine exhaustion descends upon you. There will likely be at least one emergency that calls for all of your abilities and knowledge tomorrow, along with new difficulties and conflicts to resolve. But that's a problem for tomorrow. You can sleep easy tonight knowing that you have done a good job of serving your people and upholding the long-standing customs that give their lives purpose and order. After such a long day, you can easily fall asleep as your body settles into the wool-stuffed mattress, and you feel the satisfaction of a job well done. However, your mind is still partially awake while you sleep because it has been trained over decades to pick up on odd sounds or shifts in the subtle energies that surround sacred locations, but only dreams of peace tonight. The trees are bigger and older than any that grow in the real world, and you find yourself strolling through a forest that appears familiar but is incredibly large. Beside you are ancient Druids, teachers from earlier generations whose knowledge has been transmitted orally. They communicate without using words, exchanging information that moves straight from one mind to another like water levelling out. Secrets that are hidden from everyday view are revealed by the dream forest. You can see how all of the trees are connected by a network of roots that exchange information and nutrients over great distances. You see how the forest functions as a single, enormous organism thanks to the mycorrhizal fungi's underground network of chemical signals. In the dream state, these connections appear as clear as sunlight, but it will take centuries for modern science to uncover them. The events of the day are processed by your sleeping mind and woven into the broader patterns that guide your work. Humanity's never-ending quest to impose order on the natural world is reflected in the boundary dispute. The charge of cattle theft highlights the conflicts that emerge when traditional communities start to expand past the point at which everyone is well acquainted with one another. The negotiations surrounding the wedding show how societies change and grow while retaining their fundamental characteristics. These realizations feel more like truths that have always been there, just waiting for the right time to come to light, than they do like conclusions you've drawn. Druidical wisdom frequently operates in this way. It reorganizes everything you believe to be true rather than using linear reasoning. Your dreams become more intimate as the night grows darker. As a young apprentice, you find it difficult to commit the extensive body of legal, historical, and religious knowledge to memory. You recall the aggravation of forgetting crucial information, the anxiety of failing your teachers, and the slow delight of realizing that the disparate facts were, in fact, pieces of a cohesive whole. Through decades of sometimes unappreciated service, the memory dreams serve as a reminder of why you chose this path and why you have stayed dedicated to it. Your people are able to preserve their identity and values for generations to come because of the living wisdom you possess, which goes beyond merely academic knowledge. Communities would lose their ties to the past and their direction for the future if Druids weren't there to maintain and pass along this cultural heritage. You dream about the vast cycles that control everything as the first grey light peeks through the smoke hole in your roof, just before dawn. The daily cycle of dawn and dusk, the moon's monthly cycle of phases, the changing of the seasons every year, each with unique challenges and gifts. The longer, multi-generational cycles that signify the emergence and decline of dynasties, the movement of peoples, and the gradual advancement of human knowledge. You see yourself in the dream as a component of these enormous cycles, no more or less significant than any other component of the pattern. Even though your life is short in comparison to the stone circle's age or the great oak's lifespan, your contribution to preserving wisdom's continuity makes you a part of something greater and more durable than any one person's life. Despite the complicated dreams, you awaken organically as the first bird starts singing in the morning, feeling refreshed and composed. Without the startling confusion that frequently accompanies contemporary alarm clocks, the shift from sleep to wakefulness feels seamless and natural. Instead of waking when the time is right, your body has learned to synchronize itself with its own natural rhythms. You get out of bed and do the easy stretching exercises that maintain the strength and flexibility of your aging body. Given that a healthy body is necessary to support a healthy mind, Druidical training places a strong emphasis on the relationship between mental and physical health. The mild yet effective exercises are made to keep your circulation, flexibility, and the kind of focused awareness that your job requires. The world is waking up to a new day outside. As families prepare their morning meals, smoke rises from cooking fires. The cool air is filled with the sounds of children starting their daily tasks. You hear the steady sound of grain being ground between stones in the distance, and you hear cattle sighing softly as they are led to new pasture. Even though your daily robes aren't as fancy as the ones you wore to the council last night, you still make a statement about your position and status in the community. Wool from local plants is used to dye the fabric. Rich greens from nettle, soft browns from walnut hulls, and a hint of blue from woad, which was expensive and time-consuming to obtain. As you step outside into the morning air, you experience the same sense of excitement that comes with the possibilities of every new day. People will need to be healed, conflicts will need to be resolved, knowledge will need to be preserved and passed on, and mysteries will need to be considered. It is challenging but incredibly fulfilling work that connects you to the eternal questions that have perplexed humanity since the dawn of consciousness, as well as the practical needs of your community. You consider the peculiar privilege of your position as you make your way to the sacred grove to start another day's routine. You act as a link between worlds, between the gathering wisdom of the past and the emerging possibilities of the future, between the practical demands of everyday life and the spiritual aspects that give life purpose, and between the human community and the natural forces that support it. The morning mist is burned away as the sun rises higher, showcasing the beauty of the familiar landscape. With the calm assurance of someone who understands their role in the vast scheme of things, you face the new day as it dawns in the never-ending cycle of days.